Alrighty, welcome to Too Punk to Be a Podcast. The podcast, it's not a podcast. This is just our bonus audio for you members of the Punk Hardcore Crossover Crib Facebook group. It is I, the founding father, Jose, back after what feels like eons. First episode in a while. With me, as usual, I have my lovely co-host, the yin to my yang, all the way from Louisiana. We have Kenny. Hi, Kenny.
All right. Hi, Jose.
And then we have a couple of special guests, but first, our only special guest for right now, while our other one comes in later on. A fellow Midwestern guy, a good friend of mine. He's been here on the podcast a couple times. Real good friend of mine. We have Christian, all the way from Buffalo
Hey,
Grove.
sup? Good to be back here, Jose.
No, it's
And
great to have you back, and it's great to be back. So the person that suggested this episode is not here yet, like I said. He will be joining us as we go along. So hopefully he's doing well. But no, so basically what we're doing today is we're going over Night of Champions. Another wrestling episode. Go figure,
Yeah.
right? We do everything here. We do a little bit of everything, anything and everything. So Night of Champions. So I'm assuming both of you watched it. We were talking off air. Christian and I. Christian's definitely watched it. Kenny, did you watch it?
I did. Generally speaking, this is the first Saudi Arabian show I ever watched. Generally, I don't support them on that. Personal reasons, I guess. I'm not a fan of them doing that.
Yeah.
Specifically this time, putting the staff and crew and the talent out there and let's say tenuous political climates, I don't think was a good idea overall. But to have a chance to talk to you and Christian, fine, I guess I'll watch one. So I did.
Well, they're doing the Royal Rumble this coming year in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I know. That
Yeah.
bothers me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still torn. I'm
Yeah.
not a big fan of it, to be honest, but
Yeah,
I
I
guess we'll
honestly
see.
don't know what to think. I mean, to me, it's like, it's whatever, but
Yeah, it's
I
fine.
get,
We're not going to focus on that,
yeah,
but
no, it's not a
saying
political
I did
show.
watch it. It's the first Saudi Arabian the pay per view. I'm still old. I still call it pay per view. Sorry,
No, definitely.
PLE, whatever it is nowadays.
Yeah,
It's still
pay-per-view,
it's the first one of
PLE.
those I watched.
Definitely.
So fine, fair enough.
Oh, absolutely.
But
So
I did
we're
watch it.
each,
I did watch it.
yep. So we're each gonna give our thoughts, just go over because a lot happened. A lot happened, especially later on,
Mm,
towards the end. Some stuff happened, but anyway,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So, alrighty. So we're just gonna go from beginning to end. We're gonna go over the card, basically give our thoughts. So I'll have Christian go first, and then Kenny, and then myself, and we'll just keep going around until we each get our turn. So first match, Christian, if you want to start us off, since you're our guest, our lovely guest. So the first match, I believe, was the men's King of the Ring match, which was Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton, the finals. What did you think of this one?
I enjoyed it. And again, I didn't watch the full thing. I've seen just clips. I'm a busy man, so I gotta squeeze in some of my wrestling. Two prefaces on the importance of this match. Cody Rhodes, everyone knows the story, the legacy behind it. Same goes for Randy, another legacy man right there. Having them kind of clash and be on a stage, for Night of Champions and Saudi Arabia. They get a little taste of seeing two athletes who came from really high prominent fathers duking it out and going through their styles. I know for you guys how important ring work is. Small little techniques, small little footwork, the small stuff, the nuances behind it emphasize the importance between these two guys that have all these years of experience. Just watching them, like Cody being a bit of the more agile, the more high flyer comparison to Randy Orton, more of a grounded wrestler, nothing flippy doish on his end, just straight technique, more patience, more of being a ring general of that term, understanding his positioning, using that ring, being aware of which that all the time. I enjoyed their dynamic because you know you're going to get what Randy Orton has said, a main event style match. And that's a coin phrase from Randy Orton himself that he tries to emphasize whenever he's in the ring. So you know you're going to enjoy the match. Even if you do hate him for real life, if you know some of his backstory, or just enjoying him because you can just tell by his face how much just looking at him, just this cerebral bastard that he is, that you want to see him get his teeth knocked in, and someone like a Cody Rhodes to stand toe to toe with him helps emphasize on the importance that this is the guy that'll bring down Red Orton a peg or two. So that's just my quick lengthy breakdown of that match if you guys would concur on those points.
Absolutely. Kenny?
All right. Yeah, Christian knows me all too well without even knowing me. I wrote down here because I'm old, got the written notes. Good old school match, two guys who can work. I wrote that down,
Yeah.
got that good old school vibe to it. Randy's kind of known to milk and he did it well. Cody's old school too. Knowing that they came, like you said, they came back, came from, yeah, came up together from those legacy days and stuff. And it was good to see them in the ring together. It felt like a big match. Uh, I felt like Cody was kind of working the match as a heel a little bit. Did anybody else kind of feel he was healing that up almost a little? The way he was working on the injury, the back, Randy Orton's back and stuff. He kind of worked on it, like not turning heel, but he's working the match as a heel. If you know old school stuff,
Okay. Then.
I wonder. I'm a propose a future thing on this and see what y'all think. What do you think if like SummerSlam was like a double turn with him and Cena, something like that,
I
maybe?
was just
Because
gonna get into
because
that.
Cena can't go out as a bad guy, right?
No, not at
So
all.
I don't know. That's my theory so far. Might be a double turn. Maybe I'm
You
Well,
jumping the gun on y'all, but
well,
overall it was a good match. I liked it a lot.
I was going to just jump on that. Cody Rhodes, I still think after seeing some of his work in the past 10 years, I don't know if there's a bit of like a stubbornness to him. I don't know if he's still looking for a certain persona. It's almost like he gets heelish either when he doesn't mean to, or he gets heelish when he himself calls for it, but maybe the moment does not call for it, if that makes any sense. So I think it's one of those, I hate to say bad habits, but it's just something in him where he hasn't really figured out, or maybe there's no one around that knows how to articulate to him where it's like, if you're going to do something heelish, why is it there and does it need to be there? Or it just becomes a bit of a step up on his end where in his mind it makes sense, but an outside viewer might come to question like, why are you doing that? So you, Kenny,
Interesting take.
calls it out. Yeah. Maybe it's just a bit of a, I like to call this like an artiste where they want to put something in their art, but the ones watching the artiste may question that motive. Where it's like, it's good, but does it need to be there at the end of the day? And if the artiste can't really explain it well, then maybe it should have to be there and that should be saved for another day. For like you said, like a SummerSlam or a post SummerSlam. But it's a little bit of a weird thing of Coley again. If you heard his interviews, if you've seen some of his past work in other companies, some of that inner Coliness kind of bleeds out, even in WWE. So it's really hard to say at this point because he's supposed to be one of the top guys that's a veteran, well experienced, but even a veteran will make their mistakes or will bring something in that is questionable to everyone else around them and to the peers
Yeah,
and to the fans.
yeah, for sure. No, I echo everybody's sentiments. So first off, I don't know if either one of you has seen them, but I urge you guys to check out CVV on YouTube. Chris Van Vliet. Speaking of interviews, amazing interviews. I think Cody, if I remember correctly, I saw an interview with Cody Rhodes recently where he even said it openly that he wanted to turn heel, that he wants to turn heel. So Kenny took the words out of my mouth when he said there was some heel work, some subtle tinges of heel coming from Cody Rhodes, definitely. But there were also some subtle hints of heelish moments from Randy Orton himself. Randy having to think twice whether or
Right.
not
I
to
think he was
punch.
just kind of teasing it just a little
Yeah,
bit.
just teasing it a little bit, right? Even at the ends, which I was going to get into it. So before the match ended, him thinking twice whether or not to punk Cody Rhodes, and he's like, "Oh, screw it." So he goes for it. He misses, obviously. Cody picks up the pin, he wins, but at the end, you can kind of see Randy exiting the ring, looking back, like he's really angry, he's pissed off. But Cody's still, even though there's subtle hints that he's gonna turn heel, which I'll get into in a minute, still said great things about Randy, which obviously because you guys mentioned the Legacy. Legacy is one of my favorite, I guess, trios, factions ever. I mean, that's a Hall of Fame. That's a Hall of Fame faction for sure. For those two at least. Won't get into Ted, but Cody Rhodes for sure is turning heel. That obviously is happening. Obviously, it makes sense to have it at SummerSlam. I agree with Kenny. So, but we also have, I mean, I'm not saying Seth Rollins is going to get mixed in because he's in Raw and Cody and John are in SmackDown, basically. But there's some things going on, Braun and Seth getting involved both on Raw and in SmackDown at times, jumping in between shows. So who knows what's going to happen? But what is certain, Cody's definitely turning heel. It was a great match. I enjoyed it. Would have wanted Randy to win, but it would make sense for Cody to get his get back against John Cena. Maybe at SummerSlam. A double turn is gonna happen though. John will turn face and Cody will turn heel, which it's been a while since that happened. I think the last time I remember that happening was maybe this happened after, but Bret and Stone Cold immediately come to mind. WrestleMania 13, the biggest double turn I remember. But I digress. Great match. I enjoyed it. Two of the best you could say ever. Definitely Randy Orton for sure, and Cody. Obviously, he's people love the guy. I can see why. I definitely want to see Cody heel. I think he definitely needs it because his character is getting kind of stale, in my opinion. Definitely want to see Cody channel his inner demon into his character work. So that's just me. Great
Yeah,
match. Loved it.
yeah. And maybe like you said, being healed, he'll be the Homelander of the WWE universe whenever he does decide to snap.
Yeah. My guess is he will snap at some point, but who knows how? How it's gonna happen, I don't know when,
There you
but
go.
definitely know when. But yeah. All right.
We'll
So
see.
yeah, we'll definitely see what happens. So the second match, oh man, this match was kind of a banger. So the second match was Rhea Ripley versus Raquel in a street fight. You want to talk about a banger? Holy shit. Chris, kick it off. What did you think?
That's a good one. Let me just get off the negative aspect. I really think when the women, especially these two, are having to wrestle with each other, the suits, maybe one of them should have like a Bruce Lee jumpsuit. Instead of it being yellow and black, they can just do black with a yellow stripe from like the sides all the way to the legs. Because both were wearing black, and if you see them from far away, it's hard to tell who's who, which one is Raquel, which one is Rhea. Because I was having a hard time just seeing like, okay, which one's which, unless you go up to the face view. Okay, Rhea's got the face paint and Raquel doesn't have it. So
Yeah,
all right. Otherwise, especially the match type they had in from the Saudis, them at least showing them that female wrestlers can just be as vicious, if not as hardcore as the guys. If you're talking about bringing out the tables, the trash cans, the candlesticks, and seeing the athleticism behind it too. So just see him kind of like being even size. So you have the tough Latina Raquel and the tough Australian Rhea, where they you could almost compare them like, okay, these would be the closest as a Clash of the Titans in terms of size and height, where they just butt heads with each other,
and
and then
strength.
yeah, and strength too. Just and for a while, remember when Raquel was kind of in the weird limbo in WWE? I almost forgot about her until she resurfaced. I'm like, oh, I forgot about her because I thought she was like maybe close to the chopping block of being released from the WWE. So then just seeing her, okay, there's plans for her and going back to her NXT days, back 5 years ago, and I can't believe it's only been 5 years since Raquel has been part of the WWE universe. Triple H, I'm sure when he got full control, he re-included her back into his plans. Okay, start having some matches with someone like a Rhea Ripley, watching these two Goliaths of the women's division come duke it out across the world and just showcase, how far both of them can go. So again, I enjoyed them displaying their strengths as well as seeing, how far they can go. And then again, just going back to the retires, maybe Rhea should be more like a like black with purple, something like that, or since Raquel was is more in the faction, maybe give her black and purple. Or in what someone should have like blue, like these have some sort of like blue pattern on the pants and the arms and torso. That way we can really tell, okay, who's who
Yeah,
and just make it more easier on the eyes. Like sometimes it got hard, like who's about to get thrown, or when they tie up, which one's which. So
I
that's the only kind of points I took off. Okay, I can't tell who
agree.
has control, who's dominating, who's under, because again, just of the attire that's very distracting for someone like me. Like I like to be visual, especially if we're going to talk about ring attire. Someone's got to either be lighter, someone's got to be darker, or if you want to get very fancy schmancy with the color, tie dye, or just have some cool placements of colors, have that. Especially the women. This have hopefully they get more colors if they're gonna keep doing that in Saudi Arabia for the upcoming PLEs and pay-per-views.
I think Sharia law in Saudi Arabia only allows women to have certain colors on in the ring, at least for wrestling goes. That's what I heard. I could be wrong, but I was just gonna say that I
That's
don't.
why they shouldn't be there.
Yes, yeah, that's another story. What I was gonna say, and I don't mean for this to come off wrong or terrible in any way, but I think that Liv Morgan's injury low key kind of saved Raquel Rodriguez. Because with Liv out of the picture, definitely curious to see what Raquel could do now that Liv is taking some time off because of health and injury, shoulder injury, which speedy recovery to her, no question about it. She's dope, but definitely after what we saw in this match, definitely want to see what Raquel is gonna do now that the all eyes are on her now as far as you know the two women in the Judgment Day are concerned. Her and Roxanne. Roxanne's still kind of starting, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Kenny,
My stuff went on mute. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of this one. I'm not big on furniture matches as it is. It was just kind of goofy. At one point, Raquel goes set up a table. Like she has Rhea beat. She's got the upper hand. She goes set up a table in the ring all the way across from her opponent, and then doesn't use it. It just sits there for forever. That's just dumb. I hate that kind of stuff. Like, what are you doing? They gave way too much to Raquel for me. Trying to make Raquel look like a monster over Rhea is kind of silly for me. If you had
No,
trouble telling them apart, Christian, Rhea's the talented one. Um,
Rhea definitely
no,
better, obviously.
no, it's all right. I get that they're trying to make another star. You got to. I didn't see much of a point in this match. It didn't feel like a pay-per-view match. Nobody else in the Judgment Day got involved. It just kind of came and went. And I'm just glad no one got seriously hurt or anything with stupid furniture matches. I think it was towards the end there. Rhea kind of came off the top rope. Her leg kind of went a little weird. Last thing we need is tearing up a fucking
Yeah.
ACL for some, garbage match in Saudi Arabia. But overall, I was a real fan of this one.
ACLs are no joke. That
That's
puts you
just
out for
me.
a year at least, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Ask Charlotte Flair. You know what I mean? Ask anyone,
Right.
even in
Yeah, I don't know.
exactly.
I don't know, man. She came out and just crushed Rhea. Like made Raquel look like a monster over Rhea. Like, come on, man. I'm not buying
Rhea took a
that.
beating like a champ for real, definitely. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll take Rhea any way I can get her. Any Rhea match
oh,
is good, but this
absolutely.
isn't this isn't really the way I would want it to happen.
No,
A furniture match because one person can't really work tells you all you need to know.
yeah,
Not a fan.
in the ring, Rhea is one of my favorites as far as women's division goes. She's incredible,
Yeah.
fantastic. That top row riptide was crazy off the table. But that
Yeah, that's what
is.
I'm saying. Like, dude, man, you can get this chick hurt over this stuff, man. Come on, dude.
But she took that beating and she still came out on top. Obviously, it's Rhea Ripley. You're not gonna.
Yeah, Rhea wins, by the way. In
Yeah,
what? 12 minutes? Oh no,
Raquel's
sorry,
not gonna
damn.
be Rhea. Obviously, they're not gonna ever do
14
that.
minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. 14 minutes. But the same thoughts as you. It was an okay match. I
You said it
commend
was a
Rhea.
banger, Jose. Don't back off now.
No, I thought it was a banger initially because Rhea took a beating and I was like, holy crap. I thought what you thought. But then towards the end, obviously, I knew Rhea was gonna win. You're not gonna have Raquel pin Rhea off. Regardless, with or without Liv Morgan, you're not gonna have her do that. It's not happening.
I'll say this, guys, just for this match. Here's my why I think the purpose of this match. Again, going back to Triple H, back the NXT days, they were both her, Rhea, and Raquel were under his tutelage or under his oversight. So I can see him still giving Raquel a bone, like, hey, give her these matches. Maybe, yeah, maybe been too early for her to maybe compete against Rhea Ripley at this time in this year. Maybe she's been saved like later this year or till next year. And yeah, the match being a hardcore match or whatever stipulation was, maybe a bit extreme, but I'm going to assume this either what the Saudi Arabians want. Maybe both girls want a match like this. Combination of everyone, like, hey, let's make this happen. So I try to overlook that. Okay, it is what it is. There should be, as Booker T said, any of the young people, both men and women, that they want to get into these hardcore matches, just to them get them out of the system,
Yeah.
even though there's risk to that. So I don't fully agree with Booker T's assessment of saying get out of the system. Maybe there shouldn't be any of that. Trying to get out of the system because you might tear an ACL, break a bone, break a neck, become paralyzed. So I'm very worried because nowadays it's more prevalent than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. So
Yeah,
that's
CTE,
just
the
my,
whole
yeah.
thing, for sure.
So that's why I'm like, let's keep more of the down low. There's another channel that's dedicated to that stuff, so does not need to bleed over into WWE. So
Yeah, yeah.
those
I personally
that know.
I personally give it a 3.5 out of 5. It was a good match. It kind of reminds me of the match that Drew McIntyre and Damon Priest had at WrestleMania, that street fight. That was way better than this, by the way, but they're both pretty good. I enjoyed them both. That's just me. So next, obviously, speaking of Saudi and Arabs, we have Sami Zayn and versus Karrion Cross singles match. What did you think, Christian?
So I'm a big Kieran Cross fan. Since I first saw his debut, amazing entrance. Him and Scarlett, and he was almost kind of what you would remember back in like the early 2000s when you start seeing wrestlers with that gimmick and more of themselves, like relying on their own body type, their own facial expressions. They look like guys that were locked up in some asylum and they finally got out to go break human bones out in the ring. So I appreciate kind of that old, goddamn old 20 years ago, with that type of style. Uh, so I was glad that he's still being remembered and not forgotten on the wayside like all the past wrestlers, but I blame more on the old administration that was more known for that. So again, another Triple H guy that Triple H really believes in this guy. I know there's some weird misses this past year or two with Karen Cross, so I'm glad that at least Triple H is willing to not only still get matches, but if he is going to fail as a booker, promoter, CEO, whatever title he's going by, at least he's willing to take that hit. Where it's like, you know what? If it does fail, he'll take it to the chin. So I appreciate that aspect.
Yeah.
Now, Sammy, I don't know if you guys ever heard my opinion about Sammy. I'm not really been a Sammy guy at all. Like, I know he gets high praise here and there, but after hearing some stories about him from good old Jim Cornette, he's in my own radar where it's like, can I trust this guy in my own company if he gave someone like Jim Cornette headaches or he tends to really dive deep with his buddies, even though it's like, hey, you're trying to make a living, maybe there's not time to be so close to your buddies at a moment in your career. But the presentation there, I try to take my personal feelings out of it. Okay, see how it goes. Uh, Kieran Cross does have a bit of a different style than I remembered in his NXT days. There are times where I'm like, I'm surprised he's not choking this guy out right away, where he just has a grin like a demon on his face, trying to squeeze the life out of Sammy. But for the match of his style, just trying to be hard hitting, deliver blows, advance to that semi unpredictedness where he'll deliver his Haluda kick out of nowhere. Uh, there are times I feel like he gets too much of that superhuman strength. Kind of giving that similar vibes with the whole Gunther feud he had a while back. So I'm like, okay, if a Gunther has a hard time keeping this guy down, can a Karrion Kross keep this guy down, or is Semi going to pull a squeaker of some sort? But is that
Gunther's
going to?
incredible.
Yeah,
Gunther's
I'm I'm
incredible.
I'm still wasn't really a fan when he lost to Sami Zayn at WrestleMania, well, a year ago or so. I forgot how long it's been, but
For
I
the
really
IC
think,
title, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I
I think
remember
I,
that.
I really think Gunther should have won. I just felt like that was too much of a give for Sammy because I just look at him is like I don't think he's supposed to be the guy to be beating up world class athletes, especially
No.
when they have like that type of background, coming from Europe and supposed to be like the ring general or whatever fancy Austrian title they want to give Gunther, but again, like it's good to see Carrion just get some shine, get some being part of these PLDs, despite where they are in the world. I think when people in the audience, whether it be in the arenas or on television or behind their computer screens, I believe Karen Cross should be one of those faces of the E that in this era like we had the Attitude Era, you think of like The Rock, Stone Cold's, Undertaker's, Kane's, Mick Foley's. I think Kieran Cross should be in this era under Triple H's administration. I think Kieran should be in that phase. I wouldn't say the same thing with Sammy, but again, that's kind of my personal feelings bleeding into this quick review here. So I want to hear your guys' thoughts, man. Like I
I
want to hear
definitely
what you guys have to say.
I definitely think Carrion needs a push, but I'm gonna let Kenny take the mic for now, and then I'll give my thoughts later on.
Oh wow. I like Sammy. I think first of all, Jim has said many times he also wished that Sammy would have worked like he does now for him. It'd have been a lot better. Uh, and
That part.
and size wise and the look of him, sometimes it is kind of hard to believe him getting the wins and stuff like that. I do love his selling. That man, Sammy can sell ice to an Eskimo man. Like his ability to sell is just fantastic. He's so good. He makes you believe it. But yeah, I also don't understand. Like they're still trying to get Karrion Cross to be a thing, and yet I mean, this would have been a good place to give it to him. There wasn't like a whole big lead up to this thing. I didn't feel like there was a like story wise. I didn't feel like a lot of a lead up to this. Maybe there was. I missed it, but
Well, Carrion's been pushing his buttons to where Sammy just snaps
okay.
backstage, But I don't know where it's going.
It
But
didn't feel like a huge match on this one either. It
yeah,
didn't feel like a massive match, but I liked it. Like as far as like story wise, I was like whatever. But as far as
yeah,
wrestling, it was great. I thought. I gotta go with Christian. I feel like maybe putting Carrion over right there would have probably been better, especially if you want to lift him.
for
Like
sure.
they always kind of put Carrion in this place where they want to do something with him, and then they don't, and then he loses, and it's like, well, what was the point in that? Like just put him over already. Come on,
Yeah, again,
Sammy can take a loss. He'll be fine. Everybody loves him. It's fine.
Well,
yeah.
This could have been a great time to put him over.
the fact that Sammy's Middle Eastern, they weren't gonna have him lose in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Yeah, but they didn't even want Sammy there at the
yeah.
beginning.
I don't think Sammy's ever lost in Saudi Arabia, if I remember correctly.
He's only started going there not that long ago. They wouldn't even let him in the country at the beginning.
No, I mean, yeah, obviously, because he's Syrian or a few other things. But
So there's that. You know, how
yeah,
much do they love him there? But anyway, I don't know. Overall, I thought the match was actually really good. I
I
like
liked it
both
too.
guys. Both guys really work well. Like I said, I love watching Sammy sell. He's so good at that. But yeah, sometimes seeing him against these really big badass dudes, like you said, with Gunther and like with a Karrion Cross here, like seeing him against them, it's like,
They're trying to
I don't
build
know.
Sammy like he's got a lot of heart, and he
Is that really
definitely
gonna
has a
happen?
lot
Yeah,
of
he
heart.
goes off of that. And that's kind of old school too. He's got that that heart
Kind of like
thing, and
Mick Foley,
maybe the
remember?
heel kind of hot dogs and shows off a little too much. That's what Gunther did to lose to him. He kind of like showed off and kind of gave him too much, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, he surprised me type thing.
Kind of like Mick
That's
Foley
how
when
he
he was
pulled
going
that
up
one
against The
off.
Rock.
Yeah,
That big
so
match
I
against
don't
The
know.
Rock
I
where
think this would have been a better place to give it to Cross probably
for
right here,
sure.
if anything.
This was
I like the
carrying
match a lot, more than I thought I would. Honestly,
this was
kind of
carrying
surprising night for me.
Cross's that was his first PLE in 3 years,
Yeah,
which is mind blowing.
yeah, and people
Yeah.
always kind of want to make him a thing, and like fans like him and stuff. His presentation's cool, and
And
Ye-
to emphasize on Christian's point, I forgot how great his entrance was.
mhm.
yeah,
What
it's
an
cool.
it's a cool
Well,
entrance.
I, I'll go for it, guys. Like the fact that, the WWE is under the TKO umbrella, you would think that they would really want to put Carrion at a higher level because he does have a legit background in like martial arts.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's just his presentation, like that face, like one would think he would be in mixed martial arts or in the UFC, just his facial expressions alone, compared to a Sami Zayn, which Corey has even said the same thing, like he's supposed to represent the common guy, the common folk, maybe like the fanboy that got the chance to be part of it and
yeah,
be surrounded by these athletes that look more legit than Sami Zayn. So
yeah.
I'm just so baffled. Again, he was a Triple H guy, Karrion Cross. I just don't know if maybe the those states have number. Maybe Triple H is looking at other guys at this point, and this is maybe his last few things. I don't know what it is, guys. Like it'd be nice to see Karrion win against Sami because again, if you were new, if again they're trying to get new fans, if they're trying to get new fans and they say, hey, this guy here, Sami Zayn, the one that has the plain looking face, the guy who's supposed to represent the common folk, he's fighting this guy, this Karen Cross, who looked like he just got released from prison. He's gonna go kill this guy. You could sell tickets like, okay, see this guy get torn up. Unless the direction is, oh, the common guy is winning against these type of badasses that or somehow slipping in a banana peel or something as they get to the final moments of the climax. So I love this guys. Like again, I'm really trying to be fair here. It's just that Sammy again, I've I have my favorites. I have guys that I really think should be the ones that should be in that top category. I think
Yeah.
Sammy just has garnered some sort of like uncanny push, some sort of support system behind him. Like the engine is right there, and I think maybe that's why Karen Cross is in it because the engine is attached to Sammy at this moment. So I I'm wondering like how that's gonna go until like when until they start bringing like more monster looking guys later on in the future. So is it gonna be a continue occurrence or is someone that's going to look like a beast snap Sammy in half? I don't know, but time will tell, guys.
Well, they brought a monster guy back, but we'll get to him later on because it was in one of these matches. I'll touch on it when it happens. But I enjoyed the match. Sammy's not an upper echelon favorite, but he is. I like him. He's really cool. I think they're gonna have him finish his story where he'll eventually win the world title. That's what I'm thinking. They're pushing that slowly. Where because Sammy has his heart, and they're pushing him like he's the underdog basically, going up against these beasts, so to speak, right? Like a Gunther or something. They're gonna have him do some of that. I think Karrion Kross is like the catalyst for that to go in that route. But eventually they'll have Sammy finish the story. Who knows when? But I am seeing that for whatever reason.
That's a hot take. That's interesting.
No, because he's alluded to it. He's alluded to it that
Yeah.
he wants
All
to be.
right.
They're gonna push it. I don't know when, but
A lot of it's fan driven. I mean, you got to give him that. The fans
yeah,
get behind the dude. And that's a lot of his push.
yeah. They're they're gonna get behind it somehow. Who knows when?
Interesting.
We'll see what happens. But I digress. Speaking of monsters, so the next match, Solo Sikoa versus Jacob R2 for the U.S. title, and I just want to preface before Christian goes. Jacob Fatu is him. Christian, go ahead.
Man, I've been a big fan of Jack Fatu since I first saw him
He's a
in
beast.
MLW. Yeah, Major League Wrestling, if you guys recall. So Sikoa, I enjoyed him when he appeared in NXT. I did see a few like his clips when he was in the independent scene before getting into NXT. So again, that was a long time ago at
He's
this
so
point. So
funny, Solo Sikoa, man. That character's so funny, man. But go ahead.
now, just to bounce the ball with you on that one, most of these Samoan family members are funny guys. Like even they say even Yokozuna was a funny guy backstage, so I'm not surprised that
Hmm.
even Sikoa is a funny guy. So just going back to the match, I just love Jacob, love his work. Same thing with Sikoa. Like the Samoan family, the Samoans, they have the wrestling blood in them. They are guys that are grounded, big, huge Samoans just duking it out. Jacob be knowing how to be agile and make it his own thing and make it unique. There's one thing when it's like a skinny guy just flipping around the top rope and around the ring, but when a Jacob Fatu does it, there's money behind that. There's stuff you can do with him. So I just love Jacob, like just have how they just even his expressions because the craziness when he was doing MLW, I look back to what his matches with like Alex Hammerstone and
Hmm.
just being part of Contra. That was a fun faction over there.
Yeah.
Uh, though side little trivia for you guys, on my shelf I have a Jacob Fatu action figure when he was doing a Major League Wrestling. So it's got the
Oh, that's very cool.
MLW logo, and that's when he still had more of that weight on him, kind of that belly on him. I still have that, so
That's pretty
I
cool.
I don't know if they still make it. if they don't make it, then it's probably like a rare item to collect. But I just like having those type of collectibles on wrestlers I enjoy, like a Jacob Fatu. So it's yeah, I really hope he goes further as time goes on. Uh, guys, as you both listen to me say this, I really hope he does become a future WWE Hall of Famer, whether it be in the year 2040, 2050, somewhere. I don't know when, but I think this guy should be somewhere in
He'll
the
win the world
pushing
title for
future.
sure.
Yeah, but I want
Jacob
even
Fatu will
beyond that,
definitely win it.
I want to go beyond that far. Like he should be a name that this become a household name in this country.
Yeah, he's
You
different.
know,
He's just different. I'll get into a comparison with another guy who's on Raw, but Kenny, Jacob versus
Pretty
Solo.
pretty quick on this one. Really solid match. Both of these dudes just lay stuff in. It looked real stiff and great. Love that. 30. The bloodline stuff overall for me and probably for a lot of people's feelings starting to feel a little stale, getting a little smaller in scale every time. A bunch of predictable interferences from random family members is what I wrote down.
Yeah.
Just it's just like everybody like, oh, it's the return surprise of whoever. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. But
Well,
story wise on this one was a little blah for me. And this, I get it. What else are you gonna do with them? So I understand. And the
yeah,
bloodline stuff probably still pretty big, but I feel like it's starting to taper off. But as far as the match itself, great. Like y'all said, Jacob's a badass dude. He's gonna get there for sure. Solo's
he's
awesome
so
too,
good.
man. I like Solo a
Yeah.
lot. Uh,
Funny guy, man.
they're both fantastic, and I'm sure they've been wrestling each other
Yeah.
a lot, and they looks like
Yeah.
it.
It's funny because I'm not the biggest Jey Uso fan, but I think
No, his
Jimmy's
work
on.
is awful.
Yeah, I think Jay Solo Sikoa has won me over with his
But
comedy. He's
if I
funny.
can interrupt you though, but like Jay is a charisma machine though, and you just can't
Jay's
turn that off.
charismatic. Yeah, Jay is
Like
super charismatic.
that's worth something too. Maybe his work
Yeah,
isn't that great, but it doesn't really matter.
he has
He
star
just
power.
lights up a room.
He has the star power behind him for sure. Of the three guys, I just think well, Jimmy's underrated, but they don't have big plans for Jimmy. But speaking of Solo, I mean, I like what they're doing with letting just. It's crazy because when I don't know if you guys remember when he first came in, he was just a stoic, silent dude, but now it looks like they're just having him be himself. And it looks like he's enjoying it. He's just this funny dude. He mocks people. He mocked Penta at the Money in the Bank. He mocked everybody. LA Knight. I forgot who else was in the match on Andrade. Everyone who was in that match, he mocked them. And it was funny. The crowd loved it. He even did the Penta walk, which that's when I knew Solo Sikoa was funny. I became a fan. But I would have loved Jacob Fatu to win, but I'm not mad that Solo won because this is his first singles title. So to put it on him, it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see where he's going. He definitely has, I wouldn't say he has charisma. He might have some deep inside. Haven't seen it yet, but he's definitely on his way to coming out of his shell, if that makes sense. But Jacob Fatu, my dream match, I've said it a couple of times on Facebook. I want to see him and Bronco at it because they've had stare offs. I think that's going to be the next big rivalry is Jacob Fatu and Braun Breaker. So we'll see what happens later on. But that's going to be explosive as shit because they're very similar. They're big guys. They're fast. They're strong as shit. And I've never seen, well, maybe a handful of times, but I've never seen two big guys, two heavyweights jump off the top rope in that manner. I think Kane comes to mind, Undertaker in some parts, but it's a dime a dozen. I think the right guy won. You could make a case for Jacob Fatu, but I think they have big plans for him with the way he's going because he's so dominant, right? His character's so dominant in the ring. He's very explosive. And Solo giving him his first singles title. I think it's a win-win for both of them. We'll see what happens. Have Jacob go on his own. He's already on his own. We'll see what Solo does. I'm not mad at it. Speaking of the devil, we have Luis. Hey,
Hey,
Luis.
Jose.
Hey, Luis.
What's up,
Nice
man?
of you to.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay.
Right
How are you?
before the fourth, the family. Everybody's trying
Yes,
to get
sir.
together.
So, Luis, this is Kenny, and Kenny, Luis.
What's
Y'all are
up, man?
finally meeting each other.
Oh, shoot. Kenny beat me. Yo,
Kenny's.
Ken.
Yeah,
What's
I'm here.
up? I thought for sure I was going to get here before you.
I
No,
know.
Kenny.
I
Oh,
thought so
man.
too, but I made it no matter what. I'm fighting through some
Nice.
pain, but I'm here.
And Christian's also here
Awesome.
with us. So you
Hey,
guys have
Christian, what's
already
up,
met.
man?
Hey, so Luis, that you finally joined us.
Yeah, sorry about that. You guys skipped my favorite part, too, because, of course, they
Oh, no.
opened up
So
the show
we
in.
we we just talked about Jacob Fatu and Solo Sikoa. So do you want to give us like your rundown? I'll recap the match. So I'll start off from the top and then have you give us some of your thoughts. So the first match was the men's
Cody
King of the Ring
versus
final.
Randy.
Randy on Cody versus Randy. Yeah, give us your
Yeah.
thoughts.
Dude, I was shocked that they opened the show with that, but I know they have this whole strategy now of they want to start the show off with a bang, right? So Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. This was a dream match for me.
Yeah,
I'm a huge Cody Rhodes fan. And when growing up, I didn't get to see Randy as much as you, Jose, with the on Raw and
from the
cable.
beginning, man.
But yeah, with
From the beginning.
Revolution, right?
Oh
Or
my
even OVW.
God.
Man, well, I mean, if you know who Cowboy Bob is, you knew that was his son, right? So,
He's way better than Cowboy Bob at this point, but that's
oh
another
my,
story. Way better.
dude, that's superplex though.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh man. So I was wondering who between the two of them, who was going to hit the first power slam in the match,
Oh
and
yeah.
when
Yeah.
and when Randy did it, I was like, oh
Yeah.
no.
He
Oh,
definitely
was it?
felt it because he landed on his back at one point. I was like, holy shit, is he all right? You know?
Yeah, no, Cody was definitely targeting his back too
Oh yeah.
at points in the match.
Kenny
Oh,
mentioned
that
it.
Cody cutter is definitely, his version of that RKO. He's trying to do it, you know.
Yeah. Teacher versus student at the end of the day, right? Because
I
it makes sense.
The only thing missing for me was WrestleMania and the title, because that's always what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them two go at it at Mania for the belt.
Well, they did go up at Mania, but it was the legacy. So it was him and Ted versus Randy, right? It was a handicap
Yeah,
match.
That
right.
could still
Yeah,
happen though
I
after the
always
whole
wanted
Yeah.
Cena
that.
thing comes and goes.
I would love
Honestly,
to see Cody and Randy. That would run it back one time, but later on. Not now.
yeah. After the Cena thing happens and stuff like that, because Cody's gonna cut off Cena, I
Oh
think,
yeah.
and after that, you can see Randy and him again. That'd be great.
Yeah. Randy's definitely coming back for Cody once he turns heel. Or vice versa. We'll see. But Luis, so your thoughts on the match? Did the right guy win? Are you happy?
You know, it was my favorite match of the show, and I was really looking forward to it. And this is the guy who was at Money in the Bank when John Cena and CM Punk went at it the first time. I was there for that, you know,
Yeah.
and it was amazing. But I was really looking forward to Cody versus Randy because I've been wanting to see this match since Cody came back to the business, and um. my brother and me, we had WWE 2K16 and we did
Oh
Universe mode.
yeah. Yeah.
Our King of the Ring was Cody versus Randy. And going into it, for me and him, we were like, oh, they're finally replaying this match for us, bro. And, I was going for Cody even back then. But, in the video game, for us, Randy won the King of the Ring.
Yeah.
And he was on his show. I had Cody. And this was Dashing Cody. So that just goes to show you that Dashing Cody wasn't ready to take on the Viper, but
It wasn't Stardust, was
yeah.
it? No,
Stardust. Oh
Stardust.
no.
But no,
Oh,
seriously. So the second match I had for you was Rhea Ripley versus Raquel Rodriguez in a street fight. What did you think, or Luis?
oh my God, dude. First off, I just want to say, I loved I'm all about presentation too. I love entrances. I love how everybody sang Randy's theme and Cody's themes when they came out. It was great. I know they were in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, and I know they have their culture with female wrestlers. I know how it is, but with that being said, like when Asuka she wore she had her outfit and she got very creative with it, right? And you know, I like that because at the end of the day, with Raquel and Rhea, when they first started, I'll get into the match in just a sec, but even at the entrance, I felt like, okay, you two are wearing the exact same thing. And I was like, all right. But then, going into the match, power versus power here, right? Oh my God. And, Raquel, she's got the back. We all know her for the back. And mommy, she's she's always been dominant. I mean, my favorite match has to be, and I know Kenny's gonna like this one, when her and Charlotte went at it at Mania. That was great.
That's an all-time classic at
Yeah,
this point.
both of Rhea's Charlotte matches are one of some of my favorite
I
matches in general.
I,
They're
I
just
knew
great.
it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Technique versus power,
fantastic.
Charlotte's technique, she's strong too, but
Oh, they're both
her technique versus Rhea's
one A and
strength.
one B for me.
Yeah,
Oh
basically.
yeah,
1A and 1B, greatest of all time for me.
You could flip a coin between
Fantastic.
both of them.
definitely. The match could
Rhea's
go
going to
either
take
way,
that
and I
top
think
spot
that's
someday.
yeah. Oh yeah, that I think that's what I love about matches like Cody versus Randy because they could go either way.
Yeah.
With this one, honestly, Raquel, for me, I really wanted to see Raquel come to her own. I wanted her to get a bit of a push, but I was not surprised to see Mommy come up, and get the win. I wasn't surprised, but at the same time, because Roxanne came out, and I was like, oh, so this is how they're gonna do the Raquel push. I thought for sure Mommy was going to lose because Roxanne was going to cost her the match. I mean, when she put that garbage can over that girl,
Hmm. It wasn't happening.
dude. Oh, I mean, I think the biggest because they hit each other hard, man. And I think with the belt, oh, I felt those lashes, man. Watching it, oh, that was that was intense.
Definitely. Definitely. So
Definitely. But I like Rhea a lot. And I'm not surprised she won. But at the same time, if Raquel would have won, I would not have because I've always felt like she had a lot of potential, you know?
she's still missing
And
one thing. She's missing
something, right?
something. Yeah, it's missing something for sure. Missing
Yeah.
something. So next up, we're almost caught up here. We have Sami Zayn versus Karrion Cross.
You know, Karrion Cross, I've watched the man since Impact. Loved him in Impact. And I felt like when I heard he went to WWE, I know that was like the next big step for everybody. I don't think for him, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like he's done a lot in WWE. Like, I feel like he needs to go back, maybe. I mean, are there rumors that he was being released or has that been confirmed? You
Supposedly
know?
they were throwing that in the air. I mean, I mentioned that this was his first PLE in 3 years.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
mean, they're not doing anything with him. He definitely
I
needs a
didn't
push.
think
I agree.
You didn't think, because Sammy's so nice. His whole character. I loved how he was the promos backstage. He was hitting Sammy in the right key points. Like, Sammy, you're trying to be something that you're not. You're never going to be the champion this way. The promos were good. The guy really knows how to get in your head.
Karrion, yeah.
Um, yeah, and he can wrestle. It's just, I don't know. I feel like whatever he had that was big was back when Vince was still running it. Remember when he first came up from NXT? And I feel like when they dropped the ball on him, then he's been trying to pick it back up, but he hasn't been able to.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I liked him back then. But
Yeah.
I gotta say, I was really hoping that they weren't gonna let Sammy put him over. Because
So
I'm like,
you were
guys,
rooting for Sammy then, or
I was.
you
Yeah.
were rooting for
I'm a
Sammy? Yeah.
huge Sami Zayn guy. I
Yeah.
mean,
I
I gotta
like
be
Sammy.
honest with you. You know how much of a fan I am about Cody. He was going to finish his story, but honestly, I feel like for Sammy, dude, that he should have won in Montreal that year against Roman.
I just mentioned that they're gonna have eventually Sammy finish the story the way they did with Cody.
Yeah,
Somewhere down the line. Maybe sooner than we think, but I don't know yet. So
dude, that match at WrestleMania against Kevin, that was insane.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the no holds barred match they had a few months ago was insane,
Yeah.
but that
My
was crazy.
my father-in-law's not even into wrestling as much as I am, and he sat down and watched that match with me, and he was cringing on some of those the the slams and the brain buster that he pulled him through the chairs. Dude.
Yeah, I miss Kevin Owens. That's a guy I rock with a lot. So
Oh,
I like him a lot. I like
yeah.
Kevin Owens.
Dude, Sammy came back. He needed some time to recover from that match. But when I told my father-in-law that, yeah, Kevin's still out, he needs neck surgery, he's like, I'm not surprised. The bumps he took in that match were brutal. And he's like, Lou, I don't even watch this stuff with you. You know that. But that match was incredible. I'm like, yeah, they burned the place down with that
Yeah,
match, man.
definitely.
Oof.
Definitely.
And I love watching them when they wrestled each other in NXT. And when they both came up to the main roster, my brother had given me the heads up. He's like, dude, these two, they just work together so well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
was great. So no, I'm definitely happy Sammy got that win, but I did feel bad for Carrion, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see what happens later on, but probably not much.
Yeah.
So next match before we get on to the next one, we have Solo Sikoa versus Jacob Fatu. We already talked about it, so Luis, give us your take on it.
What can I say, man? Jacob Fatu is everything that I've heard about. The man is very much skilled, and he has a lot. Uh, he's no brakes and all gas, right?
All gas, no brakes, yeah.
I keep thinking of I didn't want to spoil it because I keep thinking of what Solo said. This guy's no brains.
Oh yeah.
He's so bad with that.
That's what made him
Oh,
go
and that
face.
yeah, yeah. And then I love the whole thing at Money in the Bank. And I usually don't like when interferences, mess with the Money in the Bank. Like that one year when Mustafa Ali was gonna win and Brock showed up. Yeah. I don't like that stuff. Like it was such a great match, and you gotta go for this finish, really? It's like everybody poured their blood, sweat, tears, and put their bodies through these ladders, and we're gonna end it like that.
Well, I mean, Solo was never gonna win Money in the Bank, but that's another story, you know.
Oh yeah.
He
Oh,
was
of
never
course
gonna.
not.
He's not gonna win it.
I
So
was just gonna say, I think that might be also why I didn't mind his story with Jacob being pushed further, man, because I caught myself like, I thought the whole tribal chief thing, I thought it was like it was great. One of the best storylines for sure. I never thought I'd like Roman Reigns this much, but I felt like, at some point it was like overdone, right? At
I
some
was,
point.
I low key. I mean, he was terrible on the mic when he was in the Shield, but I like the Shield a lot. I have
Yeah.
fond memories of that. But
Yeah.
that's for later. But Solo won. I mean, are you a Solo fan or
He everybody says he comes off pretty hard, like
he's
like
funny, man?
he is funny, but he's like also like I feel like he's trying too hard to be a character,
He's just
right?
being himself, honestly. I think.
Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of reminds me of The Rock, but I don't want to go too overboard because he's one of my favorites. But kind of, he's just funny, just being himself.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he definitely has some decent promos. Um, because I know there was that whole controversy between, that he was holding back Jacob Fatu because the company was afraid that Jacob was gonna make him look bad, right?
Which is crazy because Jacob Fatu is so over at this point. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
He's so over. It's
I,
it's not even close. Jacob's up here,
yeah.
Solo's like right here, you know.
Yeah. No, so I mean, so they had to come up with some kind of finish for the match, right? So Hikuleo, because I mean Christian and me know who he is. We watch New Japan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, Christian?
Yep.
Dude, he looks shorter. He looks shorter in WWE, bro. He looked like a big dude in New Japan. But dude, that choke slam that he did, that should have broke the table, right? That's what they were going for?
It
I
didn't.
I heard that they got like some new material for the tables, which is why they don't break as easily. I think you have to hit it at a certain spot as well as you gotta like make sure there's full force, otherwise that's what
Yeah,
happens. So I'm not surprised because I forget where I heard it, but it's like that's why look at even the way like the legs they're structured, they're not the same like they were like a few years ago where if you just take a little tap, it just breaks like just instantly. So that's why I keep that in mind. Okay, if it doesn't break, it's because they changed material, they're a bit more sturdier.
yeah,
But you have to really hit it at a certain point at with certain force, otherwise they will no sell the
dude.
crash.
I felt like that was such a good spot too,
Yeah,
and when it didn't break, I was like, oh no.
I
Oh,
know.
that
I
was
felt
just
it.
because that would have been such a good spot for him to debut at, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I heard rumors since like for a while now that because I hadn't seen him on New Japan, and I've been watching New Japan, and
Mhm.
he hasn't been on it, and I'm like, oh, he's going to WWE, and they've been supposed to be bringing him up any day now, right? But man, what a debut. Costing Jacob Fed to the match. And he just kept telling him, man, you want everything, don't you? You want everything, right? Oh, that table should have broke for him, Christian.
I
Man,
I know, but once you know certain things, I know is okay. It doesn't sting as much just knowing it beforehand.
definitely. I feel like you gotta, like you said, you gotta add the right force and you gotta weigh a certain weight. Because let's face it, when some of the, the female wrestlers go over there to break that table, that ain't breaking.
Hmm.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Anyway,
Yeah,
well, that brings us all caught up. So next we're gonna get into Jade Cargill, the women's Queen of the Ring final. So Jade Cargill versus Asuka, excuse me. So we're gonna do Christian, then we're gonna do Kenny as usual, then we'll do you, Luis, and I'll go last, and we'll go around. So
that's
Christian,
good.
Jade versus Asuka.
Okay. So I'll build up to just my thoughts. Asuka, always been a big fan of hers, just her presentation, uh, just what she's learned in Japan. I always admire her work, especially how quickly she adapted coming to the United States. Uh, Jay Cargill, even though she's a basketball player, and just so you guys know by my opinions, I did not trust her as a wrestler when she first came into the wrestling business because usually people that have come from outside have always been a little finicky with me. There's been exceptions, but Jay Cargill, her no, just being from basketball, okay, that's all part she knows. She's only know things from her own world. How well does she know about wrestling, like the ins and outs? So just seeing these two come together, I was glad because one, I was happy that Jade was willing to become better by being better, competing against better opponents. So when she made the jump from the old company to WWE, Asuka was one in my mind of this. Okay, if she can lock grips within Asuka, she's probably going to learn a lot of things, some technique, footwork, how to really understand these maneuvers, these holds, and then for Asuka to come back after it's been a while, it's like wow, like glad she's around because I do feel that she'll go back to Japan, like how Kairi Sane went back to Japan. So it's like I really hope like she stays long where Asuka she become a future WWE Hall of Famer one day. So
She'll definitely be in.
oh I look for that day because just her
She'll definitely be
longevity
in.
being here and she's a character, just her personality. It's hard to not like her like unless
Yeah,
you find some stuff, but like she's very especially I'll tell you the guys because I've spent a lot of time with like Japanese with my Japanese friends. Like, if you understand that culture, you know that unless you the Japanese go into certain industries to have that type of personality to become characters and be enjoyable to watch, Asuka, is one of them.
yeah.
So glad that they got to compete. Jade got to do what she can with Asuka. So here's my final thoughts. I really thought Asuka should win against that match just because of her coming back. So she needs to kind of recoup that lost time. That's what I believe in. Like, if you're going to come back, even though it's a tournament for the Queen of the Ring, it still warrants, okay, you need to really kind of make up for those time for the fans and for yourself. Now I can see why Jade won it because she's still the new girl that's paving her way to ascend all the way up to the the totem pole in WWE, which okay, but just looking at the experience Asuka has over Jade, just that aura she brings, I really thought that should have been the person to win that match. But Jade, I don't know if it's a TKO thing or a Triple H thing where this is the one they really try to envision at the cost of giving Asuka the loss. I'm very conflicted because I'm as much as I'm trying to give Jade the benefit of the doubt, Asuka is like this is someone that should be re slowly repaving themselves, trying to find their footing. Now they're back here. So losing Jade, like either she's got to get a rematch from her and hopefully win, or find another opponent that's going to be very competent and that's going to mean something for Asuka to bounce back from both her absence and her loss in the Queen of the Ring. So there's a whole lot of dynamics to unpack right there because this is supposed to be one of your top females that has been around a long time and try and get her to the next steps, whatever that might be. Especially if we're talking about she should be in the legendary status, if she's going to become a household name in this country and to be one of those big faces in WWE that you're going to think about for this era and the past era, which was like a couple of years ago. So where does she fit in the picture in the overall scheme of things? So that's where I'm at. I really want her to win, so I'm still a little kind of conflicted on that. So I hear your guys' thoughts if I'm if I'm most kind of off on that field on that one.
It's all good, Christian. You did well, I gotta say so.
Yeah,
Kudos to
fantastic
you.
stuff, Christian. Love that. Great stuff. That was great. Oscar's amazing. I don't have to say that. Someday I want us to do the top 10 women's wrestlers episode, and at that time, then I'll heap all my praises upon Oscar. I promise.
Yeah, me too.
And as I had written down here, kind of like you said, Christian, in a way, if well, I almost kind of an opposite in a way. If Oscar can't make you look good, no one can. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Putting
true.
Jade in the ring with Oscar is very safe. She's gonna shine you, but like nobody can, you know. And I was ready. Yeah, I was ready to say that like AEW was kind of right about Jade. You know, like she just kind of looks sloppy all the time, and no wonder like they didn't know how to train anybody, so they didn't train her at all. So I know why it's taken so long with her. But at the same time, like they were kind of right because she's really rough. She has the look. She has an amazing look, but she just doesn't come off in the ring very well. But this match was super clean. This match looked really good until the ending. I don't know if y'all noticed that the ending was really weird. I had to go back and rewind it. Like, was it supposed to end that way? I wasn't sure what happened there. I think she got lost at the ending, and I'm not sure if that was even supposed to be the ending.
Yeah.
But other than that, she looked great, and Oscar
And
looked great. I'm not surprised Jade won it all. I kind of saw that coming.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Well, I mean,
that's about all I got. Oscar's phenomenal as always. The promo after was okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised Jade won. Oscar can always take a loss. She'll be fine.
yeah,
And I know they're going to try to build Jade.
for sure. Luis.
Oh, so I'm still speechless. I heard Kenny give AEW props. I never thought I'd see the day because I know how he feels about AEW.
Can he catch his strays?
Kenny. Oh man, can he do it? Yes,
I
he
mean, it
can.
was stuck. God damn it! No, no, trust me. Trust me. I'm as surprised as you are, Louis. But
Oh
no,
man, yeah.
a broken clock is right twice a day.
True that, true that. I definitely agreed with you though. Um, I love Jade. Love Jade. When she was in AEW, she like you said, she looked the part. And I mean, I was a big fan of China growing up. For God's sake, even my mom knows who China is. And no, it's not just the country, right? We're talking about Joni Lara, right? Chyna.
Rest in
And my
peace.
mom, whenever she talked about wrestling, China was always who she asked me about as a kid. Hey, is China still wrestling? China's still wrestling, mom. Yeah, and then we were kids, and it's incredible because I feel like Jade Cargill, Jordan Grace, a lot of these built female wrestlers. China was the mold, but I'll save that for our women's. You got to get me in on that, Ken. I want to do that top 10 women's. Um, I got to go back to Christian on this part about Asuka. Huge Asuka fan. I remember that streak that she had in NXT. She's definitely going to be a Hall of Famer someday. And this was another great match for me. It's like I said about presentation, and like when I was mentioning earlier. I loved how Jade and Asuka both came out and their outfits. It's like, okay, we're in Riyadh. I know we can't wear this, but we're going to wear this. And it just stood out. It was great. They broke barriers with that outfit. And not only that, for me, I like a match where I don't know who's going to win. It could go either way because, like Christian made a good point. I'm like, it's Asuka and she's coming back. She could win this. But then I was like, they've waited so long for Jade to get a push. So I wasn't shocked. And you know what's funny? It's funny that Ken mentioned that finish because I was saying the same thing. I was like, wait a second, did that pin look kind of sloppy a little bit? But about Jade, the look. She's great on the mic. I loved her interaction with Tony Schiavone. I still laugh about it. I tell my wife every time we watch it. I tell her, man, Jade was so great on the mic in AEW. I used to love when she would tell Tony,
Bro,
she would call herself "I am that bee."
Oh
bro,
yeah.
Cody
Yeah,
Rhodes is in WWE. Cody Rhodes is in WWE at the same time as Jade is. Where is Brandy?
yeah,
Brandy needs to come out and be like, "This ain't open mic night, bitch." We need to bring that
yeah.
back.
No,
Come
I
on,
love
Brandy was
that.
awesome that one time. It was fun.
Cody
Oh my
Raheem
god.
Rhodes.
Oh my god, I love that. And then
Who told
whenever
you it
she
was open mic night, bitch?
Oh, dude. And then I loved whenever she
I
talked
need
to
Brandy to
Tony.
just show up and do that one day. Just one day, I need Brandy to show up and do that for me. It'd be amazing.
Oh man. No, but I like when she would show up and like that first interview she had with Tony Schiavone, and I guess Tony was doing something she didn't like, so she told Tony, cut the shit. And then every time they interviewed after that, and she'd be like done with her interview, right? And then she'd be like, and Tony, and he'd be like, yeah, cut the shit. That's great. He hit him with that line, and you could tell Tony after a while he knew what was coming. And Tony, he'd be like, "Yeah, cut the shit." That's great. And then she would tell all the chicks that she wrestled. I felt like they were definitely doing like a Goldberg thing with her, Like you said, Ken, they probably didn't focus on her wrestling in AEW. They just kept letting her win. And
Yeah,
because
they
she
had
was a
to.
strong champion.
Yeah, they had to Goldberger because she didn't know any moves. just
Oh
just like
man.
Goldberg, he couldn't wrestle 1 minute. They had to do that kind of stuff with him, and she was the same.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, because they
Jade
packaged
will
her.
outmove Goldberg. If we're being honest, Jade will outmove
Well, yeah,
Goldberg.
absolutely. Now, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
any even Prime Goldberg, forget it.
Oh man.
I was going to just jump back in that match. Just going to the wardrobe. So I liked how Jay had the white outfit, and
Coming out
again,
of
I
the
think
storm.
they're going
Yeah,
still with the
Yeah,
storm.
huge
Storm,
on
bro.
Storm.
So I'm so confused. Like, so Jay got to wear white. Again, even if she just wore black, it's her. I don't think I have to go any further than that. But like, even if Asuka were, you knew it was Asuka. It's just you couldn't tell me that again, going back to the Raquel and Ripley match, one of them couldn't have been like wearing white. And just going back, I guess, to the laws or regulations, whatever, then why don't you just do this? Maybe whoever's the bad female, the heel female, make her wear black, and the baby face female make her wear white. Maybe
Have
that's
Raquel
what.
change her outfit.
Yeah.
Black is Rhea's color, you know?
Why
Or
couldn't Raquel wear
Yeah.
red, white, and green? She's,
Yeah.
to represent her people. I
Yeah.
love that. I
right,
would have
right.
loved that.
Well, those regulations what we've been hearing, so we're not sure what those are. So I'm like,
So
okay,
what I've heard, I could be wrong, but yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah.
again, if you want to make it simple, then again, white for the baby face, black for the heel. Maybe
That
just
works.
call it a day.
Yeah.
Or I'll take a step further. Maybe because they do though kind of like costumes, like close maybe like the luchadors. Remember when the Lucha House Party was still a thing in WWE? They got to wear their Lucha Libre outfits in the Saudi shows. Then by all means make them wear like something similar to them, like basically make them like Power Rangers or just go all out. Give them like suits, give them shoulder pads, give them like miniature capes, something to distinguish the female athletes. So okay, make them look cool, like even make them wear like a mask, like so we know who that is, just for that as a one-time thing, just something to make it more stand out. Because again, I hate to see another Rhea versus Raquel match just because of the pure black outfits they wore, because it's just confusing. Then when Roxanne Perez came out, I was like, great, number three, another one like
Yeah, it was exactly the same.
yeah.
Except you can tell the difference because she's so
She's
short,
small.
right? She's small, yeah.
I don't want to see the same outfit. Please just
Yeah.
Yeah.
just
Shit,
just
if anybody was pushing boundaries, it was Scarlett with carrying Cross. Like she was covered, but she was still showing a lot. Bro, she
True.
get them dudes a heart
Oh.
attack.
I noticed that. I noticed that too.
I'm like, bro, she's
I'm glad
pissing
Kenny caught
people
that.
off showing all that under there.
I was waiting for someone to mention
Oh,
it,
you
but
didn't know I did.
The smokehouse was
I was like, damn,
the
Scarlett,
smoke
right?
show. That's what she used to call her thing, the smoke show.
yeah.
Oh man, no, it's funny though because you guys ever watch American Horror Story? I told the wife when she was watching it with me, I said, "Man, this looks like that sex suit from American Horror Story without the mask."
Oh boy.
Oh no. But yeah. No, Ken, I wanted you to help me with this one here because I like how Christian brought that up that, the baby face would wear a color and the heel would wear a color. My brother was telling me because my brother did all this research on, 80s wrestling and the old wrestling. Back then, they used to have everybody wear different colored tights. It was part of the match, right,
Sure.
Ken?
Yeah, it would kind of telegraph a little bit of who was who, somewhat, kind of help the fans that don't know what's going on a little bit.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. They're going to show you a little bit, like Ric Flair's going to have like some black trunks on or something very simple.
Classic
blue.
red.
Or blue,
Yeah.
Right. You'll see blue versus red or something like that.
Yeah.
They'll kind of always telegraph in small ways who's who, so you can kind of
Well, Ric Flair.
walk in and pick up what's going, even if you're not familiar.
Rick can wear
Yeah, they
whatever he
always
wants.
tried to avoid wearing the same color, my brother told me, for that reason.
That's just a quick example.
Yeah.
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 I mean, the right person won, I think, because I think if you're gonna have Jade go for the title, eventually, because of what's going on with Naomi, you're gonna have Naomi try to cash in. She could either try cashing in on Jade Cargill or try cashing in on Tiffany Stratton. One of the two is gonna happen. But she's definitely cashing in at some point.
Yeah.
Talking about Naomi, she's Miss Money in the Bank, right? Asuka's great. She's a GOAT, certified GOAT. She's definitely in the Hall of Fame. Will be
I was,
in career.
you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe I know why Jade is getting these type of wins.
It's part of the story.
Well, guys, all right, let me challenge you guys one thing.
Yes.
In the last 20, 30 years, which female black athlete was in the upper echelon that defined the era they were in? The only one I can think that'd be close is Miss Jacqueline in the late 90s, early 2000s. Anyone after that, before that, is
Jazz?
very short stand. Like just even
Jazz
like
Yeah.
was
just
underrated. She's
Yeah,
But does anyone remember her like as a household name or someone that'll be up there, or does only the hardcore fans know of her name? That's the
yeah,
thing. Like maybe that's why they want to build Jade to be kind of that first in many years to be in the top
Yeah, that's probably
I
of
fair.
mean,
front.
you have Bianca Belair as well. She's gone right
Yeah,
now
that's true
because
too. Bianca was pretty
dude,
huge.
Bianca, she ran away with that Royal Rumble win.
Yeah,
yeah, I
You
mean
couldn't see her face in everything.
she's got a
yeah,
Hall of Fame career at this point
totally
too, you
fair.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, she's up
Yeah,
there too, but no, what I was
Besides
gonna
that, it would be Jacqueline. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, Jacqueline for sure. We haven't had
yeah,
anybody, and I think watching this Saudi PLE proved it. I'm sorry to say this, but they don't like colored people at all. Because did you catch the way they were booing the shit out of Jade?
really?
They would not let her talk at all. She
I
cut a
didn't notice
promo at
that.
the end of the match. I'll go watch it again.
Yeah, I didn't
They
notice.
were booing the
I
crap
was
out of this woman.
focused too much on her promo, seeing if it was going to be any good itself. I
It
didn't
was
notice the
like,
crowd.
yeah, she was just basically,
They might like Asuka a
That's
lot, I
weird.
think,
I mean,
because
yeah,
I
of
think,
course. Asuka's
yeah,
great. Asuka's great. I
She's
she's,
mean,
huge, man.
as Kenny said,
yeah.
if you're terrible in the ring with Asuka, I mean,
There's
yeah,
one exception to that, and I'm gonna get to that when we do our women's episode. There's one exception to that. One of the greats that Oscar wrestled, and it just didn't vibe.
I think I
And
know who you're
but that's
talking
that.
about,
We'll
but
get
I'll
to that
save
later.
it to the end.
Tease.
But
Yeah, I can't wait to
yeah,
hear about that. I think I probably know it too, but I might have forgot about it.
regardless of who wins, I just
Yeah.
want Tiffany Stratton
One
to
of the
get
greats.
cashed
One of
in
the
on
greats.
for sure.
Didn't work.
I love my buff Barbie, Jose.
Yeah.
What you gotta hate on my buff Barbie,
Uh,
bro? She's great.
I'm not a Tiffany guy.
uh,
I'm
I am all
not.
about it. It's
Kenny
Tiffy
and I are
time,
not
bro.
Tiffany fans. We're not.
her ring work. Her work is awful. Absolutely
Here's the
awful.
deal.
Charlotte
At,
had to
Re-
dumb it down
at
so much to try to
WrestleMania,
get her
I
in the ring with her.
agree.
It's so awful.
Yeah,
I agree with Kenny.
Rotten.
Charlotte should have won the match because we were talking back and forth. Charlotte should have won the match,
Rotten.
but Tiffany won. I thought Charlotte was gonna win at WrestleMania, but
I think everybody did, and I think that's why they
Uh,
went
I
around that.
thought Charlotte was gonna win. I told Kenny too. I was like, I just watch. Charlotte's gonna win. I already know it,
Yeah,
for
and
all
it
the
just went the other way.
for all the simps out there, I'll just help y'all out now. The sooner y'all stop paying attention to Tiffany Stratton, she'll do OnlyFans for y'all, and y'all can just have at it. Just stop cheering for her. She'll go to OnlyFans
I
in 2
won't
weeks. I promise.
subscribe. I'm
That's all
just
y'all
telling
want
you right now.
anyway.
I won't.
no,
All y'all want anyway. Just do it. Just get it over with. Stop cheering for her. She'll go right away. You'll be fine. That's all
I'm
you
not
want
a
anyway.
I think she
I-
wants to
there
go
you
to
go, Simps.
Hollywood.
I'm not a Tiffany
Yeah,
guy.
yeah,
No,
my ass. She'll be on the
Legally
internet in a
Blonde
week.
4. Barbie 2.
Should be on
Barbie
OnlyFans
2
in
with
a
Robbie
She'll be on the
Margot.
internet in a week, man. Kenny's awful.
Oh man,
Oh man. So yeah, the
and
right
dropped the
person.
pipe bomb.
He literally dropped the pipe on it. Speaking of pipe bomb, holy shit. So the final match was the main event, obviously.
It was
And it
great.
was John Cena versus Cash Money Punk, the hypocrite Christian. Take it away. Fuck CM Punk. I'm glad John Cena won, just for the record. Christian, take it off.
All right. So I think I'm no stranger that I'm a CM Punk fan, and again, we can have our thoughts on CM Punk as a person, wrestler, but I believe in his stuff overall, his work. I judge that overall. And him coming back to get to wrestle John Cena, for me, still processing because after almost what close to a decade since they last got to wrestle with each other, I don't think we would believe anyone if said CM Punk was coming back and also getting to wrestle John Cena. I think that'd be like more of like a fever dream at this point. But they know each other, they have their basics, they know how to wrestle, all the experience combined, their time just being in the business, how they understand ring work, how they understand trying to show the audience like how wrestling is done when done right, with the proper training, with at least understanding what the match should be for the fans and not having the match for themselves. So CM Punk knows how to take a loss. And when I say that, this is the same guy that got to wrestle both Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio in the indie scene. And
True.
CM Punk got to say great things, got to talk to Eddie. I know for sure that he's learned from Eddie Guerrero about wins. Because if you guys have heard about Eddie Guerrero, he used to fight in the back in the locker room who's going to lose. Because Eddie understood what a loss meant. That he tried to debate with DDP in the back, like, no, you take the loss. No, no, it's like I'll take the loss. It's like, no, I'll take the loss. So it's like, wow, like that's a different mentality, just understanding that the loss is not meant to hurt you, it's meant to enhance the match itself and that. So CM Punk losing against John Cena does not hurt him. It helps accelerate the storytelling behind these two, behind John Cena's wins, because he's going to take that towards SummerSlam, maybe beyond SummerSlam. So anyone that's losing to John Cena in these future matches, they are enhancing that run because they understand, yeah, because they
Yeah.
understand that John Cena keep going through these months is bringing something else, like a type of unpredictability, but for fans to clamor on that someone, just anyone, take the belt off of John Cena. Don't let him retire with that, or don't even let him retire on the last day before his contract expires. Like, take it off before that point. So again, the I enjoy John Cena since his early days. Same thing with CM Punk. They both know what they're doing. They draw, they bring money, they understand the business. It's a new era in this time frame since the Netflix deal, and just how they're trying to continue the path under Triple H, because understand under what Triple H is bringing with these matches, CM Punk, John Cena, or whoever, especially if we are talking about going to Saudi Arabia, what they're going to unfold to a worldwide audience. So
Yeah.
again, man, I really can't say about CM Punk. And again, Jose, I know your opinions.
No, I
I
had a
know.
terrible experience. It's a bad
No,
experience in real life. I'm just saying, but
I get it. That's why, like, I believe his cause. I believe that this is the guy that, hey, how wrestling's a business. Just don't have to enhance it, but
obviously,
that's my take, guys. Like,
obviously.
I hear your guys' thoughts just on this match. Or, really about
So
the John Cena, CM Punk, whatever it might be.
yeah.
Like, I like to hear your guys' thoughts, so I'm going to just mute myself so I can let you guys
No,
talk.
for sure. No, again, you're doing great, Christian, and your feedback is well appreciated. And yeah, you're doing great. So I commend you. But I have to ask Kenny before he gets into the match. Kenny, your thoughts on John Cena breaking Ric Flair's record because Ric Flair's your favorite wrestler of all time.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Absolutely. If anyone's gonna, it's great. Cena's a great dude, and it doesn't get much bigger. Like I said, I took my older son now when he was very little to a match, and I've never seen anyone blow up a building like Cena did when he came out.
We talked
I
about
mean,
that on 20
the
Wrestlers.
entire building lost its shit. There's not a single motherfucker in there that didn't lose their shit. You can make fun of Cena now all you want, but he was huge, dude. And I've never seen anyone light up a building. Our Truth that night also was pretty huge, but
Oh yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
Cena's fantastic. I have no problem with it. It was going to happen someday. Flair's a little more problematic than ever. So, you know,
Still Ric Flair
getting a guy like
regardless.
Cena to do it's not a bad thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful guy. I got no problem with that at all.
Okay. Well, your thoughts
Uh,
on the match?
Match wise, that's Christian. Fantastic as always. I love both of these dudes, man. I love CM Punk too. Work from both of them is awesome. This is a great match to see after all these years. Like I said, you kind of maybe never thought you'd see this again, and here we are. And that was awesome to see. I would have liked to seen a little more of them at the end, although I get it. They're both old. Maybe they needed the 15 minutes of everyone else running in and doing nothing. and that's where I'm going to move more towards than anything. Great match from both of them. I'm loving it. And then all of a sudden, Seth comes out and teases the Money in the Bank thing, and I've heard that Triple H isn't big on Money in the Bank, and I hope he does get rid of it. It had something special at first, but now it's just they constantly come out and constantly tease it and don't cash it in. It's like, dude, if you're gonna cash it in, make it exciting, get in there and do it. Like they come out there and but the bell didn't ring, or but this happened, and they do it like 8 times a year. It's just overdone, and I just hate seeing it.
The heist of the
And
century was
it was interrupting a great match for me. You know what I mean? Like I think most of the WWE matches at the end and the main event is just run after run in, and something crazy happened, and trying to get that pop again.
Yeah.
But like this match, man, come on, man. It could have been so great if they just left it to Punk and Cena on this one. You know, I know you want to get everybody involved and all that crap, but just this one, man, let it be. Let me have a one-on-one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Lost opportunity there. Seth comes out. And then the other one I had trouble with, and y'all are gonna be mad at me for this one, but like so Braun Breaker and Bronson, these big massive dudes are beating somebody up. And who comes out but Penta? And they look scared. I'm like, why? I would have looked up and be like, okay, and kept going. Like, what are you talking about Penta for? These are the 2 biggest dudes ever. Just one alone should have folded Penta in half and threw him in the trash. And then both of them were like, oh no, not this guy. Get out of here. That was stupid. Hated it.
Penta's so good though, man.
Like, just get back to the match already. And run-ins after run-ins and pointless crap after pointless crap. And I just wanted to watch the match.
I love the shit out of Penta.
But other than that, it was great. And this is one of the few matches of the night that felt huge.
Yeah.
And I wish it would have been Cena and Punk more. But I get it. They're old. They needed to lay down 15 minutes. I understand.
Well, let me just payback on you with that. I don't blame you for feeling that way about Penta. If anyone's going to challenge both Bronson and Breaker, there needs to either be 2 big guys, even size, or get like guys maybe half their size, but there's got to be maybe 4 or 5 or 6 of them, at least to understand.
Dude, even versus Seth, that would have been fine, I think. Even if he would have came out and interrupted Seth's thing or something, that would have probably been mostly believable.
Here's the thing.
But these two huge dudes.
I guarantee you.
Penta comes out. I'm like, who cares?
I think this is a little weakness from Triple H.
Oh,
I think because I just think that he's very
do 8 backflips until he punches someone.
I really think he's putting too much of rose-tinted glasses on Penta. The fact he said it's one thing if they just stood there stone face, okay, bring it on. But the fact that they flinched away from Penta is like, he's not a guy you want to flinch from. Yeah, he's a guy that maybe you want to, okay, maybe I should watch this guy. Don't underestimate him. If he's going to flip on me, okay, it's going to hurt. But, okay, if he's just going to just stare at me and get close to my nose, okay, I'll just headbutt this guy. Or if he wants to duke it out, all right, we'll see how this goes. But big guys, again, even like a Braun Breaker, he shouldn't be flinching away from big guy.
Not at all.
Unless, okay, I'll make this interesting, guys. Unless 5 of the other AAA wrestlers came out, then be like, okay, god damn it. It's now we gotta break a sweat.
And I'll give him credit. Penta's been great. He really has. His run in WWE's been really good. I thought he's looked great. I'm not saying anything bad about that. I just thought the whole optics of that was kind of silly. I'm like,
yeah. I'll say this. Silly. Penta is no Bruiser Brody by any means, but I think that's where I think that's where she came. I think they
careful. There's a Jose Gonzalez in the room, man.
Exactly. It wasn't me.
There's
careful with that name. He's gonna go into rage over there.
Exactly. I wasn't even alive. Look, did we lose Luis?
He's
I don't
preoccupied.
know.
I don't know.
So we're just I'm just kind of speaking on my piece. His time they should be here, but yeah, I believe I understand your first decision, Kenny. Is that if you want to at least have some flinching from 2 big men, there's got to be some equal footing, or there's got to be something greater than the force they have. The only thing I can think of, if you had the return of Undertaker and Big Show and maybe Kane, then there might be some fear factor involved. But Penta, it should be more of, okay, so he wants to fight.
I laughed out loud.
Supposedly
Yeah.
Kane's come back for one final run, but that's what I heard. I don't know what's going
To
on,
eat
but
up
yeah.
a little time, a couple other funny things I wrote down, like little Nate, the referee, just ate that fucking spear from Cena. That
Oh
was
my God, yeah.
fantastic.
Charles Robinson.
Yeah, dude, little Nate, as we used to call him, right?
Man.
He got eaten alive by that spear, dude.
Oh,
That was
he ate
nasty.
that shit.
That was great.
Definitely John's best match this year. This was an
Yeah,
incredible match for
that was
John.
great.
It was an incredible match for John. The way he picked up Bronson Reed at the end,
Yeah,
I was like, wow, this dude, you could tell he's losing. He's lost a step or two. You could tell, obviously.
sure.
It makes sense. But to be able to pick a dude that size up still at damn near 50, I mean, roided
I
or
wanted to
not.
give a little time to the Cena pipe bomb and the Punk Thugonomics too, if y'all wanted to riff on that for a
Oh,
minute. What
that
did y'all
was
thought of
great. They
that?
were both great. They both ate on that
I
shit.
thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
great. Hearing basic thugonomics
Oh,
is
oh,
always a
Christian
good
says
time.
no.
Yeah. Hearing basic thugonomics anytime is always a good time. That's the John I grew up with. It always brings back memories. Fond memories. I love it. And then I gotta admit, CM Punk, I said it on
No, come on,
Facebook.
Christian, jump in, jump in.
CM Punk ate on that shit, man. On that Punk life. Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was funny.
Drake
It
still
was a little
catches
cheesy, but it was
strays.
fun.
Yeah, it was great. Luis,
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you
Johnny
guys
CM
said
Punk.
everything on it. I loved it. And Kenny said no CM Punk. I was like, oh man, I can't say I don't disagree, man. But at the same time, I'm like Christian. I'm a huge CM Punk guy. Um, the kill switch days. Come on, Jose. I know you love the kill switch engage days, right?
I do
Oh,
love Kill Switch.
Yeah.
That yeah. I will
dude.
say that.
Oh yeah. I got in his Best in the World DVD. I got interviewed for that when I was at Allstate Arena for one of the
Oh, nice.
shows.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think it was the Extreme Rules show where he fought Chris Jericho.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
That's a
when
long
Brock
time
made his
ago.
return and fought John Cena.
It is.
That's a long time ago.
Mm.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
getting old, huh?
Jericho, I love. CM Punk's a different story. Jericho,
Yeah.
I love.
No, definitely. CM Punk, I loved him then. And I loved seeing him back in AEW. That was great for me. I loved that. And then everything that happened at AEW kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. And then when he came back in WWE, I felt like he was just putting salt on the
Not
wound.
me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know Ken must have loved that. I was like, Seth, though, what the fuck? Get out of here. What's he doing here? Right?
He was absolutely right.
It wouldn't make sense for
CM
Seth to cash in on Cena.
CM Punk was absolutely right on the AEW angle.
Yeah.
That just, I don't know. I just felt like
No.
I wasn't happy with any of that. I felt like he had so much to bring, so much talent that he could have taught. And I don't know, it was such a waste.
The problem was they didn't want this, and
They didn't want to hear it though. That's the problem. Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
they didn't want to learn though. He tried. They didn't want to learn. None of them wanted to. And they started giving him shit about it. And he's like, well, fuck you then.
Right. And so he's back in WWE, and I'm not gonna lie to you, every match he's had, I've found myself cheering against him. Just like you said, Ken. Screw CM Punk, right? But
No, that was Jose, not me. That was Jose, not me. I'm a CM Punk guy.
Okay.
That was Jose that said
That was me.
Punk.
okay, yeah, then I'm with Jose then on that. And then
No, I'm a
but
CM
then-
Punk guy. Fuck that.
dude, I was a CM Punk guy for the longest. I had every shirt from the Nexus to the one he's got now. The only thing I missed out on was the zip-up hoodie. I really wanted that thing.
Yeah.
I even had the gloves with the X's. Are you kidding me? And
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know, dude. I got my free ice cream bars at AEW. That was great. He was him versus MJF. Oh, and then I don't know, man. It just that left a bad taste in my mouth. But I think I found myself, slowly easing back at Elimination Chamber. At Elimination Chamber, when that whole thing with John Cena happened, and then Seth stomped him, I was like, oh no, I
Yeah.
can't do this.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do this. And I was just like, all right, I'm a CM Punk guy again after that. And then hearing John pull the pipe bomb though.
Oh, he killed it. He
Dude,
killed
my
it.
favorite part of the pipe bomb was because this is how I felt about CM, okay? When he told him, I gave you an opportunity to become a hero, and what have you done with it? You change your values more times than I change t-shirts. When he said that, bro, I was dead because I'm like, oh, see, that's why I was mad. I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed that because that's why I was mad because I'm like, bro, come on.
I've never marked so hard besides, anytime Stone Cold came out. But when John called him the biggest bullshit, I was like, finally, someone fucking said it.
Can I?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was great. I love that pipe bomb. I mean, I showed my sister-in-law. We were watching it because she loves John Cena. She still has her teddy of You Can't See Me, the John Cena teddy bear
Oh, yeah.
upstairs. And I'm like, because I showed her the pipe bomb that CM Punk did. And of course, CM Punk did it better, right? And
Hey,
No,
that's,
I think John killed it. John
No,
John
absolutely
did
not.
John
Absolutely
held
not.
up.
Because CM Punk's
No,
was actually real.
no,
Well,
John
I
held
say
up.
that, but it
Well,
was
John held up the mirror to CM Punk and did this. He was like they held up the mirror to his face. Let him
he,
have it. Not just
that was,
venting at this point. He's just letting his feelings out at this
I
point.
loved it. I
It's just
loved
part
it.
of his character.
hey,
But then,
guys,
and
let me
then next
just,
week, when he
let Christian
did
get
came
in.
out as
Christian?
Thugonomics,
Yeah.
guys, let me just jump in for a moment.
sure.
Let me get you guys' opinion. Like, just so the John Cena pop up and a little better. I did wish within like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes somewhere in that timeline, CM Punk got up, like still kind of hurting, maybe like with some anger, gritting his teeth, charges at John Cena as he's sitting uh on the top turnbuckle, where John Cena maybe anticipates that, hits him with like maybe like chains in his pocket, hits him, knocks him down, and says, you're gonna stay down there and you're gonna listen to me, you bitch. So
Should
something
have
like
grabbed
that.
CM
Like,
Punk. Should have grabbed the hat off CM Punk, turned it sideways like John Cena used to do, hit him with the chain.
well, him
So
with
they
the
were-
chain, that way he's more knocked down. It's like
yeah.
I'm going to talk to you, whether you're conscious or not, but like you're gonna stay down there and you're gonna listen to me. Maybe put his foot on his back for a few minutes and then goes back to top rope, then come down. Like that way, it's like okay, at least he tried to get something like a lick on John Cena, but John Cena was like anticipating that. Okay, you're gonna try that, stop him, like step him down, like
I
almost
get
like
that, and
Yeah.
I get that, but at the same time, like when CM Punk did that to Cena, he made Cena lay there for 10 minutes while he did that whole long ass promo, so he owed him one. I
Yeah.
think I think it was better that he didn't in a way. I know
well,
everybody was making that argument, like, well, it made it look stupid that he was laying there that long. I'm like, yeah, but that's what he did to Cena back in the day.
I just think because he was in
Doesn't
close
make it right,
proximity.
but
No, I get
After
it. No,
Truth
I get
speared him
it.
to the table.
I just think
Uh,
because it was in close proximity where it's one thing the
yeah,
guy
I
is
get
like
you.
far away. So just to kind of like
Yeah,
top the loose ends, okay, if you're
yeah,
going to be within punching distance, at least know the
yeah.
guy that's been laying down through a table, he may want to give up. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like a
be
wounded
careful. It's the
animal.
Slim Jim table.
That too, yeah, essentially.
The fact that it happened on a random SmackDown on a Friday night just made it so much better.
it was great.
It was
That's how
great.
SmackDown used to be all the time.
Yeah.
We used to have the best things, and I mean, for me, I feel like I love both John and CM Punk so much because for me, like I love John Cena when he came out against Kurt. I was like, who's this kid? And then the Thugonomics thing. He better do Thugonomics for me and the rest of us fans that love Thugonomics one last time
That's my
before
job.
he officially
Yeah.
retires because I love that. And
Yeah, I
then he
love that.
went to Raw on that Batista trade, and I'll never forget it. I hated him after I saw him on Raw. I was like, what did you guys do to my John? This ain't my John. This is a PG-13 Fruity Pebble.
Chain Gang
Ah,
John was still great after
ah,
the doctor. The Chain Gang stuff was great.
yeah.
And then he, started doing the dog tags, the military gimmick. And he
I'll
just,
Hustle,
say
loyalty, respect,
Super
PG,
and then Super Cena came out after,
attitude adjust. Where's my FU? It's
yeah.
the attitude
I'll
adjustment now, Lou. We got to keep it PG. Sell some merchandise.
well
Oh,
understand this, Luis. SmackDown for me was always the sports based wrestling show for SmackDown. we had the big six: Eddie, Ray, Kurt Angle, Edge, The Rock,
Yeah, Randy
Chris
Orton. No,
Benoit.
Randy was on Raw back then.
Yeah,
You
Chris
had Rey
Benoit. That
Mysterio.
Yeah.
Raw was always the flagship show. Hence, it was the showman show. That's why you had the Shawn Michaels there. That's why in Raw
Jericho,
Triple
I think.
H, the Jericho. It was
Yeah.
the showmanship show. Batista was there, Randy
The
Orton,
SmackDown
so on and so
Fist.
forth. Spencer Fizz. And that's why
Yeah.
when John Cena went to Raw, he didn't have to be the sports based wrestler in SmackDown. Now he became the showman.
He became
That's
the
why I think
face.
that's yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why it made sense. That's why
Yeah.
Vince Vince always loved Raw. I did not like Raw after 2002, 03 because it was a Triple H show by that point. That's why I liked Raw during the Attitude Era when we still had Rock, Austin, going all the way back to 92 with Bret Hart, Yokozuna. Like my first memories of Raw was those type of guys, the ones that not only were the showman guys, but they knew how to be
Yeah.
sports guys. Hell, I would even throw like Mr. Perfect in there too in the mix.
Ah,
British Bulldog, the Raw, but then it got weird by '02 because of Triple H and those type of guys.
That
Those type
Eric
of guys.
Bischoff Raw.
Yeah,
oh
that's
yeah.
yeah.
I like that. The
The, the
Elimination
the the best
Chamber.
GM Raw ever had was Eric Bischoff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love that era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
And then Ric Flair came back, put him in his place.
Good old
Which was great
Evolution.
because that set up Evolution, and Evolution, I mean, is my favorite faction of all time. So that's
Yeah.
beside the point. But man, we just went through all 6 matches, so I don't know if Kenny wants to
What do you
stick
think?
around. What any final closing comments before I get
Before we
into?
go, before we run off, what do you think the overall? What do you give this one? I would say it was kind of a 5 out of 10 for me, or 2.5 out of 5 if you want, whatever.
Night of
What do you
Champions?
give the paper? Yeah,
I give it a 7,
okay, that was gonna be nice and give it a 6. I'm kind of feeling the 5 right now.
7.25, somewhere around there. It was
You
solid.
know, the opener and the closing definitely
Yep.
carried the show.
Yep, they
Yeah,
carried
that was
the
the two big ones.
bookends.
Yeah.
The bookends for
Mhm.
sure.
Very much.
The bookends.
Yeah.
It's
And
hard to grade these new PLEs under the TKO banner
Yeah.
Triple H regime because what he was doing 5 or 6 matches. Like
Yeah.
I'm sure he
For
can
sure.
squeeze. I'm sure he can squeeze 8. I want to say 8 might be the magic number
It's
in
a
my
sweet
humble
spot,
opinion.
yeah. 7 or 8.
But 7, 8, yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess not the plans. That's why it's really hard to grade it because you're relying on 2 shows or 2 matches, I should say,
That's fair.
Yeah,
over.
that's
So it's like
Yeah, but overall didn't feel huge in a way, but
maybe that's why because it's in Saudi Arabia. Don't want to make it too big either because that's
yeah,
gonna be really hard to digest. It's like okay, so the bash is gonna be in Saudi Arabia, so you as American fan, either you gotta make the trip to Saudi Arabia or you just gotta just watch it home with Peacock and whatever streaming stores you have. So
Yeah.
it's a weird pill to swallow just because of those factors in place.
fair enough.
Yeah. So I
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna leave y'all to the rest of it probably.
all right, man. You have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and get
Was
these guys, see what they want to
was
do.
great
But
to talk to you again, Jose. It's been way too long. Christian, you were
absolutely, we gotta
amazing,
get
and
up. We gotta get up on it.
Luis may or may not hear me, but I love his energy. He's so
He's
much
still
fun.
here. He's still here. He's
Love
still
you
here.
guys, man. Good shit.
Yep.
Love you too, Kenny,
Everyone.
man. Have a good night, man. Happy
All right.
4th.
Later,
man.
Yeah, for sure.
Happy 4th,
Later,
man.
man.
Later, man. So, Mr. Luis and Christian, I don't know if you guys want to tackle on your top 20 favorites one at a
man.
time, or I already did this episode with Kenny, so I'm just gonna run through mine. I'm not gonna give too much. I'm just gonna say who was originally on it and who's the new guy in place. Go back and forth. So if Luis is still here, we'll do Christian, Luis, and then myself, and we'll go around till we get to number
All right.
1.
Sure.
If you want to get into why, or give us some history, or why they're in this spot, or what makes them one of your favorites, Christian, please do.
Oh yeah,
So-
man. I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to do it by all means. So, Christian, kick us off with your number 20.
Okay, so number 20. So going by this list, this one's just interesting just because I'm going based on personal favorites, mixing in like what importance or do they have in wrestling right now or in the past.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to factor in so many things. So to start number 20, I decided to put Alexander Hammerstone or just Hammerstone in
Oh
MLW.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm putting him for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that when I first started getting to MLW, that was because of Jim Cornette. He did commentary for them
Yeah.
and talked great things about it. Got to see Hammerstone, where even though he's a big guy, he still has that kind of flexibility.
Yeah.
Again, that's a stretch because you don't want him remind you of like some of the old bodybuilders of the 90s where they can't do much, that they're limited to certain moves, certain things, because either they want to tear a muscle, a bone, or anything like that. So Alex has had the right opponents under the MLW management. They know what they want to get out from him, and I think he understands his own strengths, weaknesses.
Yeah.
Even Darby sees that because he got to compete in NXT. So this there might be a chance where he might be there. I think he'd be a great fit just because he's got that big man all around him, but he
Yeah.
can just do more than like a Luger did, or better than like an Ultimate Warrior, where he at least give you more and not less, which was one of the big issues with the old WWE. You
Yeah.
know, they tried to sell the sizzle and not so much a steak.
Yeah.
So I think that's why Alexander deserves to be in my top 20. Also, he follows me on social media, so I
Oh, that's
can't.
awesome.
Yeah, I was shocked. It's like this can't be real and this him. So that's a big honor having
That's
a
very good, man.
yeah.
Shout out
I
to
don't know what.
Hammerstone.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
That's a great story.
It
Luis,
is.
Yeah, man.
you're number 20.
I'm thinking, I gotta say it's really tough, but I know I gotta have him on the list. So for me, my number 20 has to be Razor Ramon.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I say it's tough because I want to rank him higher, but obviously I'm 33 years old and I don't remember. I got to see him at Scott Hall, so. But for
Yeah.
me, I feel like he means so much to the industry today. Bullet Club, when they do the Too Sweet, all you think of is the Outsiders and NWO, right?
Yeah.
And then let's face it, he saved Hulk Hogan's career by making him Hollywood Hulk Hogan, right, and bringing him to the NWO.
That's a fact.
And then he created my Crow Sting, which I loved.
Yeah. I love
He's
Girls Thing
the
too.
man. Yeah, and then I loved him as Razor, as Ayo Chico,
Ah,
and
Chico.
it's great. That 5 o'clock shadow. They told him you want to look like George Michael, you'll look good. He's like, what?
Yeah. I love Scott Hall. Met him a
Yeah,
few times. He was the nicest guy in the world. Nicest guy in the world. God, I miss that
definitely.
guy. I miss that
The
guy.
wife,
That
the
one hit.
wife's a huge fan of his too.
Yeah,
So
I love Scott Hall. Rest in peace to Chico, man. He's definitely he should be on there. The fact that he's on there, it's regardless of where you put him, valid. I
yeah,
think.
I couldn't finish my list without the bad guy.
Exactly. That's great, man. So originally on the first episode, my number 20 was John Cena. I took him off to number 20 and I bumped down Kane as my number 20. We all know who Kane is, so I won't get into it. He's one of the greatest guy, one of the best wrestlers I've seen. One of the best big men I've ever seen, period. He's on my number 20. He got bumped down a little bit. He was higher originally, but he's still on here. I love Kane. So, Chris, moving on. Number 19.
Yeah, 19. So another guy that was in MLW, now in WWE, uh, part of the Bloodline family, Jacob Fatu.
Ah,
Just again, like just seeing what he was doing in MLW, being that crazy big man, Samoan, the great matches he had, like Hammerstone. They had a classic match. Uh, just going by what he means, what he's bringing in, like WWE hasn't really had like that type of crazy looking guy in years. Like
yeah.
when I criticize WWE from 2010 to 2020, all the guys almost look similar. They have that Randy Orton Greek body. They try to have like the shaved head, that similar face. So they almost like cookie cutter in a way. It's like, where's your crazy guy? Like there used to be a thing back in like the 80s and even like the 90s
Yeah.
where each company they had your technical wrestler, you had your muscle guy, you had your showman. Again, your crazy guy, even in like New Japan and All Japan, they have their own crazy guy, and find out they were like the Arab dudes that were their crazy guys. So, WWE, where's your crazy guy? You don't really have one. Like you have guys that are trying to be crazy or act crazy, but that's not the same thing. So you need a Jacob Fatu to kind of revitalize that role again,
Yeah.
because you need to have that variety. Okay, pick who's going to be on your lineup. Yeah, you can tell by face who's supposed to be your crazy guy. And Jacob, just by that face alone, you can tell that's your crazy guy. So take the fans to this crazy journey with Jacob Fatu and his movesets, his lineage, just having the wrestling blood on him.
Yeah.
Again, we covered him already all night, so
Oh
that's
yeah.
why he's on my list. And he's down below because I'm sure he'll get up higher as time goes on. And
That part.
again, he'll
That
be
part.
the future Hall of Famer. So if he keeps doing
Yeah.
great things, he could probably bump himself higher.
Yeah. That's why I haven't put him on my list yet because he will be really soon, I think, sooner than I think, because he's climbing up really fast. I agree with you 1,000%. Luis, what's your number 19?
I gotta say, my number 19, if we're going in the order, because I growing up as a kid, you guys know my age. I went to high school with you, Jose.
Yes.
So a lot of our stuff, I remember when we did the tag teams, a lot of our stuff is that ruthless aggression era and like almost the end of the attitude era, right? For me
Yeah.
anyway.
Yep.
But all this time with my brother and the wife, I got to explore a lot of the oldies wrestling. And I even dressed up as him for Halloween one year because the wife really wanted to dress up as Miss Elizabeth. So
Oh yeah.
for me, my number 19 is the Macho Man, Randy Savage. I love him, dude. He's
Yeah.
great. I really wish he was still alive. I really wish somebody would have told him, Randy, what are you doing, man? Stop! Don't take anything. In the '90s, you can tell he took something. I couldn't even recognize him in the Spider-Man movie. I
Oh
was
yeah. I
like,
forgot
oh
he
yeah,
was
that
in
is
that.
my guy. Yeah, I got you for 3 minutes of playtime.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that is my guy, dude. What? And then I rumor had it that after Vince bought out WCW, he was gonna come back, but you had people like I'm sure he regrets it now because he's a better person now. Paul Levesque, Triple H, told him that he was an old fart or whatever.
Oh
Basically made fun
wow.
of him. Yeah, well, when he was in WWE before he went to WCW, Vince was pushing him to the broadcasting table.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what do you come on, man? He could still wrestle. I don't know, but I really love everything he did. All the
Yeah.
WrestleManias I watch him now, everybody, it's easy to be a Hulk Hogan guy, right? Not for me. It
I'll
was
take
about
Randy
Macho Man.
Savage. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's his belt. I have the replica belt I showed you. I have his belt. I'm like, that's Randy's belt.
Yeah.
Every time I watched him fight for it in the tournament, that was my favorite WrestleMania. WrestleMania 4, the tournament
Yeah.
they had,
The tournament. Yeah.
loved it. And then
Yeah.
what about the Intercontinental match that everybody talks about between him and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat?
Oh, great matches. That's an underrated
When he
guy.
runs under the ring, my wife was watching the match with me, and he's like, "What's he doing?" He's running under the ring like a heel. She was laughing. Oh, but yeah, number 19 for me, the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Oh yeah,
Yeah. Gotta love it. Rest in peace to Randy, man. Definitely
yeah.
should be on there. Not on my list, but he should be on there. Should be on there for sure. I didn't catch a lot of them. That's the only reason he's not on my list, but I do respect him. So originally on my number 19, I had Booker T. I bumped him off I bumped him off this position. He's definitely higher now. So my number 19, I bumped him down from number 11 to 19 is Brock Lesnar. the next big thing. I mean, it's Brock Lesnar. Classic matches with Kurt Angle. He had a few matches with Goldberg and Roman Reigns. You name it. It's Brock Lesnar. What can I say? That's number 19.
Okay, yeah,
Chris,
fair enough.
Chris, you're up next. Number
Okay,
18.
sure. So number 18, this is going to be an interesting one that you guys might get surprised. It's going to be Ken Shamrock. And
Mm,
he is in a weird spot just because his time in wrestling as a whole has been kind of short. It should have been higher.
I agree.
I wish he made it through into the 2000s. Like, had he stayed longer, can you imagine had he stayed until like Chris Benoit walked through the doors,
Oh
Dean
my
Malenko,
God.
when Mr. Perfect finally came back in '02 for the Royal Rumble? Can you imagine those two having a match? Uh, Brock Lesnar, him as a
Whew.
as big, yeah, Ken Shamrock was Brock Lesnar maybe
Yeah.
in his rookie days, well, '01, '02,
Oh man.
who can get the ankle lock, or just imagine trying to trade off. Can't hit the ankle lock on Brock, then gets foiled, and then Brock Lesnar
Uh,
puts his version of the ankle lock on Ken Shamrock. Uh, but Ken's more known for his MMA, for the when if he was in the world, the Ultimate Fighting World.
yeah.
For the for the newer listeners here, there was a UFW, no UFC yet. So
Hmm.
he was in that
Yeah.
uh precursor era.
One of the
So
pioneers for
yeah.
MMA. Yep.
So he's a special spot. Yeah, so
I love
that's
Ken
what
Shamrock. Should have
yeah.
wrestled Kurt Angle. That would have been
Now,
killer.
yeah, and those two as well.
Oh, that would have been killer.
So again, uh I I I have heard some small rumors that he has been in contact with the WWE. No one knows for sure what it's going to be, but I'm really hoping that he makes an appearance at least, that way they can highlight his role in the 90s. Especially, he had great matches with The Rock, uh,
Steve
Bret
Blackman.
Hart. Yeah,
Steve
I got to
Blackman.
watch him live against Moose at
Yeah.
Bound for Glory a few years
Yeah.
ago.
yeah. Mhm.
I saw him live too. First time I saw him live was WrestleMania 13. Guest referee for the match. Bret Hart, Stone Cold. That was, that
Slobber knocker.
I saw that live. Yeah, at the Rosemont Horizon, now the Allstate Arena. You guys already know. Yeah, that
Nice.
that that will. I'll never forget it. I'll
I
never forget
bet.
that night. That was an
I'm
incredible night.
shocked he never fought Kurt, dude. Even during his time in Impact and TNA.
Yeah,
That's amazing, Christian, that
yeah,
you said that. I'm like, are you sure you didn't fight him in TNA? I think you're right, though.
yeah. No, Ken was in TNA long before Kurt Angle, a few years.
Yeah,
Yeah, for a little
yeah,
bit, but they miss each
Yeah,
other. That's the weird thing. They
yeah.
missed each
did,
They
other,
right?
missed
Dirty.
each
They
other.
missed each other. Like, how do you miss that as a booker and owner,
It's so
promoter?
crazy.
Like, that's a crime in itself. Like,
Well,
you could have a rivalry that you can make some money, pay-per-view tickets, buy rates. It's right there in front of you. Like, again, who dropped the ball? Like,
Vin,
you know who you
Vince
want
Russo.
that too, but I think there's other names. Like, I'm sorry, but even like a Jim Ross should have spoken out. Like, he should have said,
Yeah,
"Hey, get something." I know Jim Cornette tried to do something with Dan Severn and Ken Shamrock. He even said he wrote papers, but got thrown away by Vince McMahon. So,
crazy.
but for TNA and other companies, someone should have been like, you know what? I'll pick the ball up. I'll make money that the
Yeah,
big companies didn't do, but no one did.
yeah,
So, who's at fault, or
yeah.
is everyone at fault at this point?
You had Mike Tenay back then. You should have said something.
Yeah.
You had
So
done. Yeah,
what excuse? Yeah, what excuse even to those guys? Like,
yeah,
we can keep going.
yeah, absolutely.
Like I'm seeing this as like, again, the house has been torn down. WWE, this could have been even like an easy like no way out pay-per-view if you want to do that at most. Uh, the base match could have done like a SummerSlam. Uh, TNA definitely been a Bound for Glory match.
Yeah,
Those guys.
yeah, yeah.
Like again, like this just can't, like I thought about these for years, guys.
It's crazy how Kurt and Ken just missed each other.
They messed him up more than once. That's the
This
worst
is,
part.
this is crazy. Yeah,
Like
in
what?
WWE, for sure. Ken
Two
was on his
months?
way out. Kurt came in. And then Ken was on his way out from NWA TNA. Kurt came in a few years later. It's crazy.
Yeah, guys. So that's why you see just the power behind that kind of armchair booking from us.
Absolutely.
That's why he's got to be up here because the possibilities are endless. Like
Yeah,
it's just these guys, but the other guys I mentioned, like technical wrestling, just even if you want to go more brutal, like there's plenty of guys that would like gone like more of that mixed martial arts route if you gave the guys a chance.
absolutely. Absolutely. That was great, man. I should have had him on my list. But yeah, I'm think of him more as an MMA guy. But yeah, in WWE, completely underrated. Definitely won some titles, but should have done more. I agree.
Yeah.
So that was your number 18. So Luis, give us your number 18 pick.
So for me, my number 18 is going to be the Hitman, Bret Hart.
Ooh, that's low.
I so I wanted to put him higher, but I thought about it again. I think I'm ranking my list
Yeah, I get it.
based on that era. The era I'm going through the era and the time because I've been watching now that I've gotten to watch a lot more of the oldies and stuff. I wanted to add him on my list a lot higher, but I'd be lying if I said I was old enough to see him, wrestle live. I've watched his matches at Mania, his Iron Man match against Shawn Michaels, his Stone Cold match, right,
Saw that
dude?
live.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, and I didn't even get to watch it live on TV, so I felt like he should be on my list because I was a Bret Hart fan growing up. I got my first, I gotta say, my first interaction of Bret was probably watching Malcolm in the Middle. When the
Oh
yes,
yeah, yeah.
no, maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, and then they're showing the intro and he's putting somebody in the sharpshooter. I
Mm-hmm.
forgot who it was, but I got to look closer at the match and I could probably tell now. But as a kid, I just remember being like, "Whoa, who's that?"
Yeah.
And once I learned it was Brett, I was like, I was always fascinated by seeing him put somebody in the sharpshooter. So I was
Yeah.
like, then I got to watch The Rock do it. I got to watch Chris Benoit do it, and a lot of people now, and they've done it. Like Sting, I got to see
Sting.
that.
Yep.
You know, but I can't lie and say that I got to see Brett when I want, when you like the way you
Yeah.
guys did.
Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah.
So he's my number 18.
Still on there, still valid. I
Oh yeah.
agree. More on him much later though. My number 18 used to be Trish and China tied, but I took them off the list because I'm gonna do like Kenny said, we're gonna do a separate top women's wrestlers. They're definitely gonna be on there somewhere for me. Spoiler alert. So number 18 is gonna be again, I'm cheating. I'm gonna go Raven tied with the late great Bray Wyatt, the
I,
Fiend.
I can see why they're both together. Just that
Yes, you
dark
see?
aura.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, Raven came before him, obviously, walked so Bray Wyatt could run. Bray Wyatt was one we've talked about it before. That kind of hit me when he passed because it was so sudden. But his
Yeah.
character work and the Firefly Funhouse match against John and his
My favorite.
Randy turning his back on the Wyatt family and Alexa Bliss coming in, jumping ship into
Bray,
the Wyatt
I
family.
still
Yeah.
think Bray should have won that match, Jose.
Yeah, I agree.
Randy didn't need that. He didn't
Yeah,
need that.
yeah, Randy
Yeah,
did. Yeah, you're right.
he did not need that.
No, he didn't need
I wanted
it.
Bray to keep that belt. It
Yeah,
was
and I
great when he won it at Elimination Chamber. I was so hyped. Uh,
yeah, and that
but
Sister Abigail's such a great finisher, man.
oh yeah,
The way he used to kiss the dude on the cheek and then hit him with the he's so great.
dude, that
Ah, I
creepy
love
crawl.
that creepy
Oh,
craw. Yeah.
dude, he
Coming
was nimble for a big guy.
the
Yeah,
entrance, yeah. The rocking chair.
dude.
Yeah. I
And then
love
his
Go
his
ahead.
White Six, dude.
Yeah, the
The
Wyatt
White
Six.
Six.
Yep, the Wyatt
Oh,
Six.
his
But
brother's doing it justice. Uncle Howdy.
Yeah, Uncle Howdy.
Yeah.
They just came back. We'll see what they do with them, and yeah, hopefully they do some good things. But I had to put them together because they're both very similar. Ravens, obviously, I missed him on my original listing, on my original ranking, but I had to put him on here
Yeah.
because Raven was so great in TNA. He was fantastic. In ECW, he's a legend, obviously. In WWE, kind of underutilized, but he won a lot of hardcore titles, so that was pretty good. Great match against Kane at WrestleMania 17, the triple
Yeah.
threat match. That's a legendary match.
That's one of his highlights, man,
Yeah,
just being part of WrestleMania. So I'm happy that
yeah.
that's how far he
He
got.
got his WrestleMania moment. That's arguably the best WrestleMania ever. But
Mhm.
yeah, Raven and Bray Wyatt, rest in peace to Bray. I had to put him on here. That's number 18. You're number 17, Mr. Christian.
All right, I'm gonna hit you guys with a big one. So my number 17 is going to be Stan Hansen. And for anyone who knows him, like I just got mesmerized just because he's a Texan man, that huge big man, bigger than John Bradshaw. They feel like I did not think there was anyone going to be bigger than him until I saw Stan Hansen just him delivering his Western lyrics, what he did in Japan for years, just that hard hitting stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, like, and I imagine this is how like certain wrestlers like in today's age, they want to be like him, but they just don't have the body type, the size, the weight behind it. And props for, him still going through like if you guys have heard about Stan Hansen, like he still does stuff behind the scenes with the Japanese companies. Like he'll come in special guests, he'll take pictures. Like
Yeah.
he's still involved. I'm surprised he's still alive. Like if you look at the list of guys that passed away from that era, guys that went through that type of punishment, I'm surprised Stan Hansen's still alive.
Yeah.
Uh, and you know what? I'm going to assume because he still lives in Japan, he's getting that universal healthcare over there. So
Oh
maybe
yeah.
maybe that's why they helped him all this time. So he's smart for using their healthcare than coming back here and dealing with this
Yeah.
nonsense. So aside from that, just he's legendary in itself just because of him going out of Japan. Like he could have done stuff here. Like I know he had some bad heat for breaking Bruno Sammartino's neck, so I'm sure even Vince Jr. probably did not appreciate that. So there's probably still the bad blood in the waters of that. Maybe we could try WCW, but just knowing what we know now, I'm pretty sure that even Stan Hansen could not have saved a WCW. TNA maybe, but who would be brave enough to go against him as guys were getting smaller and shorter, so you didn't have a matching bull to lock horns with Stan Hansen.
Oh
So,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
again, he is memorable and the longevity I got put him here just because what he's done for Japan and at least showcase what American wrestlers can do when going to Japan. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's on my list for that.
It's a great pick. It's a great pick. Yeah. I think like you said, if he would have stayed here and not gone to Japan, he would have died here. With the
Yeah,
healthcare we have here.
yeah, like taking
Definitely.
care. Yeah, he's like 88, I think. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw that they put his date. I saw like 80 something. Like shit. Like I knew he was
Yeah.
old, but not that old. So he
Yeah.
looks healthy. He's still walking, taking his pictures, going participating in these ceremonies in Japan. Like and they're beautiful. Like if you've seen any pictures or visuals of those ceremonies and those Japanese companies amazing. Like I just love the way the Japanese do ceremonies in those
Oh
in the
yeah.
wrestling world. Like that's the one thing that's missing here in the States. Ceremonies, like just the way they build up the spectate what you call the spectacle
The
behind it,
spectacle, yeah.
the possess, like it doesn't feel showy. You know that there's a element of respect and honor when they do it. Like
That's the word.
and that, yeah, that's what's missing here. Like, because it was super come across showy if they try doing something similar like the Japanese do. So,
Definitely.
yeah, and then this is a guy that should be at least training guys that want to walk his path, but showing like how it's done and
Yeah.
how to kind of take care of your body at the same time. Because
Yeah.
look at his past opponents, like they're dead. Like the butchers are dead. Um, the what do you call it? Tons of names can drop, but they're gone. Like he's one of the last surviving few
Oh yeah,
handful that's still among the living. So
from his time for sure. Yeah,
yeah,
for sure. That's a great pick. I really enjoyed that pick. That was your 17, right? I think. Yeah, that
yeah,
was your
it
17. Yep.
was.
Awesome pick, man. Great pick. Luis, your number 17 pick. I think he's still
Solid pick there, Christian. Um, my 17. Again, I'm still going through that era there. And I know I did a bunch of baby faces, right? I mean, Macho Man did heel for a little bit, but my next one, I feel like, during that era, a lot of them didn't get the opportunities I think they should have gotten. And this heel, for me, I think, he laid the groundwork for one of your favorites, Jose. So I know you're going to agree with me. My number 17 is Jake the Snake Roberts.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes. There would be no John 3:16 without Jake the Snake Roberts, right?
Not at
And
all. There'll be no
and
Undertaker, a
Damien,
lot of guys without Jake the Snake Roberts.
yeah, dude.
Yeah,
So for me, I think Jake should have held the belt at least one time,
I agree.
at one stint,
I
if
agree.
not, at least two times, right?
I agree.
But, you know, for me, I was always like, I didn't get to see him live, like everybody else, because I'm not that old. But watching him at Mania and watching some of his work, it's like, dude, that snake, when he got that snake stuck on Macho Man's arm, he's
I
like, yeah, I smacked it around and pissed it off first, because they took the venom out of them, I guess, right?
yeah.
But he got it stuck on his arm and he couldn't get it out the damn thing.
It's so ironic because
Uh,
he's terrified of snakes in real life.
yeah.
Like he's literally
So,
terrified.
and he's a big guy.
Oh
He's a
yeah,
really big guy.
a really big
His
guy.
dad was even larger than life. I saw that Dark Side of the Ring episode with him.
Me too.
Um, Really good one. And then the whole thing that DDP did to help him out.
Yeah. So glad he's doing better. He's sober now. He's taking care of himself the best he can.
Every time he shows up to manage at AEW, even if it's a tiny thing, love seeing the guy. Love that he's still part of the business.
Yeah, he's doing good things at AEW. I was just gonna say that. He's doing some good things. He's
Yeah,
doing some good things. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Kenny's gonna
for
love
sure.
that pick. I love that pick too. Should have had him
Thanks,
on my
man.
list.
Yeah, I'm keeping my older picks. Like I feel like my top 10, you're gonna be like more like, oh, you got to watch these guys, didn't you, Lou? I did. I either seen them live or I got to watch them on TV, and I feel like that's why they're in my top 10. The other guys are in my top 20 because I love them. You'll see me if we played Royal Rumble together on 2K.
Oh yeah.
You'll see me pick them just to mess with you or something.
Oh
But
yeah. Timing
yeah,
is everything when it comes to these lists. It's about who we came up watching or who we saw live or who we connected with the most. That's what these lists are about. So no arguments with your list. And again, these are just favorites. This, if we're talking greatest, that's a completely different list for me
yeah.
personally. But favorites, that's another list. So great pick. I love Jake the Snake. Definitely great. So my number 17 used to be Chris Benoit. I took him off this spot. I had to bump him up higher. He used to be my top five because he's so good, but
Way too low. Yeah,
we all know what happened. He's a little higher this
yeah.
time around. Number 17, I bumped him up from number 19. He's Booker T. Enough said. Harlem Heat. We can go back to WCW. We can go back to his work with Goldust. So good. The the supermarket fight with Stone Cold is classic.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
King Booker.
That's incredible. King Booker, absolutely. Main event Mafia and TNA, incredible. And then, the whole, everybody's favorite, Stephanie Vaquer. I love it. I love
Oh, he
Booker
car-
T.
he
Him
ca-
on
he
comment,
carries Vic Joseph on NXT.
him on commentary is so good.
It is
I love Booker
Shucky
T.
Ducky Quack Quack.
Yeah, and he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the goats. I love Booker T. He's no bad words to say. That's my number
Yeah,
17.
he's my
So
brother's favorite wrestler.
that's great. That's great. That's great. I love it. So Christian, you're number 16.
Yes. And oh, excuse me.
No, you're
And
fine.
I know we talked about this, gentlemen, but just the creativity, the mind, the just the genius behind Bray Wyatt. He's my number 16. You know that he wanted to be something different, bring something different to WWE that has been shown before, even under the dark elements aspect. Ray, with the Wyatt family, just that swamp, almost like that evil hillbilliness,
Oh yeah.
behind it. Like that's different. Like than the supernatural with the fiends, where at
Yeah.
least he did a great job. Like, hey, use it sparingly, only for special occasions. Because at least he understood again the money aspect. Like, if you're going to make money off this character, this is when you bring it. This is when you use it.
Yep.
Afterwards, keep it secure. Like, if you mean wrap it in bubble wrap. That's how well he took care of
Yeah.
the fiend until we know what happened afterwards, and
Yeah.
then I'm back. Like he's a guy that's really wishes you around. Like he had a bunch of ideas coming in,
Oh yeah.
and and I know under the TK umbrella, still trying to keep the element of realism. Like yes, like not to go too far into gimmick territory, but how do you use that type of characterization, that persona,
Yeah.
into the TK world where you're trying to be in a way more sports based
Mm-hmm.
per se? Because I'm big on that. Like, I hate just boring pure sports. Like, have some pizzazz, have something that's going to have people remember you by. Otherwise, you'd be too sports. Like, you lose people that way. Like, I mean, can the people really keep up with that, or can you stand out to be remembered, for a lifetime?
Yeah.
And Bray is like one of those guys where just his move sets, like the big beard, the dreadlocks, I love his
Mm-hmm.
dreadlocks hair, like
Yowie wowie. Yeah.
just so different in so many ways. So
Yeah.
yeah, if he just be here, he should be hired as just the weirdness of them trying to create for him instead of him like just take you on the journey. Like the money will come,
Yeah.
the views will come. Just let him be. If you overproduce him, then that's where everything gets lost in someone else's ideas and agendas. So
Yeah.
yeah, love the man and respects to him and to his whole family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Such a damn shame. Luis, your number 16 pick.
Yeah. No, Bray, man. I'm sorry. Moment of silence there for him.
Yeah.
Uh, he's gonna be missed for sure, man. It's crazy that half of the Wyatt family's in heaven now with because Luke Harper, Mr. Brody Lee's gone
Yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, love that guy. Uh, um, my next pick, I'm just gonna finish up my trend of these guys. Another great heel. I actually watched his daughter wrestle on YouTube the other day. Um, I really think she needs to get in either AEW or WWE. I want her name to be out there. I mean, even if she needs a little more training, whatever. If she's gonna try, she needs to get a push. Because of her dad. And I know nepotism, whatever, but her dad. And once I tell you his name, you're gonna agree with me. I know it. The man should have had the belt. And even Hulk said it. He said, I should have given him the belt, but I didn't give it to him because I was afraid he would never give it back. My number 16 pick is the Hot Rod, Rowdy Roddy Piper. Love that guy. And Piper's Pit, you can't have the highlight reel. You can't have the Miz show, right? How many shows can't you have without Piper's Pit?
Yeah.
He is a trendsetter. And then Fire Hydrant at
The
Mania?
fucking fire hydrant. Yeah. Yeah. One of the greatest heels of
Oh,
all time.
he put him out, man.
Yeah. At, le-
Definitely.
at
And I
least,
hope his daughter Teal gets a chance to shine, dude.
oh,
If she's gonna
absolutely.
try, you know,
Absolutely. Absolutely. At least he got to get inducted and got to receive his Hall of Fame induction. That's great before he passed away.
True.
That's awesome. One of the
Yeah.
greatest heels ever. What else can you say?
Surprisingly, he's not even Scottish, but he pulled it
No.
off.
I think he's Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Was Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
Canadian
Canadian.
bad boy.
Was a Canadian guy,
Oh,
yeah. But
I don't think,
his
I
bloodline was
think,
Scottish.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Drew would agree with you that he put his people on the map, though, doing all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He did. He definitely did. Definitely a trendsetter. Talk about trendsetters. That's him. Love Roddy Piper. That's an amazing pick. Should have been on my list. But number 16, this is where I used to have Diamond Dallas Page. I booted him out on this one. And I used to have no, I'm sorry. I used to have Scott Hall at number 16. And now I have Diamond Dallas Page on here. So I put Scott Hall. I took Scott Hall number 16, and I put down Diamond Dallas Page. He was higher originally on my original list, but it's DDP. I mean, he came in later. He was like in his mid 30s, close to 40, but he did great in WCW, legendary run. Don't like what they did to him in WWE. I'm gonna be honest. Him stalking Undertaker's wife, ex-wife at that time. Not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look, unfortunately. He was pretty decent in TNA. His feud with Raven is always a classic that I always go back to. That's fantastic. But he retired, did bigger things, DDP yoga. He rehabilitated Butterbean, Jake the Snake Roberts we talked about. He's working with Lex Luger right now, who,
I saw a
doing the
video,
best.
man.
Yeah, doing the best he can.
Mhm.
I
I
would love
mean,
to see Butterbean fight Jake Paul, by the way. Just
oh my
putting that
God.
on there.
Yeah,
Oh,
for sure.
He
Just
would knock him out.
yeah. I would love to see DDP get the Nobel Peace Prize just for his humanitarian work. He deserves it
Yeah.
for what he's done for humans, for his fellow
uh,
men.
and I'll say this, man, like going back to WCW, like the matches with Eddie Guerrero, like remember the
Oh
one,
yeah,
remember they turned that spot, like
him and Eddie, man.
yeah, like just going back what I said earlier about how both of them would fight, like who wants to lose, like Eddie and DP is like no, I'll lose, no, I'll lose, so it's like the back and forth, like. Because again, they understood that it meant more to them of losing than
Oh
winning.
yeah,
So like just that's there's a humbleness behind it, which I
Die
appreciate.
trying. Yeah.
WCW Eddie Guerrero was a different animal, man. That
You know,
that's that dude was ah. When we talk
yeah,
about greatest in the ring, he's way up there for me.
yeah,
But that was my number 16. So DDP, yeah, number 16. You're number 15, Mr. Christian.
sure. So we really covered this guy earlier, and we're talking about Macho Man Randy Savage. Just going back to my belief, just being a character, like think about this, guys. Back then, there really was no mixed martial arts, no UFC of that sort, and in the way it is now. Back then, when people heard the name Macho Man, you knew this guy was a badass. People were afraid of Macho Man. So especially him being wrestling, like that was kind of like the crux of manliness, toughness. So if you were to go into wrestling, you would have to go through a guy like him.
Yeah.
But after his time with the rise of the combat sports, it's like now it's shifted where the tough guys are in these combat sports, which is shocking, man. Like just because I saw that era, like I saw the '90s where everyone's to New York, and these were the tough guys. The the whole mixed martial arts was still underground. Is that there's a paradigm shift where once the macho mans were gone, then the mixed martial arts guys took the tough guys, the legitimate ones. So it's like, okay, now it's like reverse. Like, so I guess the guys in WWE were not so tough as the mixed martial arts guys. Like
Hmm.
America got hit, even Japan got hit
Yeah.
when Pride Fighting came. So it's like, man, it like we didn't just lose Macho Man, but we lost that term, the Macho Man itself. to the other side, and it's really hard for wrestling to come back to that damn age because
Yeah.
wrestling they had the Macho Mans the whole time until combat sports, and just
Yeah.
going to Macho Man more as a wrestler, like just character, what he did with the Slim Jim, just you were grateful to have him in your wrestling company because you knew you're gonna make money. The commercials, the TV exposure, the interviews with celebrities, uh, the pop culture, like the parodies. I remember Dexter's Laboratory.
Yeah.
They had a space Macho Man, like
The
the,
space macho. Yeah.
yeah, like can you imagine like any wrestler would wish to be a parody, like just be taking pop culture. Spider-Man as also took him as Bonesaw,
Yep.
like like the legacy, the legend of Macho Man
Mm-hmm.
is envious at this point. The
Yes.
Snack into a
boys
Slim Jim.
and guys, because I'm in the anime world, Bill Butts, a California voice actor who has grown in the last 6 years. He did an anime called One Punch Man. He played a bad guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He purposely
Saw that.
had his impression of Macho Man. That guy had the
Yeah.
job, the guy on the road.
Yeah.
So if you guys know the
One
character,
punch. Yeah.
yep.
Of course.
Yeah.
So again, Bill Butts attribute his career, kind of help span to Macho Man because he
I
can
always
do
had a
that voice.
feeling, but you confirmed it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've been with him, and he said
Yeah.
to he said everywhere like Macho Man, like I use him, and it's got me roles. So there's an homage to that too.
Real quick, nothing to do with this, but if you're an anime fan, go check out Christian's interviews, where he interviews a lot of voice actors in the anime world. Fantastic, man. I've never said this to you in person, but I've seen those interviews with a lot of those
Oh,
voice actors.
Christian, did
Fantastic.
you interview my favorite guy, Bryce Papenbrook?
wasn't me, but the guys before me got him. So
He's in
Yeah,
I
everything.
I would love
He's
to
in
get him.
everything I love.
yeah,
I I would like to get him for a revisit because he's done so many things since
Oh,
the last interview, which was around like what 2013, 2014. So that resume has ballooned since
yeah.
then.
Chris's
So
anime's interviews are
Attack on
incredible.
Titan, Demon Slayer,
Hmm.
the list goes on.
SAO.
The list goes on, absolutely.
Yep.
But yeah, go watch them.
Fate
Small
Stay
plug
Night.
for Chris. Oh
Just
yeah,
a
My
bunch of my
favorite.
favorites.
Basically,
I
it's my
think my
favorite.
second and third would probably be, and these guys are freaking. They are on plays on Broadway now. Andrew Reynolds and Sebastian Arsalis. They voiced the original Yoa Sakura and Lenny, Len Tao in Shaman King.
Oh wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And
the
Shaman
wife
King,
Yeah.
was
yep.
like, "Why do I know these names?" And I'm like, "I knew them from Shaman King,
Shaman
and
King.
she knew them from their time on Broadway because Andrew Reynolds was in he played Elder Price in the that the South Park creators Book of Mormon,
Yeah,
and I guess Sebastian was in Rent at some point. Recently, he just did
later.
Into the Woods, yeah, for with his wife, and I've always wanted to meet these two and get them to sign. If you ever seen How I Met Your Mother, Andrew Reynolds was the band guy that he was such a jerk. I was like, why would you guys make him a jerk? I had a hard time disliking him.
But he
Love
did
that
a
guy.
great job. If yeah,
He
he did a
did.
great.
He was an ass.
He was a dick for sure.
He was a jerk.
Yeah,
Oh man.
but he did it so
Oh.
well. He did a great job for sure.
Did
No,
you ever
definitely.
interview any of those two, Christian?
No, I haven't. Like, I'm not sure
Yeah.
if I'll be able to, but it comes like if I can make it happen. So. Yeah, just my point just overall is you'd be surprised, guys, like when it comes to how influential wrestling and wrestlers can be on other mediums, because even some
Oh
actors
yeah,
have been fans of these bygone wrestlers. So legacy lives on one way or the other just because of the voice impressions, the presentation, the aura, the personalities they brought in. It's influential, guys, in so many
yeah,
ways. And don't be surprised again if you do watch any anime, video games, a cartoon, any medium, and you hear like that sounds like a Macho Man, or that sounds like so wrestler like, oh, okay, because this actor was a fan of
It was a
that
fan.
wrestler back in the day. So it happens, guys. You just don't really expect until it happens.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. That was your number 15, right, Chris?
Yes.
All right,
Sure
Luis,
was.
your number 15.
My number 15, and this was really tough, but I gotta say, like with Christian, we're big fans of New Japan, and I want to talk about an era that, since I'm finishing up, because the rest of my list will actually consist of a lot of the wrestling I did get to watch. Um, my wrestlers, and I'm gonna do what you did, Jose. I'm gonna do a little cheat thing, and Christian's gonna know what
That's
era
cool.
I'm talking about. I put Hiroshi Tanahashi on it. I love him. I tweeted him. I tweeted Triple H. I tweeted John Cena. I want a dream match. It would just sell, dude. It would sell. John versus him. It would one company versus another company. They could even go back and forth. It'd be great. But I wanted to see that. Hiroshi was basically the John Cena of New Japan. And the next one that I love is Tetsuya Naito, because Jose habla español, ¿verdad? I've
Sí, hablo
never heard
español.
a Japanese man speak our language, bro.
Yeah.
And Tetsuya Naito, he does it so well. I feel like I need to go hang out with him, and he needs to teach me Japanese. Just because, dude, he's great. Oh, and then he does this thing, I guess, because when he used to train in Mexico, they used to do this to him because he's Asian.
Yeah.
So bad.
Yeah.
Oh, but Tranquilo. Oh,
Tranquilo,
dude.
yeah. I think we alluded
Yeah.
this on the previous episode. You mentioned them a couple times.
I love him, and he's
Yeah.
got the best. Now that since Kenny and the Bucks went to AEW, AJ and the Good Brothers haven't been on, but they were with WWE most recently. Um,
Hmm.
Ever since Bullet Club went down like that, I think Los Ingobernables de Japón, LIJ, they're the best. They're the best stable left, dude. Even, I mean, close second would probably be United Empire. I know Evil, who used to be in Lij,
Evil, yeah.
um, in his House of Torture, I
Hmm.
believe he's calling his stable now. Um, he's trying to get his stable up there. I see that he's still trying to branch out from the War Dogs Bullet Club. David Finley.
Yeah.
But back to NATO. He leads the best stable, and he has for the best in the last decade. Sonata and Evil both branched out, but it's like you guys came from his stable. Um, so I wanted to cheat and use them both on there to
Yeah.
define that era,
That's fine.
and I
That's
think
fine.
Christian would even back me up on that.
Yeah.
That's I can not leave them on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're amazing. Let me jump in because I did get to see them both, I believe so, in 2019 when I was in Japan. I went to Korakuen Hall
Lucky.
and yeah, I got to watch a bunch of guys like different staples, different
I watched them
wrestlers.
on Access TV.
I was there. By the way, if you guys do go Korakuen Hall, you can bring in your own drinks into Korakuen Hall. Just go to local convenience store and just walk right in with your drinks.
Japan is
I,
different, man, for sure.
They
yeah,
are, man. They're
Yeah.
yeah,
chill.
yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I got to see Naito, amazing. Tanahashi, like I somewhere in my realm, I have a free like small little flyer of Tanahashi that they were just handing out at the doorways. I'm like, oh sweet, like
That's
here, like
crazy.
yeah, like it's somewhere. I don't know where I put it. I was buying picture frames to keep that kind of memorabilia. I don't know where this guy's like, but I have it somewhere in my space. I
Oh
just don't
yeah.
know, guys. But like yeah, just taking that with me. Oh, it's free. Nice
Yeah,
keep
absolutely.
keepsake. So I
Yeah.
understand Sandman, like because again, he is the ace. He's someone that's been with New Japan for what 25 years
The
since
company man,
yeah, since his
the
his
John
uh
Cena.
his
The
Young
John
Lions
Cena,
days.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And another fun fact. that I forgot because let's face it, Razor has done so much. I named off a lot of things, but a young Hiroshi Tanahashi fought Razor Ramon when he was in New Japan
Yeah.
for a little while there,
Nice.
and he put
Nice.
him over, and he
Ooh.
told everybody this kid is special before Hiroshi became as big as he did.
Yeah.
It
Wow.
just goes to tell you how special Razor was, right? I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, but the man, when he wasn't creating talent, he knew talent when he wrestled it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Basically. That's where we got Rhea Ripley from that school of Scott Hall, and
Oh
because
wow,
they
no wonder
look,
she's good.
yeah,
Really?
yeah, the Razor's Edge, she uses that, right? It makes
Yeah.
sense.
So does Damien.
Yeah, Damien
Damien's
too.
got that whole
Yeah.
story that
They
he
can,
talked to Kevin and
yeah,
him about it.
yeah, they're from that same family tree, that Scott Hall family tree of talent. It makes
Dude,
sense.
it
Scott
does.
new talent. Speaking of Scott Hall, that's where my number 15 comes in. I bumped him up higher this time around because it used to be Diamond Dallas. He's my number 16 this time around. And this is where Scott Hall comes in. On my original list, I did the NWO completely because Kenny and I were going back and forth. Like, why don't we just make the NWO? But if we're gonna pick one guy, it's Scott Hall.
Yeah.
You know, it. I met him 3 times. Again, the nicest guy in wrestling probably that I've ever met. Besides John Cena, maybe, and a couple other people, but fantastic. Scott Hall is a GOAT for a reason. Rest in peace, Chico. That's my number 15.
I I was gonna just jump on that.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, and this won't be negative when I say it's problem. I wish he stuck around longer in WWE for the same reason I said about Ken Shamrock. Can you imagine him wrestling Eddie Guerrero, which they both have not wrestled each other? Can you imagine if he did
Wow,
wrestle?
really?
Yeah,
Not even in
never.
WCW?
No, they didn't. They got separated.
That's
They he
insane.
he's got kicked. He's got his ass kicked by Scott Hall, but he never got to have like a one-on-one match. Like that could. Can you imagine a WrestleMania like a playing like maybe like a fourth match or a fourth card in WrestleMania? Those two. Can you imagine even like Rey Mysterio versus Scott Hall or John Cena versus Scott Hall? Can you imagine that? Both in prime if Scott Hall was more healthy.
Even
Can you
Brock
imagine?
Lesnar got to face Eddie Guerrero. That's crazy.
Yeah. Can you
I
imagine?
love that
Yeah.
match. That was a good
Yeah,
match.
that was a classic match.
Even
More
if
on
Yeah.
that later.
Goldberg speared him and gave him the belt.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great.
More on that later. But yeah, the point is,
Or TNA, like can you imagine just a straight match, Scott Hall versus like an AJ Styles? Can you think about that?
ah, yeah.
Or just make it a little more fun. Like just for us hardcore wrestling fans, Monty Brown versus Scott Hall. Just
Oh, the
for
alpha male. Yeah,
yes,
going way
just
back.
just for the sake of it, just for the pure TNA-ness of it.
Yeah, early TNA for
Yeah,
sure.
just
Absolutely.
uh what else can I throw on that list? Hell, Homicide versus Scott Hall, like in TNA for a pay-per-view.
That'd be cool.
That never happened because I know he was in TNA for a while.
Scott, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
at the same
That
time too.
Yeah.
But I guess they kept them separated because Homicide
I
had the ethics
guess
division.
so. Oh,
and then when he did come back, X-Pac and Scott Hall were doing more tag team because Scott
yeah.
was so slower. So
Yeah,
yeah, he was really. And then you saw like the way, like, oh my God, he gained more weight. You could tell by his face like he looked out of breath. So you
yeah,
could rely on the 2010 Scott Hall because he was really kind of past, his prime
for
and just
sure,
the
for
so
sure.
even if you did, like, it just wouldn't have the magic behind it. Like, hey,
Yeah,
him still being sharp, him still on having his instincts intact.
yeah.
Like, so you wouldn't even get like much of it anyways if you did like put him with all these best guys
Oh,
from
for
that
sure,
time.
for
So
sure.
that's why I say it's a problem because
No,
he
it's
wasn't young enough.
valid. I'm glad he stuck around the time that he did because he's had so many great matches to choose from. So Scott Hall, that's 15. That means you're number 14, Chris.
Okay. So number 14 for me, it's gonna be John Cena, and I put him
Damn.
here like this spot because just for the wrestling aspect, like what he's done for the company, him though shuffling to Hollywood, for what it is, for better or worse, but I think it's a good spot just for me because he's still memorable. He's always been a man that's big with the Make-A-Wish Foundation,
Yeah.
trying to, at least trying to use his name for that type of publicity where
Yeah.
he wants to be used for a good cause. I know there could be some corporate stuff behind it. I get it. Is that who else is able to really do that? I'm sure you get someone else. It's just it wouldn't ring the same way that a John Cena can.
Yeah.
Deliver for Make a Wish and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the longevity, him to trying to finish up, this year in 2025, with whatever gas he's got in the tank. Respects to that for these
Yeah.
trying to go out with just one more bang. Whoever's got left in his tank. Remember with Thugonomics. I just remember,
Hanging.
I just remember when he was running with B2, man. Like
Oh, B2, yeah.
yeah, you guys remember that? And then
Yeah.
I've got the other guy after him that took over, man. Can you imagine those guys thinking nowadays, just looking back, like they were with John Cena
His
for
freestyles
that
were
small
wild
stint?
back then, man. They were
Yeah,
so wild. Talking about illegal immigration and John was wild back then when he first started. Yeah,
yeah.
he was great.
Uh, the
Yeah.
music, man, is very catchy for what it is. And then
Yeah.
again, Chain Gang, John Cena, just the A team. Like, I wish we could have done something for real life with those guys. Like, like the way like Hogan had Mr. T. Would like to see like John Cena with Bumpy Knuckles. Like,
Yeah.
have a similar play out like
Yeah.
that. Like,
Absolutely. A lot of great rivalries to choose from, though. He's Hall of Fame career without a doubt, obviously. It's guaranteed, obviously. That was your 14. So, Luis, you're number 14.
So my number 14, and this is really hard for me because this man is anybody's number one. I always mess with my father-in-law, and I said, because my father-in-law looks like him. And I'm like, one of these years, I'm gonna get you the vest, and you got your shorts already. And I'm gonna make you wear that freaking beard, and you're gonna come out as Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh shoot! Oh, what was I watching? Grown Ups 2? I didn't even know he was in that. But he's the one of the bullies that Adam Sandler had as a kid. That was funny. I watched that, and then we watched him on Hot Ones with the wings. Oh
Yeah,
man, like I said, my father-in-law is not into it as much as we are,
he almost
and
had a heart
I
attack.
got him to sit down and actually watch it because I said, "Yo, Dad, I got you on doing the Hot Ones episode." Dude, I spat out my coffee when he said, "Man, you're trying to get Stone Cold. You want to tell everybody you made Stone Cold piss himself with his hot wing." That's
Yeah,
great. So the thing about Stone Cold, my brother, I loved him. The Shattering Glass, King of the Ring, right?
iconic.
Everything. I got to catch him towards the end of his career. Like I got to catch him. I watched all of his stuff, of course, even the documentary my brother showed me, where he was, the Hollywood Blondes with Brian Pillman.
With Brian Pillman, yeah, WCW.
Dude, the chain that Brian got him, I feel like I gotta mention Brian with him now, especially after that Dark Side. Actually, I was gonna tell you one of my dream matches. We should do a dream matches podcast, Jose. Tell
Yeah,
Ken one of my ideas.
yeah, for sure.
One of my dream matches, dude,
I'll
is
write
I
this
want to
down.
see Cody face Brian Pillman Jr. and I
Oh,
want
yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin managing him for the belt.
The one time I saw a gun in the WWF on real life TV was Brian Pillman pointing it at Austin. Crazy, crazy. What a time
That
to be
was
alive back.
nuts.
You couldn't do that today.
Mm-mm.
No, you couldn't do that today. But back then,
Dude, they got so much heat for it back then.
yeah,
And they were getting away with a
yeah.
lot.
Oh yeah. They got away with it a little bit, but it was still caught some heat. But today, no way. Not happening.
Dude. Yeah, I just love the documentary because when he's talking about Stone Cold's not a tag team wrestler, he's a singles wrestler, and when they made him team up with Bryan, he's like, we had a good thing going, and then they split us up. It's so funny because wait a second, didn't you just say you ain't a tag team wrestler? Yeah, but we got a good thing going now. You know,
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Because it's like I'm that kind of guy where it takes me a little bit. Like the wife has to nudge me towards certain things, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. And then later on, when are we doing this again? I love it. That was me. Like I love that. And then we all know everything Stone Cold did. He basically beat WCW on his own. Come
Because
on.
they shot himself in the foot when they fired him, which is crazy.
Oh, dude. Or when they turned him, what was it? They turned him heel, right?
Yeah, they fired him because they didn't know what to do with him. The
Not only
biggest,
that, but because Vince just wanted to bury him to Brock, and Stone Cold was like, he's like, dude, I'll put him over, but I feel like you deserve to give my character a little more respect. I want you to build a story,
yeah,
and you just want me to go into a squash match?
yeah, not happening.
Yeah,
Not happening. It was
no,
never gonna happen.
no, and I agree with him. I was like, that's what happened because when we didn't know this backstage stuff as kids, everybody just kept saying, "Oh, he's hurt, his neck and stuff." Right?
Yeah,
That's what they kept telling us.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember that.
Well, he was on his
Yeah,
way out because the guys coming up back then. You had Brock coming up, you had Randy Orton coming up, Kurt Angle in
Batista,
his
John
prime,
Cena.
Batista, John Cena. Austin was on his way out. He knew it. He knew.
Yeah,
Plus, he couldn't do it anymore. You know, could have died
yeah,
in the
his
ring.
knees. Yeah, his knees. Never mind his neck. Right with
Never
that
mind his
skull.
neck. Yeah, and his
Yeah,
knees. Forget it. It's over. But I'm glad The Rock was his last match. It makes sense. The two biggest guys
great
in
match.
yeah,
I love those matches. Those two were magic.
yeah,
Oh my
magic,
God,
magic, magic. I'll get into them much later, but yeah, more on that
definitely.
later, definitely.
Oh yeah. But
So
Stone Cold Steve Austin is
oh yeah,
on my number 14.
number 14. So my number 14 used to be my number 13. He got bumped down one. Kane used to be my number 14 on the original, but now it's gonna be Jeff Hardy in my number 14. I know the Hardy Boys are your guys, Luis, and Jeff is my guy. As a
Yeah,
singles, I'm glad he won a world title for sure. He had his
I think
run.
Freddie Prinze Jr. wrote that for him,
Yeah.
right?
Had he stayed sober, I think he would have been bigger than John. He even said
Dude,
it too,
yeah,
because he was on a roll. He could have
It's
taken John's
was.
spot.
it's funny you say that. Especially in the 2000s, there was still these Vaps fans that they can't stop watching wrestling, but when you still ask them who's your favorite wrestler, Jeff Hardy was the name. Like,
Oh, Jeff was the guy back then, man.
yeah, like
Forget it.
Yeah,
even people that stopped, like I used to watch wrestling, but I love Jeff Hardy. It's like, or that's your name they knew, like name wrestler Jeff Hardy. Like I was surprised, like oh shit, like
Yeah,
okay, so he's just a different type of animal, just because
yeah,
that kind of rebelness behind him, the dyed
yeah,
hair of his daredevil antics, you want
yeah,
to call it that.
oh
So
yeah.
he resonated with the young crowd because I said imagine myself, just use your body as a weapon, just high fly, just the music itself kind of spoke for him. Like there was almost like not caring, and it's like I'm just going to do what I can in order to win.
yeah,
Like in this weird type of
yeah.
fun dance style, best way I can describe it. So
Definitely. He's had a
that's
Hall of
Yeah.
Fame. He's had a Hall of Fame career in WWE, obviously, and in TNA. I mean,
mhm.
he's been
He's been
around
everywhere.
forever,
I think he
everywhere.
Yeah.
helped. I go forward to say he helped at least push TNA to have
Oh,
some that
definitely,
presence.
definitely. His matches against Jeff Jarrett in TNA were fantastic. I mean, just
We're not
Hey,
gonna talk about what happened with Sting because
yeah,
hey,
I
yeah.
was just gonna
That's
hey,
say
rough.
I'll
That's
say
he
rough.
was
this.
like,
That's rough.
Watch his match against Abyss. Like
Yes,
that was
mm,
amazing.
yes, that was incredible. That was an amazing match against Abyss. Forget about it. Chris
like you
Parks,
were saying,
Abyss.
Jose, if he would have just stayed sober, right?
He would have been
Well,
the guy.
So one of the things that because I watched the DVD, and the one thing that I learned about Jeff is you love Jeff, Christian loves Jeff, Kenny probably loves Jeff, I love Jeff, everybody loves Jeff, but you know what the problem is? Jeff doesn't love Jeff. And
Yeah.
then I think Matt, I forgot somebody said that in their DVD when they said, "Why does he do these things? I know he's hurting, and I know he had a hard time losing his mother. It's just it's a lot. There's like a psychological thing that made him do that stuff, right?"
You know what's crazy? Here's how long he's been in the game. He got to wrestle Yokozuna when he was 17.
Oh
Yeah,
no, beyond that, he was 16 when he wrestled Razor Ramon.
yeah,
Like that. Can you talk
yeah.
about
I heard
crazy?
Yeah,
about that.
he
He
got to
died.
The
wrestle
Bucks still
Yokozuna.
wear
He
the
died.
outfits.
Here's the story. Here's the story, guys. Beyond that, the reason that happened is he died his age
Mhm.
because here's two factors that happened.
Matt's
The one,
18, right?
the
At that time.
so the guy that was working behind the scenes started eat that was Chief Jay Strumbo, and they said that he started getting lazy at his job with WWE because he was getting older. He was set for life with Vince Jr. because he worked for Vince Sr. So
Hmm.
because of default, he would not get in trouble for anything. So because Jeff told Strumbo, "I'm 18" when he's actually 16, he just took it at face value, like, okay, yeah, whatever, go ahead, you're gonna wrestle Razor Ramon.
So what was
So
Matt saying? He was 20?
And
I
then
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, because Matt's
Yokozuna
older
is
Or
than him.
17, which is
as
crazy.
long as
Yeah,
Chief Jay Strumbo heard 18 or up, that was okay with him. So I imagine a number above 18 was good enough for Strumbo.
yeah.
So that's the story behind that. So it's two factors that Jeff was willing to lie about his age, and
Yeah.
two, the guy that heard that okayed it without checking.
I bet any money he definitely took a splash from Yokozuna from the top rope.
Dude.
And the fact that he's still alive after those TLC matches, that Yokozuna match, him jumping off the Titantron, I mean,
All right.
Hell in a Cells, cage matches.
against Taker, I mean, just
All right, guys, that's another fantasy match. Can you imagine a prime Yokozuna versus a prime Jeff Hardy? Rather be 2002, 2003, 04, 05 Jeff Hardy of those two. Imagine a whisper of the wind onto Yokozuna. Can you imagine that moment?
that would be crazy. That'd be dope.
It's just him just taking it, like Yokozuna just jumping off a cage.
A
Jeff,
swanton on Yokozuna?
can you imagine that? Yeah.
I Christian, I got an even bigger dream match than that.
Okay, shoot.
Jeff Hardy, 0203 in his prime versus Will Ospreay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Dude,
Will Ospreay's good.
I love Will Ospreay.
I love
More on
Will
that
Ospreay.
later.
Yeah. I'll take Jeff, but Will Ospreay's great.
Dude. Oh yeah.
That was
Well,
my
Jeff was the trendsetter. Will wouldn't be flying if he hadn't seen. I'm sure he watched Jeff fly around.
Oh yeah.
Dude.
Definitely. 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 But that's my number 14. I love Jeff, and we all do here. I know Luis loves the Hardys. That was his number one team. So
Yep.
that's my number 14. So we're going to number 13 with Chris. Number 13.
okay, here's another surprise for you guys. A NXT guy that has been doing well so far is Braun Breaker, the son or one of the Steiner boys. Just his genetics, just looking like his father, just that Steiner look he has. And you could tell like from NXT, Triple H had big plans for him.
Oh
Like just
yeah.
like, okay, going to take to the next level. And I'm sure there's also a way of kind of like mend the fences to the Steiner brothers as, hey, I'm sorry for my nonsense. I'll make sure that I take good care of your boy here.
He's
So I'm
so
pretty
young
sure
too.
he doesn't look young too. That's nothing. Like he looks
Yeah.
older than his age.
He's
Like
Looks like
27.
he
I'm
looks like
older than
Rick
him.
Steiner's little
Yeah.
brother more than
I
Scott
Yeah.
does.
well, guys, we're older than
We're
him.
all
Like, especially
older
me.
than him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fun. Like trying to accept that like my face compared to his, like you think be the opposite.
Braun is a
Just
freak of nature, man.
yeah,
He's in
Yeah.
his 20s, right?
He's 27.
Jesus.
He's young. He's still young. He's got a lot of years left in him.
Hopefully.
You could tell
I
he's
don't
Rick's
know.
son because I love the Steiner brothers, but between Rick and Scott, Rick was the tough dude.
Mhm.
Rick was the tough guy. Like he really was with the smoke. And you can tell Braun is the same way.
S-
Like
Yeah.
Braun's so
I,
explosive.
Here's what I heard, especially like the old 80s collegiate wrestling. That was a different ball game.
Oh yeah.
Especially Iowa was the king of the Division One world. Michigan held their own, the Wolverines over there, against like the Midwestern teams. So
Yeah.
they came from an era where it's like you really had to be mentally tough and
Oh yeah.
fight through pain, bring the pain, especially if you're going to go against like Iowa, which I want to see that, guys. Like I tried to look for like wrestling matches of both Rick and Scott wrestling the Iowa guys. 'Cause I want to see like how tough are they against like the Iowa team. Like that's my big question. Like, are you tougher than Iowa? Because if you're tougher, then you're a different level, in my humble opinion. So I'm going to look for it somehow if it's out there.
I think in a real fight, if you put Prime Scott Steiner versus Prime Rick Steiner, Rick would demolish Scott. Rick would take him easily because he was just Scott got all the light the spotlight right, but Rick was just. It makes sense why Braun is the way he is, like
That
father,
Steiner
like
math don't
son,
add
right?
up, Jose.
Yeah, well, it will add up eventually.
I had to
That's
drop
good.
that.
Yeah,
You're right, though. You're right about Rick, but that
yeah, Rick,
Steiner math won't add up in that
yeah.
promo.
But I love the Braun pick. He'll be a world champion. Like I
Yeah,
said, him and Jacob, that rivalry is gonna feed generations when it happens. I know it's gonna happen soon.
yeah.
Eventually, that's gonna be the next big rivalry. Who
Mhm.
Braun versus Jacob Fatu. They're both similar, quick, explosive, strong, crazy.
Hey, I got matches. Bra Breaker versus Hideo.
Yeah.
Breaker versus I want to see him wrestle CM Punk just one on one,
Oh man.
just to get like the experience and the rub. I'm sure Punk will give him that, like make him look like $1 million.
Braun will wash him,
Maybe,
man.
maybe, maybe John Cena versus Braun Breaker just for the hell of it, just so it's happened.
Yeah.
Uh, who else can we throw in that mix? Breaker versus
Braun versus Seth.
oh yeah, that too. Yeah, and when that
Yeah,
does, yeah,
that would be, because Seth can wrestle, but Braun is just he's tough.
yeah.
it's
I
he's
mean, you
too
want he's supposed to be the killing machine, so
what if
yeah.
Roman comes back and takes on them all, including Braun?
I want to
Yeah, I
see
was gonna
that.
say Braun Breaker versus Roman Reigns. That'd be decent.
That will, yeah, explosive match. Could
or
happen.
or Fatu versus Breaker. There's
That's
that.
that's my dream match.
Yeah,
Jacob Fatu versus Braun Breaker. Yeah, that's my dream match. That should be a
someday.
WrestleMania match. That should
Yeah,
be a WrestleMania match.
they got a few months to do it, so build
Yeah,
up.
they should do two in a row or three. Just run it back. So, what was your number 13, Chris? It was Braun Breaker,
Yes.
right? Yeah, fantastic. Love him. Luis, 13.
My 13 has to go. I'm gonna go with the
Snitsky.
never seen 17. Kenny ran off before I could say that to him. I love that. The never seen
The
17,
never seen 17.
the last real champion, John Cena.
John Cena.
I mean, I was so mad at Mania that I was hoping he was going to come out against my boy Cody with what Travis Scott doing the thugonomics with him. That's what I was hoping. But I mean, come on, that would have been better than what we got.
Yeah.
10 minutes of Travis Scott clearly doing the Rock spot because the Rock couldn't come to for 10 minutes for us, right? More on that later.
Yeah.
The Rock,
More exactly.
the Rock, man.
Exactly.
Talk about guys that made me mad that I used to love. But yeah, no, John Cena, dude. He's on my list. He's my number 13. He would be higher for me if it wasn't for that era where he went PG on us. But I love everything about him when he came out.
I
He
want to
fought Kurt.
Yeah.
right? I actually saw that on, I think it was still UPN 50 on Thursday night, SmackDown.
Oh yeah. Channel
Yeah,
9, Channel 50
ruthless
later.
aggression. Yeah,
Smack the hell out of Kurt. Yeah.
yeah, right. Better than what
Against.
the other guy did.
Oh yeah.
The one guy that tried to put him in a real lock.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that it was what we were gonna see again when he first came out, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is better.
Yeah.
And then he got his push with Thugonomics. I still remember him facing Rene Dupree for the U.S. title. Yeah, I'm going all the way back then.
Yeah.
And then I remember him facing Undertaker. Old school versus new school is what they
Yeah.
promoted it
Old school
as.
versus new school.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Taker gave him the handshake. It's hard to get a handshake from Taker, right?
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, man, he got the
Yeah.
stamp of approval even back then.
Yeah.
And then I loved his matches against JBL, against Big Show when he lifted him. I know you guys mentioned that earlier, but do you remember?
Him and
Because,
Edge.
dude, my father-in-law was seeing John because he took his daughters to see John Cena like in the 2000s, late 2000s, and he's like, "This John Cena he's still big," and I'm like, "Yeah, he's still big, like, but he's toned now. Ever since
Yeah.
he spent that time with Jackie Chan, he used to be even bigger.
He's
Believe it,
jacked. Yeah, for
dude.
sure.
His arm was bigger than my head,
Oh yeah.
dude.
His hand was
And-
bigger than my head.
dude. And then seeing him lift Big Show 500 pounds like that over his
Crazy.
head. You can't come on. They talk about wrestling being fake. We don't say that word, right?
Him and
But
Edge together, that's like 700 or close to 800 pounds,
dude,
which is crazy.
you
Crazy.
insane.
Freak.
Insane. But
Freak.
yeah, John Cena is definitely my favorite. I gotta say, I love watching him face AJ Styles. I love
That was
watching
good.
him fight. I
Yeah.
love watching him fight The Rock 1 and 2.
He tied Ric Flair by beating AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. That was a great
Yeah.
match. Dude, Christian, you would even like that match because that
Yeah.
was some New Japan stuff with the multi-finishers just to
Oh,
show how
yeah.
special these two wrestlers are.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a squash match or anything. It's just they kept hitting each other with their move over and over just to show how special they were together.
I think
It
that
was
was No
great.
Way Out against AJ. It was like 2017.
That was SummerSlam.
Was it? Oh no, it was the Rumble. I think it was a Royal Rumble. Yeah, it was a Royal Rumble. Why am I saying No Way Out?
It
Rumble.
was 2017.
Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
Where John won
Yeah,
16.
because I had just
Number
come
16.
back watching the program in 16. I stopped watching it before that because of the Undertaker Brock nonsense.
Against
More on that
JBL.
later.
Against JBL, he won his first world title.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 20.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah.
What about his match against Shawn Michaels
Ah,
when he came out in the Mustang?
yeah. Drifting the
Oh.
Mustang. Yeah, crazy. Crazy.
And then all his countless matches against Randy. I love that they took that back. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't get to see any of those live because it was on Raw.
I saw a
And I didn't have
couple.
cable at the time.
I was big into TNA at that time because Kurt Angle was in TNA.
Perk Angle.
Yeah. Oh man. Forget about it. That dude was crazy. But yeah.
Kurt Angle versus Sting. Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe. Kurt Angle versus AJ Styles.
Everybody.
Kurt Angle versus the world.
Everybody could get it. Oh man, forget it.
Dude, I remember when he left WWE, him and Mark Henry. I never would have thought I'd say those two in the same sentence. Remember that? Hall of Pain, and he was the wrestling machine.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. You
Good
couldn't
stuff.
touch. You couldn't touch Kurt Angle back then.
No.
He was
wrestling
Kurt-
machine.
Yeah. Prime Kurt
Great.
Angle put him up against anybody. My
He's
money's on
Kenny
Kurt.
Omega's favorite wrestler. When I heard that, I believe it.
He's just the perfect guy. I'll get into him more later.
Yeah,
Way
I
later.
hope so.
Kurt Angle.
But that's my number 13 peak.
Yeah.
The never seen 17
Oh yeah.
John Cena.
Number 13 used to be Jeff Hardy. He's number 14. And now my number 13 is going to be Ric Flair, the Nature Boy. It's Ric Flair. This is Kenny's number 1. He's going to be mad that I put him this low. But that's him. It's Ric Flair.
I'm so tempted, guys. I'm so tempted.
In my defense, I never got to watch Rick because I'm not that old.
It's
but
It's Ric Flair. I mean, he's
All right.
yeah.
Only because you say his name, helicopter.
Yo, Christian, what's your number 12? What's your number 12?
As good we just move on. We
Yeah,
need
move
to.
on. Number
If
12.
number 12, so just to bring some more cast back here. My number 12 and fast growing, Gunther.
Wow.
When he was still Walter, when I first saw him, like he was supposed to be the big news. I saw like, okay, what's all hubbub about? When he first challenged Pete Dunne around like the build to the WrestleMania around
Yeah.
2019. I thought, okay, like we were talking about like you have to have like that face, that personality. I knew right away this guy, he was serious business. This guy was a threat. At first, like, okay, I thought that this guy's too legit. Like, he is too much for us to handle. But when I started seeing the way he wrestled, I'm like, holy shit, like, this guy's so basic. He wasn't trying to wrestle like a lightweight because there's been, at that time, there were a few big guys that were trying to move like a lightweight. And
Yeah.
I was okay, I've seen too many of those, but this guy was different. Just even a simple splash off the rope, he made old moves look new. Either because legitimately, we as fans who grew up in the 90s and 2000s did not see these moves for a while because everyone got decided to get fancy, they decided to take more risk or try to do a lot of the indie stuff with all these flips and
Yeah.
moonsaults, but Gunther just played to his strength. He played to what worked for him and what helped because he was still under the NXT UK banner. Everything was still constrained into that European style, even though the WWE had their umbrella over that part of the world. It was different. Everything that was old was new. I would say it got revitalized because of Gunther, because what he was doing out there in NXT UK, so much that by what Survivor Series 2019, they brought him for Survivor Series. Like of
Right.
all the guys in the roster of NXT UK, Gunther was a pick. They brought him as the lone guy representing NXT UK to compete in the Survivor Series match with the SmackDown guys and the Raw guys, and then there's one regular NXT guys that this was a staple. This was supposed to be the lineup, and Gunther was one of it. Like shit, like you could tell by that point, Dory had big plans for him.
Yeah.
And the match with Ilya, the first match of with him and Ilya Dragunov, that was amazing. During COVID, like no audience members, like that hard hitting match, just brute force, just old classic brawl. That was amazing.
Oh yeah.
Uh, and then the one that made the headlines was his match with Tyler Bates. 45 minutes. Did not feel like 45 minutes, and it was just they said like it was classic wrestling, like you would see in the 80s and 70s. Uh, Yeah, I followed Gunther all those years. I was very skeptical about the name change from Walter to Gunther, but it sticks. It survived. It's done its job. Just in terms of marketing, in terms of building name credibility, both in WWE and the wrestling world. Uh, and again, him being the ring general, you can trust that he'll give you good wrestling and he'll draw you some tickets once you put him out there. So I'm glad he's having a good run. Uh, and they said right as of what a few months ago, 75%, if not 80% of his time in WWE, he's been a champion. And that
Yeah.
other what 20% that's without belt. And like that's hard, man. Like to like I mean I'm trying to think even like wrestlers gone by, if they even had that, maybe like a very small percentage of wrestlers had that kind of privilege. So
Yeah.
yeah,
For
he's
sure.
just different specimen altogether.
Definitely. Definitely. I agree 100%. So real quick, Luis had a family emergency that he had to get to, but I want to thank him for joining, and hopefully he'll probably breeze through his top whatever he had left, 12 or 13, somewhere down the line. But again, thank you, Luis, for joining, and good luck with, all the family stuff. Take care of that first, for sure. And so I'm gonna breeze through mine. So my number 12 used to be way low, but I cheated and added another guy on here. So 12 is gonna be Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero. You can't have one without the other. You gotta have them both together. It just makes sense. If we're talking greatest technicians in the ring, these guys, if they're not in the top three, they're definitely in the top five, without question. Neither one is any longer with us. Obviously, Eddie is the light to the end of the tunnel, and Chris represents the darkness. If you know, you know. I won't get into that, but Eddie died a hero, and I could never pick who is better between these two because they're both so good. So that's my number 12. I wish they were higher, but you'll see why they're where they are. But they could be higher down the line. You never know. For another number 12. Your number 11, Chris.
Yeah, number 11 is gonna be the two-parter because this will be the only one I've done so far. This is Terry Funk and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Two Texans that have shaped the industry. Terry coming from the older generation, Stone Cold coming out from like that time, the modern generation, which he still kind of has a presence here in this modern generation, if that makes any sense. Terry Funk, just what he did in the territories before, well, territories and with Japan before going to ECW, just doing what he can over there for a small company that he had no business doing. He didn't have to be in ECW, but he chose to. Then small stint with WWE for what was worth. Doing kind of stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, like just the legacy he left behind. Especially when I go back to his family in Amarillo, Texas, with his brother Dory Funk Jr. and his father Dory Funk Sr. Just what they did for the business out in Texas on their area, their piece of territory.
Yeah.
Uh, and then Stone Cold, just what he's done for the industry, a household name. Everyone knows him. Texas Rattlesnake, the match with The Rock, Undertaker, Big Show, Kane. The list
Kurt
goes
Angle,
on.
Scott Hall, The
Kurt Angle, yeah.
Alliance,
hmm
and then
Uh,
Terry Funk, Hardcore Wrestling Pioneer.
hmm Yeah,
Definitely.
just everything like Stone Cold, still alive and well, doing his podcast, doing interviews with current and old wrestlers.
Yeah.
His WrestleMania from this year, and everyone knows about the little ATV crashing the wall, and so that's no stranger here on that. So yeah, there's just so much to unpack. That's why it's up there because just the memories of both of them have have done,
Yeah.
especially for the home state of Texas, which so much wrestling over there in that big state. Uh, yeah, man, that's what I got with that. So
Not mad
legends.
at either pick. Terry Funk would have been on Kenny's list. I think he was really up there for him. But I really dig him. So rest in
And
peace.
I'll do one more just to cover Terry Funk. Like, if anyone saw his retirement match against him and Bret Hart in Canada, that's no one. You just look it up. It's a classic. It's like 45 minutes. Does not feel like 45 minutes. So I highly recommend you watch Terry Funk versus Bret Hart. Like,
I'll
great
definitely
match.
watch it because I love Bret Hart. You'll see later on,
Mhm.
but for sure,
Yes,
definitely
same.
gotta watch it. My number 11 used to be Brock Lesnar, but obviously he got bumped down a little bit lower this time. Number 11 used to be my top 10, but now he's number 11. It's going to be AJ Styles, the phenomenal one. Mr. TNA himself, the face that runs the place.
Wow.
One of the greatest in-ring wrestlers of all time, bar none. I love AJ. TNA, NWA, TNA, Ring of Honor. He did his thing before he went to WWE. Came to WWE, did his thing. Still going at it. My thinking is he's gonna retire soon, but enjoy him while we still can. I love AJ.
I It's funny you mentioned because he's actually number 10 for me, which we might as well just talk right now. AJ Styles, a trailblazer history. He was a TNA guy for years.
Yes.
I was amazed by him, like the moves, the Fosbury flop that went viral at that time. Uh, one of those moves he can't do anymore. Spiral
No.
tap, another one as well. Just my big inspiration from him is when he exited Impact because of Dixie Carter. I would say right now, terrible promoter, terrible
Horrible.
businesswoman,
Horrible.
everything handed money by her father. Like she's not a self-made millionaire. She's not a businesswoman. It all came from her father. Like I want to make that distinction. Like try to survive business without your parents' money. Like that's the real challenge. So AJ Styles decided to invest in himself, take a chance, went to New Japan, did great stuff for the 2 years.
Yeah.
Uh, it'd be nice if he stayed longer or Stu did more stuff in New Japan because all the rest that came started coming in. He could have had other great matches with those guys that were coming out from the what you call the Lion Young
Yeah.
Lions program or dojo.
Yeah.
Try to take up those guys. Even the new ones right now that have been spreading out. Like, can you imagine if he's still part of it, just getting those
Yeah.
matches? So again, he helped kind of help wrestlers think for themselves. Like, don't be tied to one company. Take a chance, go somewhere else, and be a bigger star. And that's what he did. Got into WWE, and the rest is history. Because yeah, man, the big what ifs. Like, had he started WF in the 2000s? Like,
Yeah.
imagine that. Another one again. Can you imagine him versus Eddie Guerrero? I think they might have done maybe an independent scene. Maybe I gotta look into that. But imagine that being like a WrestleMania match or like a SummerSlam match.
That's a
AJ Ray,
WrestleMania worthy match,
yeah,
especially back then,
yeah,
for sure.
or AJ with Rey Mysterio,
Yeah.
AJ and Benoit. Can you
Put the
imagine
three
that?
of them in the ring in a triple threat: AJ, Ray, and Nettie.
Yeah. Who else can I
Sim-
throw in it? Uh,
Christopher
hey,
Daniels.
hey, how do you want, man? Billy Kidman versus AJ Styles.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, this just so I can go like
Yeah.
express like have the other crap of guys underneath that there like hell Tajiri versus AJ Styles.
Yeah. Could have been good too. Definitely could have been good.
Yeah, so again, more guys that could just pick from the other. I'll do one fun one. Kevin Thorne in his vampire gimmick versus AJ Styles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just for the fun of
Just
it.
for the fun of it. Yeah. Yeah. Fun match.
Yeah.
Biggest what ifs ever, but the Eddie one stings.
Mhm.
That would have drawn money
Yeah.
for sure. For sure. I wish AJ was still my number 10, but my number 10 is gonna be that was your number 10, right?
Yes, my
So
number
my
10.
number 10 is Y2J. It's Chris Jericho. He's been around forever. I think the fact his longevity is a big thing for Chris Jericho, much like Taker, Ric Flair, Randy Orton. But the fact that Chris is able to reinvent himself throughout each decade, I mean, banger matches all throughout. Beat The Rock and Stone Cold in one night for the undisputed title, which was wild. Because supposedly Kurt Angle was supposed to be the first undisputed champion, but they gave it to Chris Jericho, which is crazy. It worked out in the end. Matches against Shawn Michaels. The list came about after. Jericho was fun. Jericho and the Big Show. Go back to WCW. His AEW run gets a lot of flack because people chanting him to retire is wild. But if we're looking at his stuff in the past from like WCW up to and including maybe 2010, 2012-ish, 2015, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Should be, will be. Could he be? We'll see. But he's definitely top 10. Chris Jericho. You're number 9, Christian.
Number nine for me. This might surprise you as well. Number nine, Shinsuke Nakamura.
Wow,
Yeah,
he's up there for you.
yeah. So I first discovered him around '06 when TNA had their
Oh,
global
you're right.
impact
Yeah,
with New Japan. So you had uh it was a roster battle, like the TNA guys versus the New Japan guys, and Kurt Angle versus Shinsuke Nakamura.
I
And
forgot they went at it.
yeah, that was amazing. Like beating him with an armbar, and it's like beating him with an arm angle with an armbar. Like that's rare in itself because
Prime
even the
Kurt
fights. Yeah,
versus Prime Shinsuke.
yeah, that was amazing. And just seeing that stoicism, like to me, Shinsuke was the modern day samurai. Just just his aura, and I know people some did not like that version of him. They like the more flamboyant one. I get it, but I like that one because this is the no nonsense. This is the one where he wanted to bust you up. This is the one that he was going. Just looking at that Nakamura. He was going. He would have died for New Japan in that ring if he knew he was going to fight any American wrestler and he knew that was going to be his last match. He would have just died and let the guy pin him
Oh yeah.
just so he knows that, hey, I'm willing to die for New Japan because I believe in New Japan. I believe in myself. I'm willing to go this far. Like just in his eyes told story, and I was captivated by him. Just the way again he kind of helped evolve, change himself up, at least make himself well known. I started reading his book, his autobiography, just how he started, how he got into pro wrestling, and
Mm-hmm.
just the way Japanese wrestling is. I'm just very just impressed by his just everything. Like
Oh
another
yeah.
example, had he joined WWE like maybe in '06, '07, you know, if he did wrestle like a CM Punk at like that time frame,
Yeah.
maybe like a Jeff Hardy, how maybe Nakamura versus Chris Masters at that time. Um, just for the thrill of it. Well, I was like just tons of names from that WWE roster of like '06 to 10 or whatever.
Shinsuke
Just
Tajiri?
yeah, that'd be great. Like
Yeah.
in WWE,
Yeah.
I'm pretty maybe the cross pass in Japan. I haven't looked,
Yeah.
but yeah, just something that skips my mind. But
Yeah. Similar
and
styles, kind of.
yeah, so I just enjoy just Nakamura, just him just being the guy, the face of New Japan till he left for WWE. Like the tournaments with the G1 and New Japan Cup, like
Yeah.
because I went through the catalog, I just anything Nakamura like with Nakamura, I'm like I gotta see like what did he do in the past that I might have missed, and like just his finisher move, Bamoye, like something simple, like concept, just the knee strike,
Yeah.
like, and then that match with him, AJ Styles, like that was amazing. Like I'm not sure if you've seen it, but just him twice, one in the face and the back of the head, like
Oh yeah.
that devastation, at his finest right there. So yeah, that's why
Absolutely.
he's on my top.
Absolutely. That surprised me. That's a great pick. I really respect that pick. Never would have thought to put Shinsuke up high, but I totally forgot about his earlier stuff. I have to go back and maybe reassess that. We'll talk at a later date for sure. So my
Yeah.
number nine, both you, Luis, already mentioned him. It's he used to be number 20, but he climbed up and it's John Cena.
Yeah.
Number nine is John Cena. I mean, he's the record title holder and he's going out and it definitely this retirement tour made me appreciate him a lot more. His PG stuff, because I did resent him for a little while for, going PG and becoming the face, the goody two shoes, being the baby face, never turning heel, because Vince would never let him turn heel, because obviously John was his moneymaker. It makes sense.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I always wonder, what if John turned heel at that time? The stuff we could have gotten prime John as a heel. It's it's forever going to be one of those big what ifs for me.
Hmm.
I would have loved to have seen it, but unfortunately it never happened. We get it now. We
Yeah.
have a solid John Cena heel run right now. It might come to an end real soon because, you know, they're not going to let him go out as a heel for sure. So,
I'll say this just for John Cena's just again, you said the longevity, him being a company man for all these years. I know at once he did hint on going to TNA at one point. Like that was so funny, but it's like, what's he really gonna do there? Obviously, like long term, like
yeah,
maybe spend a few couple of years or so, then come back to WWE more
yeah,
likely. Uh, Heel run, and I know he said in an interview that he didn't want to go heel because then he upset the kids, the ones that look up to him,
yeah,
had to make a wish. I
yeah,
get that. Now that they're older now, they're probably like already like high schools at this point, maybe freshman and college kids now. Like
yep,
now he can do that. So
yeah,
makes sense. Just finish up in the mid 20s. You know, if he needs to finish up whatever this he needs to do, get some matches. Like I said, there's some other guys like from NXT or guys coming out from NXT to now have good ones. Like I like to see a Jacob Fatu versus John Cena. You
yeah.
know, just for like for it to happen.
Hmm.
You know, get at least for Jacob get a bit of the rub from John Cena. Get like some of that credibility. Like yeah, he's wrestled him. Uh, picked up like different stuff from him. It'd be great learning experience for Jacob and guys of that caliber. Like, hey,
Yeah,
if you work with this guy, you're gonna take that with you after for the rest of your career. You know, trying to
yeah.
be in the share the same room with John Cena and
Hmm.
get a little physical with him.
Yeah, for sure. But that's my number nine, John Cena. I mean, is he the greatest of all time? I don't think so, but you could certainly, if people make the argument that he's the best to ever do it, I won't argue it. He's got the numbers to back him up, but he's not my goat, but he's in the conversation. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. Or you could just make the argument that he's got the eyes, a worldwide audience. You say that's, a little different than if you want to translate to a wrestling audience, but he does have the attention of millions, if not almost a billion people on this
Oh yeah.
earth.
A lot of people already consider him the greatest to ever do it, but I won't argue it. It's a valid point, but that's just me. He's my number nine.
Yeah,
So you're number eight.
yeah. Number eight, one that we haven't mentioned at all. This guy is Booker T. So longevity, him being from WCW, going to WWE, then TNA. Now he runs rather wrestling his own wrestling school.
Yeah,
Now he's become an ID partner with WWE. He's one well-focused businessman,
yeah,
wrestling training. Uh, he had him and his brother like at like every point almost got you know fired from wrestling completely, almost about giving up just because of the every time something was going to go up, something went south. So I'm surprised, like of all the roadblocks in his way, he kept going. when both his brother could have just said to him, "Fuck it, like just go back
Yeah.
to Texas, just find regular jobs." But he persevered.
Yeah.
Uh, Tons of great matches, with WCW, WWE.
Oh yeah.
Like he's wrestled almost everyone. Like it's really hard to think about wrestlers that he should have wrestled before retiring or that he never got to wrestle. I mean, I could just throw some in. Like had he joined, like, can you imagine if he did join, like, say, like WWE in like 1992, 93? He probably been really young. Booker T versus Yokozuna. Just think of that.
Yeah.
Just think of that.
Oh yeah.
Just his long legs hitting a nice kick to the face. Uh, Maybe Booker T versus maybe Doink just for the
Oh
for the
yeah.
fun of it,
Prime
just for
Shawn
the
and Brett.
thrill.
Prime Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart at that time. You know.
Mhm. Yeah, going against those guys. Yeah, good ones. Like, yeah, Shawn
Yeah.
Michaels. Like, who can hit the kick, the super kick first? Would it be Shawn or Booker
Shawn or
T?
Booker T. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
For
which one
sure.
was that?
For
I know
sure.
Brett and Booker T have wrestled on WCW, but
Yes.
just under the WWE banner,
Hmm.
just the atmosphere been no different. Just seeing those two, could be a potential WrestleMania match
Yeah.
for non-title.
For sure.
Uh, what else can I maybe book? No pun intended. I know I'm missing someone.
At that time, you're talking Diesel, you're talking Razor Ramon, you're talking Jake the Snake Roberts, you're talking Ric Flair at
Maybe
that time.
Jake the Snake,
Yeah,
96,
yeah. At that
Booker T.
time, Hulk was still around, I think. The Ultimate Warrior was still around. Randy Savage.
That's the hard one. Like, do you really play WCW 1998? Do you do Warrior? He was Warrior and
Yeah.
WCW, not Ultimate Warrior versus Booker T. Just do you even pull the trigger?
Oh no, I'm talking about
Like, I mean,
92 WWE back at that
I
time.
mean, yeah, I mean, Stu, I mean, I know how that would end. That's the worst part. Like, how that's going to
Yeah.
end up 2 minutes.
Booker would have squashed,
Uh,
been squashed for sure.
Yeah, that's why that's why I didn't
Yeah.
put him in because
Yeah.
I already know the formula. I don't want to put Booker T in that formula.
No, no.
So that's why I want to give him like guy set or more
Yeah, for
legit
sure.
about it.
For sure. For sure. For sure.
Uh, you know
Hey,
what?
you okay,
Hey
Luis?
guys. Yeah, sorry
Everything
about that.
everything
Uh,
okay?
baby girls, man.
Everything okay though?
Yeah,
Okay,
thankfully.
good,
The
good,
wife
good.
just needed help with it was an emergency with the baby.
No, I thought something
But
bad happened. I said, oh, good luck. So I was concerned.
thanks,
Uh,
man. I really appreciate it. I'd love to come back in and join
no,
up with
yeah,
you guys
I
Yeah,
again.
we're still not done
we're
yet,
on.
so we're
No,
happy.
we're not done
Sweet.
yet. We're at number 8. Where we were gonna get to my number 8, but you left off at number. Jesus Christ,
Hey,
you
I'm
left.
at 8. I'm at 8.
There,
So
Yeah,
I'm doing Booker T.
I,
I'll throw
I
one
was
in
on
then.
12.
you're on
Yeah,
12.
yeah.
So hit us
Yeah,
with your number 12 through number 8.
you got it. So my number 12 was The Rock.
Okay.
And, dude, big fan. My uncle would always do the eyebrow thing, the glasses. Best dude on the mic ever that I've ever seen in my life. Until CM Punk, of course, and MJF. But, dude, The Rock, he was my favorite. I'll always remember playing as him at and after school. We played as him, and I was number 1 on the Royal Rumble, and I took everybody's ass out as The Rock. One time, I never forgot that, dude, ever. But I love The Rock, the rock bottom, the, know your role, the, everything, all the lines, dude. I loved it. I was so sad because I was a kid and I didn't know kayfabe at the time. When Brock beat him because he was going to Hollywood. Now that I know the true story, you know, but I fell back in love with him when he came back to fight John Cena. And you
Yeah.
bet your ass I was betting for The Rock each time. It was funny. My buddy was like, "But Lou, he left us. You gotta go for John, man." And I'm like, I don't hate John or anything, but I grew up with The Rock, dude.
And then
I'm
John
going with The
left.
Rock. Yeah. And then, dude, no, and then now he's just, I feel like I'm so happy that he's successful, but he's in too much. Like, he ruined G.I. Joe Part 2 for me by getting into it. And then now that he's back as the final boss, and then he pulled that stunt at Mania and ruined the main event for Cody and John. I was like, come on, man. So, yeah, I got him at number 12, and I think he's going to stay number 12. He's lucky he's still on the list. But like he's on the list based on the things I saw him do as a kid. How's that? All right. And then on to my number 11. It's got to be, and I finally put him on this list because his brother meant so much to me. Kayfabe brother. Um, Kane. Especially because I got to watch him right before they unmasked him. Got to watch him team up with RVD, and then he did that cringy stuff with Matt Hardy and Lita. I missed
Didn't
out on
like
the
that.
cringy stuff he did with Triple H, but I heard about it.
His run after he got unmasked, like he was taking people out.
Yeah.
Remember when he
Oh
lit Jim
yeah.
Ross when he set Jim Ross on fire? That was crazy.
That was nuts. Or when he tombstone Linda McMahon to the
That was
steps.
wild. Yeah.
That
Kane
was
unmasked was
nuts.
that's a demon.
And then he threw Zack Ryder off the stage when he
Yeah,
put the mask
crazy.
back on
Crazy.
with the wheelchair. Dude. But the best thing has always been when he debuts at Survivor Series. I wish I got to see that live.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
seeing it, I had to see it because I've watched the character so long since I was a kid, and I got to see him even when they made him Corporate Kane, which my little brother, that was one of his favorite wrestlers growing up. Between him and RVD,
When he was
and
in the authority.
no man, I
Terrible.
can't believe terrible. Most big Kane fans were like, "You should have never taken the mask off the man," right?
No. Yeah.
But my brother would love him, especially he was a big dude and how much he could just, he could pick up 300, 400 pounds easy. And he was just great, man. He was, the whole fire, the music. He definitely had the appearance, and he was definitely Undertaker's brother, which is a great segue to my number 10. This guy was my buddy's favorite. Um, and likely so, rightly so, because he was in the business for 30 years. That Hall of Fame speech was great. I love that. He got all that time. He made Vince cry, and he had to keep Vince is like, dude, you're making me fucking cry. And it's like, and Vince don't cry, man. That was the manly
Oh
man, right?
no. Yeah.
Dude. But Undertaker meant so much to everybody. And even though he meant so much to me, that when he lost to Brock, I was so mad. I was
Brock
so
did
mad.
not need that.
I don't
Brock
care
did
how
not
many
need
times,
that.
dude. Yeah, no, he didn't need that. And it was just like, I think you just ruined the business, dude. Like, why did you do that? Like, Undertaker, to me, he's still undefeated. In my heart, in my mind, he's still undefeated. I loved his matches against Big Show. I loved his matches against Brock. And I loved his matches against Triple H and Shawn Michaels, Batista.
Oh.
Oh my God, dude.
WrestleMania
The fact that
25 against Shawn Michaels is oh
5-star.
fi-
Yeah.
10 stars out of 5.
Dude, he's
Oh
my
my
number
God.
10.
Yeah.
He barely, he could have cracked the top 10 easy for me because it was like, Lou, think about it. He's got to be one of your favorite guys because you were so upset he got beat. You stopped watching. You stopped believing. Cuz the guy just, and it's crazy because he's like 6'11" and he shouldn't be moving the way he did. But dude, that leg drop, the old school choke slam, last ride, loved it.
Oh, that's right.
My brother's like, can you remember any of his promos besides the rest in peace? I like the one where he told somebody, you come mess with me and I'll make you fucking famous.
Yeah.
I love that shit when he
Yeah.
was American Badass.
Yeah. I did too.
Oh,
I did too.
dude. Yeah, he was the enforcer backstage too, though, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, for sure.
but yeah,
You're
my buddy Gary, one of my trainers, because I did a little bit of of wrestling as a kid, and one of my trainers, that was his favorite wrestler, dude. He did his whole character on him. He would come out with this freaking jacket and gloves, just like him during his stuff. And he would talk to me about the damn bird at WrestleMania 10. The bird. Oh shit! The one that
Yeah.
he came out to when he fought Giant Gonzalez.
That was
Yeah,
9.
he's
That
like
was
he
9.
was.
9.
Yes,
WrestleMania 9.
9,
WrestleMania 9. Yep.
9. Yep, my bad. So WrestleMania 9 and in Vegas
Yeah. Vegas.
Yep.
at the Caesar. See, I knew which one I was talking about. I know the location and I know the match, but
Horrible
I had my
match.
numbers. I had my numbers mixed
Yeah.
up. So yeah, WrestleMania 9. He comes out with this bird. I watched the video recently that they did behind the scenes. He's like, dude, I was afraid this bird was gonna crap on me. Thank God the bird did what it was supposed to do when they came out, though. And then he talked about his match against Giant Gonzalez, that it looked a lot better than it was at the time. He was like, oh my God.
It's his
Because
worst
it
match
was,
ever.
dude.
Horrible match.
I mean, it's you. He's one of those guys, though. Like he makes a lot of people look good at that size. It was crazy because when I watched, what reminded me of him was when I watched, what's his name, Dominic Dijakovic versus Broly. What's his name? The Keith Lee.
Keith Lee.
When I watched Dominic and Keith Lee go at it, I was
Yeah.
like, man, these two are just big men
Yeah.
doing the moves. You remember, Christian?
I do. I was
That
watching
match was
NXT. That was
that
good
reminded
matches.
me of some Taker stuff, dude. Being big and just
Yeah.
being finesse in the ring.
I
Dude.
I wanted to add the whole Undertaker and Giant Gonzalez. I'm not sure you guys know this, but that was not the first time they wrestled with each other.
No.
Ever
Yeah.
since WCW, like I actually heard the story between in an interview with Undertaker. He said that one day he was in the lobby or something, and
Mhm.
then like he was thinking about, I think he was thinking about like Giant Gonzalez during his time in WCW. Vince came to Undertaker at the lobby. He's like, "Guess what? I got a great booking idea for you." And then he joked into his head, "Oh, are you going to book me with a giant name?" I forgot his real name because he mentioned his name by real name.
Mhm.
And then he brought Giant Gonzalez. Like, I just hired him. You'd be working with him. He's like, "Oh no, like not him again," because it's been years since they've seen each other, and then Undertaker seeing Giant Gonzalez again since the WCW days, and
He was
here
meeting
in
Mark Calloway then, right?
yeah,
Do you remember when he said that they once told me that nobody would pay me to watch me wrestle? It's hilarious, right?
It's crazy.
yeah.
Crazy.
Oh man.
Crazy.
So yeah,
Taker,
that's my
what?
number 10.
Taker's 10, 9.
Correct. You want me to do 9? Yeah.
9.
Cracking into number 9. You're gonna like this one, Jose. I put Randy Orton in here. I really did, just because now I gotta admit it to you. I didn't have cable as a kid, so I didn't get to watch him debut on Raw. I didn't get to watch him do the Evolution stuff.
SmackDown.
I heard, well, right. He was like a big time rookie. He had the overdrive, but I feel like Evolution was the biggest thing for him. Legend Killer, right?
That
Troy
was the point of
McBilly.
Evolution, to put Batista and Randy over.
Yeah.
And it
I
worked.
think that's,
It
yeah.
worked.
I heard about it. I didn't get to watch it until later on.
Evolution
And
was
especially the Legend Killer stuff.
love
Dude,
it. Love it.
great. Throwing Mick down the stairs. What did Cody say in the promo on SmackDown last week? He said, I watched you slap my father. Remember?
Sergeant Slaughter, everybody got it. Yeah.
He's like, I remember. He's like, I remember. Oh, dude, that was
Yeah.
so great.
Yeah.
I loved it. I was like, dude, you're finally doing my thing.
Oh,
All
yeah.
we're missing is the WrestleMania stage, and I want the belt on the line between them. Someday. They're
Yeah.
going to run it back. Run it back, right, Jose?
Oh, yeah. Run it back. I'll get to
Oh,
Randy in a
yeah.
second for sure. But yeah, he's
Oh,
up
dude.
there.
And then what about his matches against, do you remember in 2010, 2011 against Christian?
Yes.
One more match. One more match. That was low key. Like, I thought about it and I'm like, man, I never thought I was a Christian fan going into this, but I never thought I'd want to be more like Randy in my whole life. Like, the dude was just built to wrestle.
He's natural in the ring.
Perfect.
Incredible.
The dude's not, he's flawless.
Yeah.
When my sister-in-law told me that he was one of her favorites, I said, I don't blame you. You know what I mean?
Physically the most gifted dude, gifted
Dude.
looking guy, man.
And his dad made one of my favorite moves, the superplex.
Yeah.
I love that move, dude. I was there when it put away Rich Swann when what's his name Neville put it on him. One
Yeah.
time, me and
That,
my brother were like, "That was the superplex of the superplexes, bro."
yeah.
He took
Oh
out
yeah.
Rich Swann.
Oh yeah.
But I love that he brought that on Cody. Cody didn't get to do a power slam on him. I thought that was pretty unique in that match. And that's one of my other favorite moves, besides that inverted backbreaker that he does.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. And then the vintage Orton, which Cody reversed.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, he scouted him.
Oh
And
yeah.
I love how I could just break down matches. I got to be really into it though.
Yeah, for sure.
And that was great.
For sure.
Um, yeah, Randy Orton's my number 9.
You're number 8?
My number 8, I gotta go. This is where it got really hard for me, dude, because I changed it up. My number 8 is Cody Rhodes.
Wow. Yeah.
Definitely. I loved his dashing stuff. I loved that theme song he used to come out at in Legacy. Now, talking about Legacy, it brings me back to Randy Orton, right? And Ted DiBiase Jr. So I like to think that you can be a Nepo baby all you want, but if you're not talented, Ted DiBiase Jr. is an example of this. His dad, the Million Dollar Man, another great heel, right? And
One of the
Jose,
best.
you were probably like, "Are you gonna put DiBiase on your list, bro? Because he would be the next one up after Rowdy and Jake, right?"
Mhm.
But his son, he had the look, right? But it just never went through all the way.
Yeah.
And I always had so much faith in Cody, even when he was putting paper bags on people. You remember that?
Oh,
I love that. He was being
yeah.
such a heel. And then when I heard about his dad, and I don't know, I just fell in love with the fact that I want to make because I'm a son of a father, and I always try to make my dad proud. And then when I heard about the whole, because this is when I stopped watching, thanks to Undertaker and Brock, I didn't get to see CM Punk leave. I didn't get to see Daniel Bryan do his big thing. I didn't get to see Stardust, which I'm glad,
Ah!
but I heard all about it and Stephen Amell. And then I got so sad hearing that Dusty passed away and Cody's he was never gonna see him with the belt. And then I heard about Cody going back to Ring of Honor and TNA, and then he went to New Japan. I actually got to catch on when he fought Sonata during the G1 climax, or it was either the G1 or there was a tables match that they had together, dude. I thought that was solid. But yeah, no, with Cody, he's definitely my number 8. I loved watching him and his friends. I loved when he said that somebody told me and my friends that we couldn't sell out an arena. We proved them all wrong. And I think as much as Kenny, digs on AEW, I think that's why it's my favorite because it was started by one of my favorite guys that I never stopped believing in. And his dad did the same thing. Did you know that? His dad, I mean, Kenny could back me up on this. When his dad was in Florida with his buddies, they all left Florida. Remember?
Yes, they went to Georgia for Georgia Championship Wrestling. Is what happened.
He's
So
literally picking up his dad's sword. And he said that too, that he was going to do that. And he's doing it.
Paul
And when
Heyman
he went,
saved Dusty's career.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say this just to cover Cody and then go to Dusty. So here's what I come to find out. Cody was hoping that AEW would be more like Jim Crockett Promotions, but the other side, they want to be more like PWG. So, which is why it's in the state affairs. Then going to Paul Heyman and Dusty. Even Dusty Rhodes has said this, in public. In the 90s, that was one of the like late 90s, like 98 to 2001, 2002. He was broke. He was couldn't get booked. He was
Yeah.
fired from WCW, WWE. But Paul Heyman give him like work in ECW,
Yep.
to keep him on his feet and help feed his boys. Well, Cody that time, and I think his
Yeah.
And
sister.
sister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Sister.
he's thanked what do you call it? So he thanked Paul Heyman for helping him. And full circle in the 80s, Jim Cornette got Dusty and Paul Heyman on the phone because in Jim Crack Promotions slash WCW,
Hmm.
they need more managers. So Jim Cornette thought about Paul Heyman. It's like, okay, he'd be a good manager. So
Yeah.
he's able to get both of them talking on the phone where Dusty started making arrangements with Paul Heyman, like, hey, actually, here's what we're gonna do. And then after he got fully into the door because of Dusty Rhodes, Paul Heyman remember that, like, thanks to, well, Jim pushed them together and then Dusty pulling him through that door completely. So he remembered that because of that history. So I know it's you gotta remember like who are the ones that brought you into this industry that no one else was more willing to pull you in or give you a chance. So
Yeah.
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 That's what it's all about, getting a chance.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. And I know you're gonna laugh. Kenny's gonna laugh at me, but I think I love Cody so much. I'd like to think that I think someday he's gonna reunite with his best friends again. He's gonna go back to AEW, and he's finally gonna be AEW World Champion.
It would make sense.
Once
It would
he's
make
done
sense.
in WWE, I think he will be
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
Especially if Tony and the guys can keep it going. That's the only reason why. Like, trust me, I know some of the stuff they do is like cringe. Like, why are you doing that? But I'm so glad they're still keeping it going, bro. You know,
Yeah.
Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, Cody Ibushi has been there, Christian, the last couple weeks. I don't know if you've been watching, but dude, it's been great. But yeah, that's my
thing
number 8. That's my number 8. I think I
Excellent.
cut up with you guys now, right?
Yeah, you're all caught up. So I'm gonna hit you with my number eight. It hasn't changed from my original list. My number eight is Mick Foley. Enough said. You can pick any face. Mankind, Cactus Jack, Dude Love. I
My
would put
favorite
Cact.
Royal Rumble.
Yeah. Oh, when he came in as all three, yeah. 99.
Yeah,
Classic. Classic.
yes, that was my favorite Royal Rumble
Classic. Yep.
because of
Classic.
him.
Yep.
He's my favorite Royal Rumble entrant.
Yeah. Yeah. He's him coming out of retirement to put Randy over was great.
His match
Him,
versus Edge,
his matches with Edge, yeah, his match against
lighting
Triple
up
H.
those tables, dude. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Mick Foley, man. I mean, what else can you say? He's a number one best-selling author. I mean, he's done it all. He's still alive. He's a saint. Enough said.
Undertaker versus Mankind, right? Enough said there.
Yeah, exactly. Cactus versus Triple H, Dude Love versus Austin, Mankind versus The Rock, The Rock and Sock. I mean, you name it.
This is your life. I
Exactly.
love
This is your
that.
life. Exactly.
That
Foley.
segment.
Foley was. I love Mick Foley. I could go on forever. Number seven, Christian.
So you really cover McFoley. He's actually my number 7. I know that's two already. That we've just been close proximity. So just to share my thoughts, just what he's done for not just in the States but in Japan. Like,
Yes.
so because it was kind of new at that point, just seeing that 1990s Japanese hardcore wrestling. And I'm still baffled, guys, like, because again, I've been there. It's so different when you see like VHS tapes of that version of Japan, how the Japanese of all ages, genders embrace hardcore wrestling, like stadium full of men, women, the elderly, and some children, of just seeing just Mick Foley and even Terry Funk just bleed, burn, go through barbed wire. Uh, because even like the Japan now, like it's so different, but like they're so close because they embrace that hardcoreness. It's like it's so schizophrenic with Japan. Like, which Japan are we seeing? Like, I can't even keep up. Uh, and then McFoley, matches, again, I would like to see him wrestle again in Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio. Had he not retired in February '01, kind of the officially, but then they run that gap.
Yeah.
Um, I'd like to see him, with Benoit as well, just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll hit some funny, like I'm not sure if Doink and Mick Foley wrestled, when he was Mankind, like just to
Think
see a
so.
man, I want to see just Doink get the Mambo Claw, just as a way to kind of like what's the word, pull the rug under Doink, the comedy
Yeah.
guy, and then just seeing this psycho dude just clawing him the mouth, and then like goes for like making the pig squeals,
Oh my
just
God.
just yeah, that he used to do in Japan, but didn't really do it here.
Yeah.
Let me think. Mick Foley, either as Mankind or Cactus Jack versus Razor Ramon. Can you imagine
Hmm.
that match? If you especially want to make it a hardcore match, I'm sure Razor would, grab a bat or something,
I think
just
Grab a bat.
they need to give Cactus Jill a chance, dude. I want to see his daughter wrestle.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever told you guys I met her on accident at the she was at the very first AEW show at Hoffman Estates, and she was on
okay.
the
Oh,
elevator with
really?
me and my brother, and my brother's like, "You know who that is?" I'm like, "I don't know, man, but she's really pretty. That's Mick's daughter, bro." I'm like, "Damn, Mick's got good genes."
Exactly.
Uh, Actually, if you've seen her mother, they look similar, actually. So
Yeah, that's what I heard.
yeah, so
So,
they got from there.
yeah, for sure. That's a
Uh,
great pick. Number
yeah,
seven.
That's a great pick.
yeah.
I
Just
love how you guys went back to back on him.
Exactly. It
I
wasn't
know,
even
just
planned. It's not planned. It just
but think about
happens.
but think about this too. Like I put him higher because just what he's done, especially for for because I know he does like foundations, he does like charities, to all that stuff. Though he's very into the humanitarian stuff.
Yeah, I
Like
would.
just, you would not think just a hardcore guy like that doing that stuff. So that's why, and then just those matches,
Yeah.
the history. Like again, I can still name matches I wish he would have done, or can you imagine if he did like more with the Japanese wrestling, like rather be just pure wrestling, like
Yeah.
uh Masato Tanaka, if he stayed in ECW,
Yeah.
can you imagine those two wrestling each other?
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Terry Funk.
I'm sorry?
Terry Funk, right?
No, I'm talking about Mick Foley. Like, can you imagine Mick Foley versus Masato Tanaka? Had he stayed in
Oh,
Yeah.
ECW,
Yeah.
or
yeah.
had Tanaka got hired by WWE and they both just have a hardcore match, taking
Yeah.
taking a chair shot from Mick Foley's like, yeah, I'm gonna take it, try to power through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm envisioning that head, and
Yeah.
yeah, so that's my pick for
Yeah.
number seven.
I would put them higher, but my top seven are. Wait till we get to them. Your number seven, Luis.
Oh, dude, it's so hard, man. I there's at least four guys honorable mentions for they're my top 10 that I still can't. I'm hoping one of you two could cover them. I think Christian mentioned one of them earlier when I was talking about New Japan. Um, one of the dream matches he wanted, but my number seven. And again, I like making you made me go back to this list, and you'll notice that my top 10 is a lot of the guys that I watched that made an impression on me because I just felt like it made sense, right?
Yeah,
I
me
didn't
too.
want to sit there and say, even though I caught everything thanks to the network being there and I could just go search it, I wanted to also give myself the wrestler that I got to watch live or I got to watch it on TV, you know? So for this one, my number seven is Seth Rollins. And the reason I picked Seth, let me tell you how I was introduced to Seth. Because thanks to the Undertaker Brock thing, I missed out on the Shield debuting. And my brother, he introduced me to Seth by making me watch him versus John Cena title versus title match. You guys remember that one?
I remember that one.
Dude. and then him cashing in. That's why I was so mad because I was just like, I'm a huge Seth guy. I don't need you to give him the money in the bank. He has the best money in the bank cash in. He didn't need that. But I'm like, fine, whatever. It's Seth. He's gonna make it work.
Yeah.
But I'm like, he could have interfered in that match at Night of Champions because he's got beef with CM. I love that. What? What the f- is this guy doing here? Remember in Survivor Series? No, no, no. That
Yeah.
was great. Oh man, his beef with him. I felt like he was talking. He was talking, for me. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah. What are you doing over there, man? What is
Yeah.
this? 1990s AEW versus WWE?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's for me, man. Um,
Yeah.
that John Cena introduction, and then when he won the Royal Rumble that year, it was between everyone's like, "Who are you taking, man?" And I had AJ Styles merch. I have the gloves that I want him to sign, the blue ones,
The blue ones.
and yeah, I got the blue gear, and then I also have the red gear, and
Okay.
I want him to sign the blue ones. I wore out the red ones when I went to the live events, but
Yeah.
it was between him and Seth for that Royal Rumble that year, 2019. I want to say that Seth won.
hmm
Any
2019.
case, yeah,
Yeah.
I picked him, dude. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go Seth, and then he won. I was like, holy shit,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he won, I was so happy. It was his first Royal Rumble win, and it was great. Um, so watching that, and then seeing him fight Brock, seeing him fight Triple H, that was great. It's so sad that Triple H is never going to get to wrestle again. Did you guys hear everyone chanting one more match? But he really can't, right? His health.
No, he'll die.
Yeah. Yes,
Dude,
it's hard.
He's got a
he's another one of
defibrillator.
my. I hope he's on one of your lists because he should be on my list. But I think I spent way too much time hating him.
Triple H used to be on my list, but I booted him out. You know.
He is, I have to admit, my brother said, and I agree with him. He showed me a video of Triple H's entire career from being, the blue, the, the,
The Butler.
the, the aristocrat. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fancy guy. I forget his name now. My head, it escapes me.
Just
That's
Hunter Hearst Helmsley. That's what he
Unheard
was.
something. Yeah.
yeah. From that to the game, the cerebral assassin, to this creator now, right? um and then in between where he gets buried because of the breaking kayfabe, right?
Oh yeah.
Because Sean was the champ, right? He wasn't going to take the fall.
Yeah.
So and then marrying the boss's daughter. Oh, dude, his story, his career is just like a freak. You can make a movie out of his career, dude. And
Yeah.
I don't know, because my brother showed me this one guy on YouTube. He made like a whole thing on him, but it's crazy. I couldn't fit him on my list. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I don't think there is. I love how Triple H took Seth under his wing, and then he does the pedigree. You
Yeah.
know, so
Because they
yeah,
outlawed the stomp. You know,
yeah,
for a
because
while.
Vince was afraid that kids were gonna do it in the playground.
Yeah. Plus the whole controversy with curb stomping someone. You know,
Yeah, American
it made
History X.
sense. Yeah. Yeah. That's partly why. But it came back. It's all good.
Yeah,
My
so
number
that's my number
seven.
7.
Excellent. My number 7. I don't think anyone has mentioned it. It's crazy. It hasn't changed from my original list. It's Mr. WrestleMania. It's Shawn Michaels.
Definitely one of the. I'm glad you brought him up because I wanted to put him on my list, but
It's Shawn Michaels. That's all I need to say. Chris, you're number 6.
Okay. Well, first I was going to jump on Shawn Michaels for a moment.
Yes. Go ahead.
Just again, the match was Bret Hart, that rivalry to start type out these days. I was very upset with him, just the stories I heard, like every wrestler's talk about him in the night, but he has in a way cleaned up. I'm,
backstage.
I'm, yeah, and I'm very am pleased to hear that with NXT because he's in charge. No
Yeah.
issues whatsoever. He does have what I call like just blind spots when it comes to booking because he did help in the process of bringing people that had no business being in NXT.
Yeah.
that own WWE, so they're not either no longer there or they're on the way out.
Yeah.
So he still needs to kind of get a better on that if he's going to be a small booker in that regard.
Yeah.
So again, he's doing a good job with NXT. Yes, it could be better, but this is what you get under his vision of, hey, as a developmental, this is the direction he's going, and you could see like a shift, like how when he was supposed to be like a coach back then, 10, 15 years ago, it's starting to slowly click with him more now that there's more of a sense of responsibility in his end, which that's hard saying because I'm sure people wish he had more responsibility in the 90s per se.
You could pick any
Oh,
WrestleMania match and it's a banger.
Mhm.
dude, Chris Jericho versus him,
WrestleMania 19, yep. Kurt Angle, WrestleMania 21.
it versus Ric Flair, Kenny's boy. I'll never
Yeah.
forget tearing up to "I Love You"
Yeah.
right before he hits him,
Against Taker back to back,
dude.
Razor
Enough
Ramon,
said.
Bret Hart,
Oh,
Stone
you're
Cold.
talking about the ladder match,
Yeah.
very first ladder match. Great
WrestleMania 10,
stuff.
Stone
Great stuff.
Cold, WrestleMania 14. I mean,
Mhm.
you
All
name
right.
it. 10 out of
I
10
think
matches.
like what Christian said, that backstage stuff. I know nobody's perfect, but dude, that was rough. I think the best thing he ever did during that time was the stuff that he did for Marty Jannetty. You know,
Yeah.
he took
What?
care of him. He made sure he got to those shows and stuff when Marty was acting a fool and stuff. Even Marty was saying it in his Dark Side episode.
Yeah. But
I
again,
was like, wait, are we talking about the same guy? And Christian probably said the same thing. Wait, this is the guy who was, messing around with with the other wrestlers and pissing them off. Yeah,
yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Christian, you're number 6, right?
Six. Yeah.
6.
Number six, this one was going to be Kurt Angle. And I have grown more respect from him as years gone by. What also helped was the documentary they did on him. I knew he was a tough athlete when he was like, for college and going Olympics, but I didn't know his training regimen. If you guys saw the one that WWE released in this documentary where he'll be up at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, doing some like 5-mile runs before actually doing his actual workout because he's training for the Olympic training. So like again, you're training before the training, which is mind-boggling. Uh, then just the bracket he had to do where he broke his neck. I don't know. So I've done wrestling tournaments. Like I've done high school wrestling. It's a different level just in terms of going from high school to college to Olympics. So with a broken neck, had he forfeited, he had to go to another uh big tournament of another bracket in order to secure his spot for Olympics. So it was better that he would to wrestle the match to win to get him there, then take a loss, trying to go against more guys in order to make it up. So I'm like shit. So no matter what, he had to, go and wrestle. Otherwise, maybe he would have broken his neck trying to forfeit and trying to go through the longer route. So yeah, just crazy.
Yeah.
His WWE run and then to TNA and then come back to WWE. Just crazy story. Then the personal stuff. You wouldn't really expect this from like in former Olympic gold medalist. I mean, circumstances happens in life, but yeah, man, like just getting through that. And then when I hear stories about how he would train or like prepare himself like before and after matches. Like he would tape ice packs like all over his arms, his body, his legs, and he'd be on the treadmill like in Orlando studios. Like worst to
Yeah.
break, worst to rest, like respects, but still like the body can only go so much. Like me being a former wrestler, sleep is your friend. Resting
Yeah.
is your friend. Like even laying down or sitting down doing nothing is your friend. That's my personal belief. If you can do what Kernel did, just ice pack yourself, treadmill, by all means, you're more welcome to, but the body, it's got to tell you, hey, this do nothing. Like, even if you are a sloth at the moment, just do it. Like, just listen to your body. So just hearing the
Yeah.
story, and then the Foxcatcher story, that's crazy on its own. Just what happened to Schultz getting shot by was it I forgot his name, the one that shot his mentor. Like the guy was crazy, or like I guess
Yeah.
with some mental illness, and that was even back then where Kurt said best, like in the 90s or that era, you were either crazy or you were not. Like there was no in between on that during that time
Yeah.
period. Like think about that, guys. Like we've seen it, these mental awarenesses, like different things, like just being open about it, time about it. That was not a concept back then. So,
Mhm.
what happened back then, there's a lot of things to just dissect because it's
Wild.
very,
You're just weak. They just thought you were
Yeah.
weak, right?
Yeah.
yeah, like you're just a
You
weak
can't hang with the
person,
big boys and all that, right?
And it,
or you just they just sent to to what the institution where they put you in the room, straight jacket. That was the other solution. So again,
Electrotherapy and all that.
yeah, because
he used that pain and he won Olympic gold.
yeah, he go become paralyzed like any point, like
He literally risked his life. He could have been paralyzed. His neck was broken.
yeah, and he told
He
you
could
the
have
rest
died.
match,
He
yeah,
could have died. Worst case scenario. You know?
or who walked out, just say F it, not worth it, walk out of the Olympic trial tournament and never look back. Given the option,
Kurt is legit, man.
yeah,
That's he literally is about that life. It's
Yep.
yeah,
more
uh,
on that later.
yeah.
Number six, Luis.
My number six, man, I gotta stop doing this, Jose, but you started it. I think I'm gonna cheat on this one.
It's okay.
Originally, I wanted it's gonna be my boy Will Ospreay, but because I caught him during his transformation. Let's start first off. He's
Yeah.
talking about New Japan. He went from being a cruiserweight, basically what Jeff Hardy did with the high flying,
Yeah.
and he made it look easy, without falling and everything. And then he put muscle. He put muscle on himself. He got himself into the heavyweight division. And this was right after Kenny and the Bucks went to AEW and he became heavyweight champion over there in New Japan. And he just changed himself. Yeah, he made the United Empire. It was a pretty good stable. And like I said, LIJ and Bullet Club were like the stables.
Yeah.
But now that he's in AEW, and no, Kenny doesn't like AEW. I get it. It's all good. Um, Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, MJF, Adam Hangman Page, Hunter, just to name a few. Swerve Strickland, dude. I mean, you can't just say no. I mean, you got FTR over there too.
Mhm.
Um, just great talent, dude. And I think that's why he's my favorite wrestler, Will Ospreay. The transformation that he's done in his body of work from, traveling the world. I love him on a mic, and he just, you know, he he's a complete wrestler. He
I love
really
Will
is.
Ospreay.
Dude, he makes it look so easy. Like you get up on those ropes, and if you're afraid of, that you're not gonna you're gonna be able to, this guy's gonna flip and land it like it's nothing.
Hmm.
I tried to show everybody. So you know how everybody goes on the top rope and just does elbow drops and this stuff. This guy,
No.
everything oh, telling you, and you just get up on those ropes and you either get it done or you don't. You get scared,
Yeah.
and I don't think that vocabulary exists for him, man. Like he
Yeah.
just
No,
makes
no,
it
no.
look so easy, and everybody. I remember watching his matches, and all the fans would talk about guys like Dynamite Kid, right, and other
Hmm.
guys who literally put their lives, like their lives in the ring, like doing top rope moves and just hurting their bodies.
Yeah.
But Will's still going.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the thing. Like, he's not only just going, but he's an American now in AEW. Even Triple H said it himself that he was so mad that TK got him because he was like, and he didn't mean that stuff that he couldn't hang. He just said that because he was bitter he didn't sign him. Because you remember he said he couldn't hang with the
Renee.
grind. He couldn't grind by going, yeah. So Will's my number six, but I had to give a shout out to all those top names in AEW that he hangs with
Yeah.
because
Then you have to.
yeah,
Yeah, you
I
have
mean,
to.
and that's yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah,
That's a great pick. I love Will Ospreay. Should be on my list, but he'll probably make it eventually. Let's just say that. So number six, he used to be in my top five, but he got booted out of my top five. It's gonna be Bret Hart, Bret the Hitman Hart. For the longest time, he was in my top three. Then he got booted to four, then five. Now he's my number six. It, it's Bret Hart.
Yeah. Yeah, no, again, like the matches, where he's on from in Canada
Austin,
was
Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 12. I mean, the Hart Foundation,
hmm
the Montreal screw job. I mean, they really messed Bret Hart. The one thing I gotta say, I'm not a Goldberg fan. He ended Bret
mm-mm.
Hart's career.
Yeah.
Horrible. I don't get the Goldberg hype. Justice for Bret Hart. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, nah, I get it.
Yeah.
Should be top five, but these next five are just they're the cream of the crop for me.
I mean, I don't
Top,
even know what to expect for Goldberg and Gunther, man.
Gunther's great. In the ring,
He
he's
is.
great. He's dope. I love Gunther.
What's Goldberg gonna do in that match?
Squash Gunther. We already know.
Like,
Unfortunately, he's gonna squash Gunther. Chris, you're top five. Holy shit. Top five.
Yeah. Number five, this is going to be Chicago's own CM Punk.
I can do it.
I know. I'm sorry, man. I know.
No, it's
Uh,
good. It's all good.
I'll explain. So, as a wrestling fan, we didn't really have any Chicago guys
I get
back
that.
in the
It's true.
2000s. We just had, like, for me, we just had Road Warrior Hawk. He died in '03. So it's great to see them come back to go against Kane and RVD on Monday Night Raw. So okay, we're probably back in track. Chicago now can kind of root behind these guys again. Yeah, they might be though older, but they're the Road Warriors. Everyone knew them. They were the top tag team. Then when '03 hit, I certainly believe that was the year where tag team wrestling was at its dangerous point because one of the most iconic tag teams now just lost one of their guys. Hawk died. Ammo, like he's not Road Warrior anymore because he's by himself. Uh, who else was in Chicago and WWE that was at that level? Because back in the 2000s, TV was everything. There was no YouTube, there was no Twitch, there was no any internet forum to watch wrestling because TV was everything. That it was king. If you were on TV, you were somebody, especially in WWE. That's what you want to be exposed to an audience, to make your money, to hopefully become a big star at national level. So when finally we got CM Punk, the Chicago guy, it was okay. Hopefully now the ball can be rolled again. We're okay now. He be the kind of the starter point. We might get more Chicago. So I know we've got a few since then, but
Yeah.
almost not so much of CM Punk, but more like can we get like that Road Warrior what do you call
Level.
it? That yes, where everyone knew the Road Warriors across the country, like the spikes, the face paint to show the pads. These were the Chicago boys, the Road Warriors.
Hmm.
And yes, it's hard to compare a CM Punk and a tag team of the Road Warriors. So again, it was a weird spot for Chicago. Like, who do we have? Look how many New York wrestlers came out. Look at Los Angeles. Look even like the freaking
Cleveland now is the place.
yeah,
You
Cleveland.
know,
yeah.
yeah, you got John Moxley,
Hmm.
Miz, Sammy
I
Callahan,
love Miz.
dude. Just to name a few, and then don't forget about the Nemeths, right? Dolph Ziggler and his brother. Yeah, it's Cleveland is something in the water in Ohio now.
I miss Dolph.
Me too.
I miss
Great to
Dolph.
watch him over
I
there,
miss
though.
Dolph.
Yeah.
I miss
So
Dolph.
yeah, just want to just wrap it up. ECW came back, so okay, you saw CM Punk. Okay, he's got tattoos, which that was almost become like a standard. If you have tattoos and you're from ECW, makes perfect sense. Uh, his matches, like the way he wrestles, different. Because I remember his promo, he knows Cambodian karate, Muay Thai, kickboxing. Like, okay, you're bringing something that's never been shown before in WWE programming. I did not know anything about Cambodian boxing. I did not even know about Cambodia at that time. Muay Thai, I learned a little bit about it, but who else was bringing Muay Thai into WWE? I couldn't think of anyone.
Nobody. I
So
mean,
yeah,
you had Steve Blackman who knew martial arts back then, but not Muay Thai.
yeah. But he was in a different category. Same thing with Ken Shamrock. He
Yeah,
knew mixed martial arts.
Ken Shamrock was a kickboxer, mixed martial artist. Yeah,
Dan Severn.
yeah, Dan Severn.
So
That's
okay,
it.
so yeah, so I bought into it. Okay, bring me something new, bring something different. Like you get new wrestlers, get something different. Okay, so I got that. So, saw CM Punk in Chicago when he wrestled against Big Daddy V at No Mercy. Uh, Not a good match because it was like maybe 5 minutes. Matt Striker interfered the match. CM Punk won by disqualification. Like, god damn it! Like, and again, this is a Big Daddy V, former Viscera, where he was getting his what third or fourth chance with WWE because every time something went wrong, they hide him away somewhere, repackage him, and try to find something that's going to stick.
Yeah,
Uh, you know, I know Viscera slash Big Daddy V may not be on anyone's top list because there was nothing much for him to bring, but at least he was a bit of a character himself. That face, that body type. They don't make wrestlers like that anymore. And yeah, guys, like
yeah.
that was a whole different era, like that 2000s. CM Punk went through the that era where those type of guys were dying out. Uh,
Was Ring of
2010s.
Honor after that? I knew I saw him on TNA too.
He was in TNA for a little bit, then Ring of Honor,
Yeah.
then WWE because he
Yeah,
he had his last match at Ring of Honor before going to WWE.
yeah,
Hmm.
So again, that moment for Ring of Honor was a special one because he was one of well, I guess pillars would be the word, or one of the big names for Ring of Honor, CM Punk.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're about to lose him,
yeah.
to big money, and Paul Heyman was the one that really pushed for CM Punk. You know,
Cole Cabana was
he's
in there with him. I remember that, right?
Hmm.
they either actually more they either
But he
because
was in there.
I remember seeing his debut match was around like more 07, 08. Again, another Chicago guy that came in. So okay, so I started seeing like the black. Okay, which other Chicago guys can we get? Just in the off chance that CM Punk goes away, who else can Chicago root for after CM Punk?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah. So again, that's why I put him number 5, and then now he's active for the stuff.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely. Again, favorites. These are our favorites. So
yeah,
great pick, Luis. You're number 5.
Dude, I just gotta say to finish up Christian there, I'm glad he put him in there because I wanted to keep mine in there, but it's been a love-hate relationship, man.
I mean, I
My
get it,
number
guys.
yeah, my number 5 is Kurt Angle. right next to Christian's.
Yeah.
I gotta say everything that Christian said about him. For me, growing up, the one thing I loved about Kurt was that he was just tough and funny, and he had it all, man. He had it all. I loved his matches with Chris Benoit, those best of
Oh
seven or best of
man.
three, dude. And then when they were forced to tag, that was hilarious. That was the best. And then Mick tried to run it back with Cesaro and Sheamus. That's what that reminded me of.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I loved his milk stunt with Stone Cold. Remember when he got the milk?
Yes. Yeah. Who else?
That was great. And then Kurt Angle versus Triple H, the whole Stephanie thing, right?
Yep.
Let's see, Kurt Angle versus The Rock, Kurt Angle versus Stone Cold. It's like it was just he just knew what he was doing in there, man.
Hogan, Taker, everybody. Shawn, Ric Flair,
Oh,
everyone.
Kurt Angle versus
Hey.
Shawn. Oh,
Hey.
Yeah.
now that was something. Yeah, dude, Kurt Angle versus Brock. Yeah, when he broke his neck, when Brock broke his neck, trying to hit him with the shooting star press.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then TNA against Samoa Joe.
He
That's
made but don't
Abyss.
even before that, he made one of my favorite tag teams, Team Angle.
Oh yeah.
Love Team Angle.
I love
I
Team
love
Angle.
Team Angle.
I love
Charlie
Team Angle.
Haas and
yeah.
Shelton.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
More on them later.
Or I'll do this one. TNA when he was main event Mafia, the meme.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Looking respectfully.
Oh yeah.
See that? You see what I mean?
Remember, Christian, remember he had those 2 gold belts? That photo of him
Mhm.
carrying the 2 gold belts
Yeah.
from TNA?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Oh.
And that's fun though, trivia guys. On top of that, I remember seeing a few years ago in one of the wrestling YouTube videos. They made a great point. Is Kurt Angle a WWE guy or is he a TNA guy? Because he spent from 1999 to 2006 in WWE, but 2006 to like
6 to
20,
16.
14, yeah, 16.
2016, yep.
So he spent more time in TNA than WWE, but
Yeah.
he got his name out there more with them. But
He's both.
again, yeah,
He's
man,
both.
yeah,
His best stuff is in TNA, but he's got bangers in WWE as well.
I want to watch TNA from when he comes in.
Go
Till the
watch
end.
it. Go watch
I
it.
need to. I've
Go
watched
watch
them
it.
randomly, but I've never watched them completely.
Go watch it. You're missing out. His best work is in TNA. Trust me. It's there.
I believe you.
It's there.
I believe you.
That dude was on another level in TNA. But that was your number 5. So my number 5 used to be Randy Orton. He got booted out. Surprise, surprise. My number 5 is The Undertaker. He finally dethroned Bret Hart into the top 5. It's The Undertaker. It's Vince's greatest creation. Character-wise. His best character.
yeah.
The
What
streak,
else?
to me, is still undefeated. Brock did not need that. If anything,
Amen.
Randy should have ended the streak, but Randy refused. Edge was supposed to end it. He refused out of respect for Taker. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Supposedly Shawn also, but Shawn refused for the same reasons. They gave it to Brock. I don't know why. I think, if anything, I would have probably rather had Roman break it later on, because I know he lost to Roman. But even then, it's like the lesser of two evils, Brock or Roman. Who should have broken that streak? Should have never broken it. But he had a concussion mid-match, so they had to end the match. And Brock beat him.
Yeah.
I would say this.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Undertaker, 30 years straight, for the most part. He almost wrestled everyone from those eras. Like, it's hard to think, like, who did he not wrestle, besides the mid-carders, like
Everybody.
well, I don't know, Billy the Kidman versus Undertaker. Can you imagine that match?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have 7 minutes, maybe.
Maybe in the Rumble, I think.
But I do more like one-on-one matches, like
Yeah, one on
Rumbles
ones.
a little bit, but like I want like actual match, like
Yeah.
you bell rings, just you and no one else. Uh, I'll do you want to see Undertaker versus
Finn Balor Demon.
Oh,
oh yeah,
Oh my God,
good
that's
one.
what I
yeah,
wanted.
Good one.
yeah.
That's
Good
that's
one.
how I wanted Finn to come up. I'm like, why don't you guys just let Finn take the demon form and you could have the dead man versus the demon, and you can even have Kane backing up Finn if you really
Demon
don't
Finn,
want
yeah.
him to win clean, you know? Because Kane
Yeah.
was the devil's favorite demon, right? So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got another one. Undertaker versus Shinsuke Nakamura.
That could have been good. That could
Yeah,
have been good. Two
just
different styles though, but it could have been
yeah,
good.
yeah. Just again,
Taker would have
just
made it
just
look
for the sake
good.
of it.
Yeah, Taker
Yeah,
would have
Yeah.
worked with it for sure. But yeah, number five is the Undertaker. I mean, he's a household name. If you look up loyalty in the dictionary, Undertaker's face is on there.
yeah, his picture.
His picture's on there for sure. That's my number five. That's the Undertaker. Number four for you, Chris.
Yeah, this one, one we haven't mentioned yet that I've heard, uh, special place in my heart. This is going to be Rey Mysterio, for
Had to
what
be
he's
on there.
done. Yeah, for what he's done for Mexican wrestling and his presence in American wrestling. Uh, Jose, I'm pretty sure you talked to a lot of my fellow Mexicans, even the Mexicans that have stopped watching wrestling altogether. They know Rey Mysterio. They remember the good memories of Rey Mysterio. And then you know that joke. Whenever they see a masked wrestler on Facebook or on YouTube, you know the question is that Rey Mysterio?
Is Harry
No, it's
Mysterio?
someone else. Because he's a household name.
Yeah,
Like all the years, the popularity, uh, his face is everywhere. His mask is iconic. The way he changes it, adapts. One of the biggest what ifs was New Japan when he was there for like a summer season
oh
to wrestle
yeah,
there. He
yeah,
did
yeah.
he was doing all tag team matches, no team matches, but he had a face off with Kazuchika Okada. Like that would have been a great Wrestle Kingdom match. Rey Mysterio versus Okada for a match, or had Okada come to WWE WrestleMania right there.
Yeah.
Okada versus Rey Mysterio. Like just those two, because they really had their little face off. Like that, what if these two got to wrestle each other? Who would come out top? But they exchange blows at the tag team match. But again, I want to see singles. Like I just want to see who be the better man is.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they will shook in hands. Whoever wins or loses, it'll be out of respect. Because that's where Mysterio, like, he's all about respect and honoring that moment. So,
I
yeah.
forgot about Rey Mysterio. Jesus Christ. I
No,
always
it's
forget.
fine.
I always forget about Ray. He should be on there though. Been following him since WCW. Long time ago. It's a great one for sure. Luis,
Oh,
number
definitely,
four.
man. I still remember him versus Kurt when he debuted on SmackDown and all that.
At
Yeah.
SummerSlam, oh, that was it's one
Yeah.
of my favorite matches.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
when he I loved watching him tag team with RVD.
Yeah.
That was great. And him and RVD. And then you had Eddie and Booker and oh man. All the tag teams are trying to get him. I remember that. But RVD and Ray just completed each other, throwing each other against the wrestlers. It was great.
Him winning the
Oh
title the year after Eddie died.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
After winning the Royal Rumble
Yeah, the
for him.
Rumble. Yeah.
Yeah.
now the emotions, guys. I get nostalgia just think about SmackDown from 2002 to like '06, '07. Like,
We
that was a different type, man. Like, it's hard to even
Hmm.
explain to new generation. Like, you had to be there to see it
yeah.
Yeah.
because of all the memories, just
Stacked
what was
roster.
happening.
SmackDown was stacked
Yeah,
back then. Holy shit. So stacked.
yeah. The what the big six.
Yeah, Ray was
And
one of the many,
yeah,
many guys on SmackDown back then, killing it. But you were saying, Luis, you're number four?
Yeah. My number four was I mentioned his name already there. He was on that Big Six, right? Rob Van Dam.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
man. And yeah, RVD's on my list. What is there's not much you can't say about him. He's another one of like he got the big belt and then he got in trouble and he lost it.
One of the
They
ECW
made him take
originals.
it. Yeah, his work in ECW. Oh, but I love Rob Van Dam. My brother's, when he was he's a little kid in kindergarten, he had this thing called Kinder Kid. That was his
Oh
thing.
yeah.
And it's like, dude, just RVD was just different, and then when he did in the
Yeah.
ring, and when you hear him talk about it on his A&E special now, how he trained with this one guy who had a ring in his backyard. He was in kickboxing, and he said, "If you guys train in kickboxing, you can use my ring." So that's what
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
And obviously, he talked about it was perfect timing that him and Sabu got to talk about the original Sheik on that Dark
Ooh,
Side episode.
Sabu.
Dude,
Sabu.
I still can't believe he's gone. I
Rest in
mean,
peace. I was just gonna say that. We just lost Sabu recently, man. That's wild.
it
Wild.
is.
Yeah.
He was just alive a minute ago on that Dark Side episode talking about his uncle.
Didn't even know he was sick or anything, or I didn't even know.
Man,
That was so
dude,
sudden. It's like, what?
RVD's going to be a father soon. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And good for him, man. We
Good
got
for
to join the club.
RVD. No more
Yeah.
smoking weed because you have kids, you know? Exactly.
I was just gonna say because I mean he was with the same woman his whole career. She had cancer and he was there for her.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened in the end. I think she broke it off with him. Nothing bad. It was just I guess it just wasn't meant to be anymore for him.
Yeah.
But he was
Mhm.
really in love with her because
Oh, yeah.
that's a lot to stick through cancer with someone.
Breast
You
cancer, right?
know?
I think.
Yeah,
Like breast
something like
cancer.
that.
Yeah.
And it was yeah, but he was there with her the whole time, and yeah, so that's why I'm really happy to see that he's finally happy, and he's going to be a dad.
He's gonna be he's gonna have
He's a
children.
good
Yeah,
dude.
absolutely. He's a good dude. He
Love
deserves
Rob
it.
Van Dam.
I love
Took me
RVD too.
forever to see him, but I finally caught him at that same Bound for Glory where I saw Ken Shamrock. So
Yeah. I have fond memories of RVD. I could go for days, but I won't get into it. But Sam at
him
EC
and Kane. Kane unmasked himself when he was tag teaming
Yeah.
with him. Remember that?
Yep.
took him
I remember
out.
that
Yeah.
too.
That
Hey,
forever etched in my brain.
Yeah.
just to pepper more in about RVD. I don't think she ever been fired, even for that. I'm sure they could just been more soft about that. Can you
Yeah.
imagine the matches you could have had with the new incoming wrestlers after what that time period? Like the new ECW guys coming in, and then like the guys in '08, '09 coming in, maybe '10. Those matches before he went to TNA.
Yeah.
Like again, what if matches? Like just at least to at least to see what would happen if you wrestled about this guy or that guy.
Yeah.
RVD versus CM Punk.
Did they
Has that
not
happened
wrestle?
before?
RVD versus Daniel Bryan.
I know that did not
Yeah.
happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that
Yeah.
No,
hasn't.
none of those ever happened because of what you just said. Those
Surprised
guys
RVD
were
and
he
CM
went to
Punk never did
TNA and
something.
yeah.
Uh, how about the Shield members? Has that happened? Roman,
RVD
Seth,
versus
or the
Seth versus John
No,
Dean
I don't think
Ambrose.
so.
No,
No, I don't think
because
so.
they came in what 10, 11. So right there, like
Yeah.
had he not got fired, I'm sure he would have stayed and wrestled
Oh
those
yeah.
guys.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Absolutely.
RVD and Kofi Kingston. Think about that.
Oh, Kofi
that would
Mania,
have been
come on.
solid.
Well,
Yeah.
in his Jamaican gimmick,
Exactly.
because that was
Kofi Mania.
'08.
Kofi
Oh,
Mania.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Jamaican Kofi. Yeah.
Because I come Jamaican Kofi. Like,
He was Jamaican.
That's so Jamaican.
When the Usos said that, I was dead, bro.
That's the best one. That's the best comment
Oh,
of the night for sure. Jamaican.
dude,
That's a
New
good
Day
one.
versus the Usos was a solid match.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude.
I miss Big E.
Yeah,
I
me
miss Big
too.
E. I
hey,
miss
same thing too.
yeah.
RVD versus Big E, just for the fun of it.
Yeah. I miss Big E. That could be that could have been something for sure.
Yeah.
Wild. Well, my number four was Bret Hart. He got booted to number six, obviously. My number four, this is where Oh man, I did it on the previous episode. I got to do it again. So number four can only be summed up with one pose.
Oh, okay.
Number four is Randy Orton.
Yeah.
It's the Legend Killer. It's the Apex Predator. It's the Viper. It's Randy Orton. I love Randy. Y'all already know.
Yep.
He's already in the conversation for probably the greatest. If it
Yeah.
when Randy and John were going at it, I was always a Randy guy. Always. Always, always, always. I'll never forget his debut against Hardcore Holly. Of course, I remember that. Triple H breaking into his house is that rivalry was great. The buildup was phenomenal. The WrestleMania match, kind of a letdown a little bit.
He beat Chris to beat Brock's record for
Yeah.
youngest world champ.
Yeah.
Because Brock had
Randy
it at
is
25 and Randy was 23.
24.
Was he 24? I thought it was
Yeah.
23.
24, 23. Youngest world champion ever.
Yeah.
Evolution,
He
The
beat Chris.
Legacy, Rated RKO, the Wyatt family, because he was in the Wyatt family.
Mhm.
You could throw an RK Bro in there too with Matt Riddle. That was fun.
That
A lot of
was
people
fun.
dislike it, but it was fun.
That was fun.
That was fun. Matt Riddle
Yeah.
probably beat him up in real life because Matt Riddle, yeah, he's a mixed martial artist, right? But Randy's the most naturally gifted guy I've seen in the ring. There's only one guy that's better in the ring. He's coming up real soon. But Randy, it's the
You
most
know,
naturally gifted wrestler I've seen in the ring, besides one other guy. But he's still going. He's not even done yet.
Yeah.
He's still got a lot left.
you know what's crazy about him? Just his body, his genetics. Like he still has not really aged as much. Like if you look
Privilege.
at, yeah, if you look at his, like I remember what in
Third gen.
2020, and like in 2020 he was wrestling Kofi Kingston. They did a replay of 2010
Oh
when
man.
they wrestle each other, and then they did like a side by side where Kofi did the
Yeah.
boom boom, went through the table onto Randy.
Oh
So
yeah.
like 2010 and 2020 is like you would think if there was no date, it just happened like a few weeks ago or
Yeah.
so. So I think
And
it's amazing.
it's one thing to have one of the greatest finishers in the RKO ever on in your arsenal, but to have two, you add the punt in there. Oh, forget it. The punt, him punting John Cena's dad is crazy. Crazy. 09 when Randy went bald in 09.
He
That's
was bald
that's
and all
the
that.
that's the devil incarnate right there.
Yeah, and he
That is
he
the
had full
most cynical
sleeves.
human, yeah, the most cynical human being to ever exist.
He
Despicable.
punted everybody. Didn't he punt Linda McMahon too?
Everybody.
Even
E-
Vince, Vince
Even
was
Yeah.
fun. Like, the way he
he
took it, like
he gave Vince a concussion for real. Vince was like, "No, you better hit me with that shit for real." Vince was like that. He even said it. It's well documented. He's like, "Hit me for real," and Randy hit him for real.
I
Gave him
still
a
remember he
concussion.
took the F5 because he was going for hip surgery. He told Brock to hit him with all he's got because he's going for hip surgery anyway.
The fact that he can hit that RKO from out of nowhere. Remember the one on Evan Bourne when he
yes,
was
Alvear, yes,
that's crazy.
I was
that's
just thinking about that
I
when he
think
said
that's
airborne because of airborne.
Against Seth Rollins at WrestleMania 31, I think it was. When Seth went for the stomp and Randy countered it in the air, crazy.
I think that started the meme, the out of
Yeah,
nowhere meme.
that's wild.
The
That
one he hit
Evan
on CM
Bourne one,
Punk at Mania
the
too.
one on yeah, the one on Chad Gable when Chad went for the moonsault and Randy just went,
Yeah.
yeah. That dude is just something else. Something else. He might he's close to top three, but he's number four. Definitely one of my favorites. There's only three that are better for me, but
I love his promo with AJ.
I love Randy.
What telling AJ that you couldn't hang in the
Yeah.
WWE because you're an Indies guy, and he
Oh
did.
yeah.
AJ tells him that your little pose wouldn't have handled the Indie guys, and he said, "And you better hit me with something harder than that knockoff diamond cutter."
Oh man, no. That
Yeah,
I was
RKO
so
is
dead
so
when
good.
AJ said that to him.
That
Ah,
RKO is so amazing.
the three most dangerous letters in
It's such
the
a great
business.
finisher. Such a
It
great
is.
when he hit Brock with it out of nowhere, when Paul was like, "You'll never hit Brock with the RKO." Hold my beer real quick.
Oh man.
Countering a chokeslam from the Undertaker into an RKO when he was really young, crazy. Yeah,
It was a
forget it.
casket match, right?
It was a
That was
casket. It was a WrestleMania match. Yeah,
yeah, it was a casket match.
the one time Randy went up against Taker.
Yeah,
It's crazy because all the Evolution guys went up against Taker and they all lost
yeah,
at WrestleMania.
yeah,
All
yeah,
of them did.
yep.
yeah. Rick, Batista,
Flair
Triple
and
H
Randy
twice.
and Randy
Yep.
once. Yep. But yeah, Randy's my number four. He went up a spot. He
You won't
might
hear
go up
any
some more.
arguments for me. He mentored one of my favorites, so
Yeah, he's so good. He's so good. He's not
there's
done yet,
still
which is
one more
crazy.
match I want to see him do.
Mm, I
That
think so
title match
too.
against Cody at Mania.
Yeah, yeah. I hope so. I
Then
hope
he can
so.
walk off into the sunset after that if he
Oh
wants
yeah.
to.
Oh yeah. I want him to at least tie John's record, but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah.
Chris, you're number three. We're into the top three now. We're
Yeah.
almost there.
All right. Well, here's one I think you guys might agree with me on this one. So number three is going to be Japan's favorite, Antonio Inoki.
Oh yeah.
So I went through the rabbit hole kind of around like 2018, 2019, because I was kind of tired of American wrestling at that point. So I found a bit of my escape route to Japanese wrestling, which I knew about Japanese wrestling, but did not know too much about it. So ended up looking into New Japan and some of the other stuff. And Torinoki, just the forefather for what he has done for Japanese wrestling and not and even wrestling to whole spectrum.
Yeah.
Because if you guys seen like his 70s and 80s wrestling and up to his 90s retirement, I'm just impressed like his vision for what he wanted wrestling to be seen as a legitimate sport with like boxing and then like karate and like all those combat sports where we're trying to get away from like the a bit of like from American wrestling where it was still kind of seen as something different in sports, especially by 70s and 80s where you know WWE trying to make it like, oh, it's sports entertainment, where no, he really wanted like the legitimacy, wanted the real sports element attached to his vision of wrestling. So I give him props for him to keep that sort of like that vision. At least keep away at least keep away the crowd that always like doubted wrestling or always looked down on it. At least trying like, hey, I can create something that's gonna be really hard to be
Mm-hmm.
looked down upon.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and then you can talk about his politics, which that's really hard to do. You know, trying to like do both, like get involved in office and then trying to juggle wrestling. Uh, which led to his partnership with WCW, trying to like at least fix his image. With I still don't remember having to look exactly what he did in politics that made him in trouble with the parliament but enough to like, hey, let's go to North Korea and put wrestling there. Like, oh, okay, not sure what it's gonna really do, but it's more for wrestling than for his duties in office. So
Yeah.
again, like no one's really perfect, especially if you're going to get involved with politics
Obviously.
trying trying like do wrestling at the same time. Is like, okay, maybe pick one or the other, or if you can do both. We can talk about Jesse Ventura, good example. Like at least he stuck to one thing. He had a wrestling background. He at least able to like at least keep a certain focus, like what I want to do. But otherwise, just he helped kind of like make me appreciate New Japan. Uh, Japanese wrestling, and then what he did for the media, gets him out there, just again, just having that business mind attached to it, like getting Japanese wrestling, New Japan out there. I even know how I would do it. Like if you guys told me to run my own wrestling company, I think I would struggle. But Inoki had that super confidence that's even rare for like Japanese people to have because you guys know they're reserved. They try to be low key.
Yeah.
Inoki was not like that. Like he was very, very personal. So
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
just a complex character is the way I can really describe him because there's just so many layers on him and just knowing about his life and what he was going through all those decades, like it's amazing that someone was able to kind of still sort of keep the mind intact until like the 2000s, where it's like, okay, starting to slip up, New Japan's in the hole, like, what do you do next? Like, if that was wrestling, you can't tell him don't do wrestling because, he'll keep at it. That's why he did the Genome Inoki Federation. Thanks to him, we got the Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle in Japan. That's a
Oh
star match. Like
yeah.
that was like more physical than what they were doing in WWE, in my humble opinion. Just
Yeah.
the spectacle behind it. Like he's the one that housed that arena to happen.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
speaking of his politics, I mean, Ken's not on, but if Kenny were here, I'm pretty sure he would tell you about Collision in Korea when he fought Ric Flair.
Oh my God.
Remember that? I think it's still okay. So I know in North Korea they kind of make you do things, but I think it's funny that they still have the record for the most people in an arena. Wasn't it like 170,000 people showed up for
Oh yeah.
that fight?
Easily.
Mhm.
Easily.
Yeah. And they're like, well, of course they got the record. They forced people to go to this thing.
They
And
force people's crazy.
North
yeah,
Korea,
I don't.
Noki versus Ric Flair.
Eric Bischoff, even agreed like, okay, like does it really count if the people are being forced? Like yeah, it's a valid point.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Alrighty, so that was number three for Chris. That means your number three, Luis.
My number three shouldn't come as a surprise here, Jose. Um, for me, even though he is mired in a lot of, you know, it's gonna be it's always gonna be a thing of what was going through his mind, and I still would like to think that my guy did a lot for the wrestling industry. He was the definition of what you want to be as a wrestler. Unfortunately, I think he should be in the Hall of Fame for that, but you need to bring up CTE, you need to bring up mental health awareness when you put him in there. And my number three is Chris Benoit. I love the Rabbit Wolverine, man. I'm proud to say I found his very first match online when he wrestled for Stu Hart's promotion. He had the long hair. And
Yeah.
then I
Yeah.
even I even looked up a match when he was Pegasus Kid in New
Mm-hmm.
Japan back in the day. And of course I even watched his very, very last match, which was Chris Benoit versus I want to say it was on ECW. It's a random match on the ECW promotion in '09 when they brought it back. He was facing JTG, I believe.
It was like
I
oh
thought
six because he died in oh 07 or
I
something.
thought I think it's Elijah Burke.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you
Elijah
go.
Burke,
It was
yeah.
Elijah Burke, and it was him, and they were just bringing back ECW again as a third promotion or something,
Yeah.
right?
The
Was it?
plan was to make ECW the Chris Benoit shows what the plan was, but
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
obviously, that didn't go all the way through like they hoped. So
I believe
Yeah.
the
yeah,
U.S. title was involved too, right? At some point, he was
the
supposed to win the U.S.
ECW, the ECW
ECW.
title.
Yeah, the ECW
Okay,
title.
Because it was supposed to be CM Punk versus Chris Benoit, but more
yeah,
like it was going to be Chris Benoit winning it to be the face of ECW. And I'm sure CM Punk said he was ready. That was going to be the first time those two were going to wrestle with each other. I was looking for that match because, again, like I said, the Cambodian karate slash Muay Thai background versus the grappling style of Chris Benoit, like just the idea, like okay, how physical is going to be? How much can CM Punk keep up with Chris Benoit, who's the veteran and this match.
Yeah.
How it's going to be. And of course, CM Punk losing wouldn't hurt him, and it would kind of help ECW. Okay, we got Christian Wall being a face because he was never the face in the original ECW. Obviously, that was
Yeah.
always Taz, Sabu, uh,
RVD,
Dudley
Tommy
Boys,
Dreamer.
yeah, those guys.
Yeah.
So giving it
Sandman, Stephen Boo.
Oh, Sandman. Yeah. Raven. No. Yeah, Raven for a little bit.
a little bit before he left.
Yeah.
Sandman, he was more of like just the guy, like, but not the face.
New
Differences.
Jack.
Yeah.
Well,
New Jack was
uh,
He's
until
nuts.
until he
rest in
says
peace, New Jack.
until
Yeah, man.
until he got fight with Paul Heyman, so that didn't last long.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, like Chris Rose would be like taking the title, having these great
Yeah.
matches.
Yeah.
Again, like a big what if, like what if he never died? What if Benoit was able to help elevate the ECW belt? Uh,
Yeah.
and then again, as new wrestlers were coming in, like Sheamus was part of that restructure of the ECW brand, like turn into like a developmental
Yeah.
or get exposure. Who else did they bring in? Chris Brown versus Evan Bourne. At least show the kids, how things are done.
Crispin
Yeah,
Wall versus Daniel Bryan.
yeah,
That would
that
have been
too.
good.
Crossface versus LaBelle Lock.
Two
Yeah.
technicians. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I mean, like I said, a lot of my favorite Chris matches. I mean, obviously him winning the belt finally on that triple threat against Triple H and Randy, right? And then his Royal Rumble win.
Yeah.
And I want to say the Kurt Angle ones. I know, man.
Him and Jericho. Him
Yeah.
and yeah, him and
I'll 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 do one more, guys. Chris Benoit versus Roman Reigns.
oh, Chris would have washed the man.
Yeah. Well, I just want to see that. I just want to
Yeah.
see. That's why I want that magic. I want to see how far he can pull his head back with that crossface.
Oh, that crossface looked like it hurt. I
Yeah,
bet it did. Yeah.
dude.
That headbutt from
God.
the top rope too crazy. No,
Oh,
I love Benoit. He was on my list. I put him on there. He was tied at my number 12 with Eddie. I threw him on there. I can't pick between those two. They're
I
they're
know.
they're both equal.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. It's so tough. They're the same thing for me.
They were our generation, man, watching, Ruthless Aggression era and all that.
Yeah.
It was great.
They were
Uh,
the guys that away from the bodybuilders, the big guys, like when I say big guys, the Hogans, the Kevin Nashes, those are the guys that I was like, okay, these were the Eddies and Benoits were like the fresh air. Like you can still have that body type that's still achievable.
Yeah.
Like
dude, Chris Benoit versus Bret Hart.
I saw
Oh yeah.
WCW. I
Oh,
Yeah.
I
WCW.
yeah, I have
WCW,
it.
yeah.
I saved it on my
WCW.
recipe playlist.
WCW. It did happen.
nice.
Good stuff, by the way. Good
Yeah,
stuff,
I bet.
Good stuff
I
for
bet
sure.
But
Stu was watching that one saying those are my boys.
that
Benoit back
I
then.
wish that should be a WrestleMania match in my opinion. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
for the championship belt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those
It,
two
it-
guys defined wrestling.
yeah. That way was just different back then. I
Yeah.
love that pick though. That was your
Thanks.
that was your three.
That
My
was number
number
3.
my number three, I think you guys already mentioned. It's to me, he's the most complete wrestler the WWE's ever had. Wrestling's ever seen. Promo, in-ring work, face work, heel work, submission, top rope, you name it. Number three's Kurt Angle.
Yeah. No respect to that. It's just
To me, the
No
best
argument
technical
here.
wrestler I've ever seen. Period.
Yeah.
Just
I'll say this, guys. When he came back in 2017, and
yeah.
his moves, man, they felt new. And
Oh yeah.
again, that's where like the angle slam I have
Yeah.
not seen in years. Like no one else really does the angle slam because it's either his or just maybe it's just a strength thing. But just seeing it was like a breath of fresh air. Like just going back to the classics, going back to that almost like nostalgia, just seeing his old
Yeah.
moves again. They're simple, like simple in terms of nothing fancy schmancy, just basic good old wrestling at its finest.
Well, let's
And
put
Yeah.
it this way, Christian. How many times has he been trying to be imitated? They really wanted Jason
Yeah.
Jordan to do it, right?
Chad
And then
Gable.
Chad Gable should have been it. I think, dude. But then they wanted that other guy, Gable, that one guy, that Gable Stevenson.
Oh yeah.
How
It's
many
tough
times have they
because
tried?
he set
Oh,
the bar way too high.
what about
Way
Josh
too high.
Alexander? What about
Yeah.
Josh Alexander?
Yeah.
Like, you got all these guys that are like replicas of Kurt and what he did, Christian, just to like add to your statement there, man.
You know who
Simple
should have been
stuff,
that
but
guy? You know who should have been the one to take over for Kurt?
Chad
Shelton
Gable.
Benjamin.
Oh, I could see that too.
yeah,
How the
Him and
hell was
Charlie,
Shelton never world champion?
dude.
From that OVW class, everyone, including Victoria, was a world champion, except Shelton Benjamin.
He got pushed
Yeah.
for the IC belt when he went to Raw. I
Yeah.
remember that.
Randy won it. Cena won it. Batista won it. Brock won it. Victoria won the women's title. Shelton Benjamin never won the world title. Why? You could
That's
argue he was the best actual wrestler of those six. Except for
Yeah,
Randy, but Shelton's still a little better.
yeah. Nobody runs the ladder like Shelton, okay? All these people try and they fall in the cracks.
He
You
took the
know,
greatest reach in music.
When he,
uh,
but when he hit Sean on
When
top
Shawn
running
hit
that
him,
ladder
yeah,
and he hit Sean up there, dude,
yeah.
I still remember that. That
On Monday
deserved to
Night
be in the
Raw.
opening take.
Yeah,
What about when he schoolboy pinned Triple H?
yeah.
Everybody talked about that for weeks. He should have gotten the title match just on that, Jose.
Shelton should have been that guy. He's so underrated. So underrated.
Definitely. 100.
Missed opportunity. Again, a technical wrestler should have been on my list, but it's Kurt Angle. 3 Hall of Fame careers, amateur wrestling, WWE, TNA. I've already said it. TNA is his
hey,
best
New
work.
Japan, or yeah,
New Japan as well. He did his thing with Brock Lesnar. He beat Brock Lesnar in real life.
The belly to belly
It's,
suplexes.
it's documented for real.
I'm sorry, it's
The
technically it
Germans.
was Genome, it's Genome Inoki Federation. I mean, I thought he also did New Japan too. Well, it's there. Oh, I just say Japan. Just say Japan.
It's crazy because when I was in school, a lot of us were Kurt Angle fans in grade school and even in high school when I first got into high school. We were Kurt Angle fans, and then we knew he was funny and stuff, but we also knew that he could flip the script at any moment and beat your ass in the ring. For real.
Dude, that ankle lock looked like it hurt.
Yeah.
Did you guys know who his last opponent was in WWE before he left for TNA?
It was Baron. Oh, wait. His last opponent?
It was Mark Henry,
Yes. No.
right?
No,
No.
was it? Hold on. It was someone random, I bet you.
It was.
Was
know-
it The
I know it's-
Miz?
Nope.
06, right? Hold on.
Yeah, it was
And
06.
Not
also,
Randy
you can
Orton. Not Randy Orton.
No, you can fact check me after I say the name.
No, I'll
CM
believe you
Punk?
when you say it. It
You guys
was,
want to continue? Nope.
was it Shelton Benjamin?
Nope.
No.
Bobby Lashley?
Nope.
Eddie was gone by then.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
gone.
Eddie and Chris
Yeah,
were
he
gone
was
by
gone.
that.
No, Chris was still alive in 06.
Because
Was
it's
he?
funny. It's just funny. Like just the name
Batista?
of that guys. Nope.
Was it the Hurricane?
Nope.
Santino Marella?
Nope.
That'd be funny, Santino.
Yeah,
I don't know. I give
said
up.
funny, so I thought of Santino.
Okay, I want to say a name, but you guys can fact check me because Kringle says in an interview.
No,
he said that the very last opponent officially for WWE the last night was against Roadkill at ECW. The guy, the Amish looking dude, the big dude.
Oh, yeah.
Guess how he beat him?
Roadkill.
Yep.
Was
He
that
looked
his?
like
That was his name, right? Roadkill?
yes. The Amish dude with the he looked like he dressed up for Thanksgiving, basically.
Yeah.
That's when I've seen the comments say that. So he said he beat him in like 10 seconds, one headbutt, ankle lock, match over.
Yeah.
That was it.
It's crazy. You think of all the guys that Kurt Angle's made tap, everybody, man. Samoa Joe, he ended his like 18-month streak in TNA.
Hmm.
Samoa Joe was undefeated for like a year and a half, and Kurt Angle comes in. It went under the radar. No one knew Kurt was gonna jump ship to TNA. Nobody
Yeah,
knew.
that's how surprising was.
I remember when he first came in, I was like, "Holy shit, you're joking!" I didn't even know because the Titantron came out because this was back when they were Titantrons. And when I
Yeah,
saw Kurt Angle's face with the mouth guard, I was like, "No fucking way!" And he
yeah.
comes out with the American flag. I'm like, "This dude is oh man, Kurt and
The
TNA." I
wrestling
didn't even know.
machine.
I called my friend right away. I was like, "Yo, listen to this shit." It's like, who the hell is that? I was like, Kurt Angle, TNA. He didn't believe me. He's like, "Oh, you're full of shit." Next day, sure enough, he's like, "You were right." This is,
Man,
I don't know if you guys remember the black cable box that he used to steal pay-per-views. Because back then, TNA was only in pay-per-view.
yeah, I've heard of it.
I
Yeah,
had, that's how I used to watch TNA back then. Because you couldn't watch that on regular TV. It was on the black cable box. You had to steal the pay-per-view.
never had it,
Free
man.
HBO. So ghetto, I
My
know. I know.
buddy did. Yeah,
Yeah. That's how I
it
used
was
to
on
watch TNA.
Spike, right?
It was no, it was this was
Spike
before
TV.
that. It was on pay-per-view Wednesday nights. This was before the Impact Zone. It was they were like in Orlando or they were in
Yeah,
Florida.
they were in the Orlando studios.
Yeah, Orlando Studios. Yep. That's
Yeah,
how I used to watch TNA every week. It was a religion from then on. And
I
then they
bet.
made jump ship to Spike because Kurt Angle drew in money,
Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously. And then everybody came in. Booker T came after. Scott did. Scott Steiner.
Rikishi.
The
Rikishi,
Hardys
yeah.
ended up there
Rikishi, the
eventually.
Hardys, the Dudleys came soon after. I mean, you name it, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah, Kurt's first run in WWE, great too. You know,
RVD at some point.
Yeah, he
RVD,
did.
Benoit, Eddie, Ric Flair, I mentioned, Shawn Michaels, The Rock, Austin, Hogan. Who else? You know, everybody to the moon and back. Kurt's number three. That's my number three. Luis, you're number two.
For my number, solid number
Oh,
three
not
there,
Luis,
man.
Christian. Sorry. Before I get to you, sorry
That's
about that.
fine.
Yeah, I was gonna
Christian.
say,
I completely skipped Christian.
go
Christian, you're
Christian,
number
go.
two.
Okay, so number two, we already mentioned this guy before. One of my early memories of professional wrestling is Bret Hart. Just
Yeah,
seeing him go through the 90s, up 97, then WCW. It just his wrestling was very crisp, very smooth, straightforward. I loved his leg sweep that he was did.
yeah.
Like I do it to my bro so many times. So I'll get the position like, okay, now we go backwards. I just love that. Like we go backwards now. Uh, the sharpshooter. I always say my brother. We took turns to even sharpshooter, mind you. So it was okay. Who
That
can?
hurts for real, right?
Bro, we
I know.
took
Yeah.
everything. Walls of
Every
Jericho,
oh,
Yes.
forget
crippler
it.
crossface.
Yes.
Oh,
I've done it.
Crossface hurts the
Yeah.
most.
ankle lock.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Whoa.
Yeah. Me and my brother we just
I took a
tied our legs
headbutt
together.
once, a Benoit style headbutt. That shit hurt.
Oh no no.
Right here to the to the top of
Yeah.
the eye.
No.
Oh, horrible. Never again.
uh. So yeah, Bret Hart. Then his family.
Yeah,
We can talk about, Owen Hart, Jim Neidhart, British Bulldog,
British
um,
Bulldog,
then we can,
Natalia.
yeah, then we can talk about, Stu Hart, what he did for, Stampede Wrestling. And
Yeah,
you hear stories about that Stampede Wrestling was one of the toughest styles to do. Like it would really hurt you, the Hart Dungeon.
Yeah.
Like you hear stories like
You
grown
said
men
Owen already, right? You said Owen
would.
Hart too.
Yeah, I mean, just mentioning
yeah,
him.
yeah.
I'll say this: I didn't put him on my list because it's hard to talk about him because with the whole family, his death. Like it's really hard. Like trying to get past that. So, like, you know what? It's just too much of that. That
You gotta
intricacy
love
because
how
like
AEW does a tournament for him every year, though. You know?
You,
that's different. Like
yeah.
it just there's really like it just that's why I'm just talking about Bret Hart. Like everything else,
Yeah.
like it's just on a separate whole topic in itself. So
You
just
mentioned the
Bret
Hard
Hart.
Dungeon. Imagine all the people that trained there.
Yeah.
Chris Jericho. I mean, the list goes on and on. A lot
Can
of
you,
all time.
can you imagine if it's still being in operation the way that it was back then?
Yeah,
Like if you still have more
yeah.
people going there, like
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
think
yeah.
it's missing. Like there's not enough like those gym facilities, like enough hard dungeons to really tough them out,
Hmm.
guys. Because again, just it needs to give more of a backbone to some of the wrestlers.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that was a little miss. I've noticed is missing.
Yeah.
Like go if you really want something to really
Yeah.
go through hell, go hard dungeon. Like I'm pretty sure Bret Hart can
Just
still run it the way he can.
listen to all these names that trained in the Hard Dungeon. Chris
Hmm.
Benoit, Chris
Hmm.
Jericho,
Yeah. Yep.
Edge, Christian,
Hmm.
Mark
Yep.
Henry, the
Yep.
British Bulldog, Dynamite
Hmm.
Kid,
Yep.
Brian Pillman,
Yeah.
Greg
Hmm.
the Hammer Valentine,
I believe
Lance
that.
Storm. Remember that guy?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Just
Lance.
Incredible. Remember him? Fritz Von Erich.
Oh
I
man,
love the Von
Fritz.
Dude,
Erichs,
there's
dude. I
there
couldn't add them to this list, but they should be
all
on it.
the people that came out of there, man.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, it's just the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
Wild. Roddy Piper, Jake
Hmm.
Roberts, obviously Jim the Anvil Neidhart and Owen Hart. That makes sense. It, Superstar Billy Graham.
Wow. Okay.
Jushin Thunder Liger.
Literally everybody. Everybody who's anybody has trained under that. The Hart family. Yeah, it's literally the mecca for wrestling. You're
I was
absolutely
just
right,
man,
Chris.
if I was wrestler, I would try and do that. Like at least to get my chops in.
Oh yeah,
I would.
yeah. I mean, if all these names are anything to go by, it's
Yeah.
legit. Serious stuff.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, it makes sense. I love Brett and I love Owen too. You know, but
Oh,
you can only fit
Steve
one.
Blackman and Steve Blackman and what did I see on there? Steve Blackman, Ken Shamrock, and
Hmm.
Junkyard Dog are on this list too.
Yeah, wild.
Definitely knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He trained literally everybody,
Yep.
almost everybody,
Almost.
almost.
Yeah.
That leads us to your number two, Luis. Now you can do your number two.
Oh yeah. Number two, man. And it's like you said, or you said it earlier, it's really hard to do this, man. Because my number one, two, and three literally they are the three amigos to me, you know? And to me, it was like it's I can flip flop them because they really were a big part of my childhood. They're my favorites. And you already mentioned him. And you know, if I couldn't train with Stu, I would go train with this guy's family, Eddie Guerrero, with Gory and Chavo Senior.
Eddie,
Dude, I
Eddie.
love Eddie, dude. I mean, it's funny stuff with China. Mamacita, you want to see some Latino heat?
Yeah.
And then seeing freaking Dom and Liv play it back, right? With mommy and
Crazy,
oh,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh, he making his real puppy proud, as I like to call it. when
His
he won that,
biological father, yeah. That's Dirty
when
Dom's
he won
father.
the, when he won that IC belt, that's what I told you. Remember, man,
Yeah.
he's making his real puppy proud. My
Yeah.
wife was like, "Lou, you're so bad,"
Yeah.
because
Crazy.
Ray's a deadbeat dad. That's what he keeps saying. But yeah, man, I love Eddie. And my favorite matches are definitely watching him and Chris go, watching him and Kurt go. He had a decent match against Brock, like you said. There wasn't really anybody he didn't have a decent match with. I loved watching him team up with his nephew. right? How
The
many
Chavo, yeah,
uncle and nephew?
Los Guerreros.
Yeah, Los
Uh-huh.
Guerreros. Yeah, had them in the facing Team Angle. I always loved that. I loved the promos, like cheating and stealing. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah,
And when he finally got the big belt and everything,
yeah.
that was great.
At WrestleMania. But before that, he beat
Yeah,
Brock on SmackDown. Remember? And he went into the crowd. I don't know if you remember.
yeah, I do because I watched every SmackDown on Thursdays.
Yeah,
That's
and
when
he
it was
went.
on Thursdays.
I
I
was
did
rooting.
not miss it as a kid, man. Even though my mom didn't let me, I'd still sneak it.
I was a big Brock guy, but I was rooting for Eddie. I was like, man, you better beat this dude's ass.
I didn't know how he was going to do it, but if anybody could do it, it was him with all those tricks of, he hit me with the chair.
Oh yeah,
That was
yeah.
great.
Eddie was something else, man. Something
Those
else.
tricks were nobody made me laugh more than he did, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Whew.
yeah. It's good old Eddie, man. Rest in peace. 20 years later, it's crazy how time just passes by. That's just
My
wild.
brother actually met his daughter, the one that's married to Rusev Day.
Yeah.
Uh Forget his name.
Seriously.
His real name is Matt something. He's on Matt Rainwalt. Matt Rainwalt.
Mm-hmm.
He's an announcer for TNA right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, he met his daughter at Second City Acting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
nice girl.
Yeah. We miss you, Eddie.
Good old Eddie though.
Miss you, Eddie.
Yeah.
Number two, I think y'all have already mentioned. Luis mentioned him already. Number two is this was my guy growing up. One of my guys, and he'll always be my guy, regardless of the stupid shit he does, the fumbles he's been doing lately. My number two is The Rock.
Yeah, I get that.
Name a more charismatic guy than The Rock
Yeah.
at that time. You know.
Just again, he was one of those guys that quickly became like in the public realm where again, you mean people that were not wrestling fans but knew him. There were cases where people only watched his matches and that was it. They just tune in
Yeah.
for Raw, SmackDown, watch him like talk on the microphone, maybe wrestle, and that was kind of it. So it's like, they'll
Yeah.
watch as long as The Rock is on, but like once he was not wrestling anymore or fully dedicated like he was,
Yeah.
went to Hollywood, those people tuned out and went to go watch his movies.
And when he came back as Hollywood Rock,
Mhm.
incredible. It's
Yeah.
With the
hor
guitar and everything.
with the guitar, yeah. Him mocking Vicky Guerrero, you know, singing to Vicky Guerrero, like I said, no, biatch. It's so funny. He was funny. Funny. I used to think he was the best on the mic, but I think there's a few guys that are better now. John Cena definitely for sure after this pipe bomb he just did. Yeah. But he's up there. I mean, I will always love The Rock. Watched him growing up, Nation Domination, The
Oh yeah,
Corporation,
that's
The
Yeah,
Corporation, headlining three WrestleManias.
him versus Triple H.
Him versus Triple H against Mankind,
Yeah,
again at the Survivor Series against Taker, everybody.
him versus
Every,
Hogan.
him versus Hogan at WrestleMania
One.
18. The
Yeah,
double
the
turn.
first one.
The double
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
The classic double turn, yeah. WrestleMania, I mean, I could go on forever.
yeah.
The Rock, number two. Which brings us to the number one. I kind of know where Chris is gonna go, but I kind of want to see what he says for number one. I have a
Yes.
feeling who it is.
Yeah, you
What's your
probably know
number
who
one,
it
Chris?
is. So my number one is one of my favorite Latino wrestlers, always in my heart, memories still with me, Eddie Guerrero.
I knew it.
I
Yeah.
knew it.
I you
Yeah.
you I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure you see my post. I think
it's Eddie.
I've been strong. He was the kind of the face when I was growing up, like representing Mexicans or the Latinos that were watching him, especially from WCW. Like you could kind of see, okay, there's something to him. right size, right height, the way he looked, his moves, even revolutionary during that time. And then finally making to WWE, with the Radicals, and then finally
Underrated.
starting to like, yeah.
Underrated.
hmm And then just the memories, like his passing really hit me because that was when it started getting started hurting, trying to be a wrestling fan because when you're gonna lose these wrestlers. Uh, after he died, I told people this, like, first it was him, then Benoit, and then wrestling started changing. There was like a very lack of identity, like what the wrestling want to be. Did they want to be like the hard hitting action plays? Did they want to like be more safer, but sacrifice that atmosphere that they had for so many years? Uh, and then like when I stopped watching wrestling from like 2010 to like 2014, 2015, I still thought about Eddie Guerrero. Like the days I go sleep, days I wake up, he was in my mind. Like when I was not watching any
Yeah.
sort of wrestling, he was still in my memories. Like I thought about his matches, I thought about his theme song, his low riders, everything. So then like okay, I sort of went back to wrestling. Then they started like doing all these honors, these memories for him. The Untold, was Truth of Eddie Guerrero. Man, like just hearing his voice again, like you thought like he was with us again. So just those
I
small things, man, that pulls my heartstrings. Just remembering him.
I will never forget that one match. I think it was against JBL on SmackDown, and
Bull Roper?
when he collapsed in the ring,
Yeah.
like he was fainting and he
Mhm.
collapsed in the ring. People thought it was a work.
Yeah.
Like people thought it was just the character. Like he was cheating, lie, cheating, steal, right? Trying to
Mhm.
cheat. But JBL called right away and he pushed the ref. He's like trying to save this guy. He's having a heart attack and he started convulsing in the ring too.
Yeah.
I was like, wait. I thought it was part of the work too. I'm not gonna lie to you because he was a heel.
Yeah.
Was that the bull rope match or the match where he accidentally cut himself too deep?
No, it was an actual match on SmackDown. I think it was against JBL because JBL was in the ring and they JBL tried to save his life. Pretty much saved his life because he had a heart attack in the ring, mid match, for real. He was convulsing and
Yeah. That was freaky. Like look, if you looked at his eyes, like you could see that
they
he did
didn't even
not
cut
know
the
what he
camera.
said.
Yeah, he was like this, like he was staring, like literally for real,
Like
for
his
real.
mouth just like
Yeah.
wide open. Like and then it's
Look,
like you could tell like he was
look it up on YouTube, Luis. Eddie
Yeah,
Guerrero heart attack on in the ring. Yeah, it was on SmackDown.
yeah.
It was wild to see. I thought it was part of a work, but when I saw his eyes,
I
I was
think
like, "Oh
I
no,
was
it's
young enough to probably fall for the work at the time.
oh yeah." I
I
was a
have a
teenage.
feeling.
I was in my teens at that time. I'll never forget. And yeah, I
Yeah, I was a
I remember
preteen.
it clear as day. I remember it clear as day. Just seeing his eyes, I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh no, this is for real." Like he's really dying on I thought that was it. But he came back, and then when he actually died, I was tuning into Monday Night Raw. And when I
He was,
saw
yeah,
in loving memory of Eddie Guerrero and I saw his picture, it's like, you gotta be shitting me.
yeah.
Young too. He was like 37, 38 years old. He was
38.
far
Yeah.
too young, man. Far too young. Far too young. Far too young. I'll never forget when it happened. Literally. Vince said, fuck the show. Everybody came out. Everybody was crying. I never seen Batista cry so hard. you know?
yeah.
And when John broke character and he put the Latino Heat shirt, laid it out on the in the ring, and put the WWE title, the spinner belt, when he had the spinner belt in honor of Eddie. I thought that was awesome. John was like, fuck the character work. Tonight's about
Mhm.
Eddie. They went
Yeah.
ahead and Eddie Guerrero shirt on.
Just all this time about, man, like you see how impactful it is. Like
20 years ago. I still remember it like it happened yesterday.
Yeah,
yeah.
it was a tag team match.
Yeah, it was a tag team match. It was on SmackDown. I know
Yeah,
JBL was
Ian
in the
Ray
ring. He had a heart attack
versus
for real.
JBL and the Dudleys.
I think it was the Dudleys. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
But he literally he dozes off in the ring and then he just falls.
yeah, he hits Devon with the three amigos.
Yeah,
Man,
he
must
just
have been a
passed.
kid just into the match, because
Yeah, he
you saw things differently back then without social media.
JBL caught it right away because the ref was just
Yeah,
looking at him
it
like,
was
oh,
right
he's
after he hit Devon with the three amigos.
yeah,
You could see him losing it,
yeah.
and he thought
JBL
it
was
was a
going crazy. He was
work. Yeah,
J
JBL's outside the ring, and he sees him collapse, and
yeah, tries to save him,
yeah,
which blows my mind.
yeah.
I hated JBL back then too, but he's looking back like,
Same.
yeah, we all did, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but you know what's funny? My brother, once we broke kayfabe as an older, my brother would be the one who told me because remember, like I told you guys, he like looked into everything and was curious. He was the one who told me that JBL winning everything was all Eddie's idea. Vince didn't even want him to do that. Eddie didn't feel like he was worth that. He was good enough to be heavyweight champion. Apparently, like you kept saying, Christian, he was always talking about, "I want to lose the match. I want to lose the match." I guess that's how he was even then after he won
that
the big
sounds like an
belt.
Eddie thing.
Yeah, that's what my brother was telling me because I kept on telling him how annoyed I was that JBL kept fucking winning the belt and not letting it go, and I
And
guess it was an Eddie thing.
it goes back to what Chris was saying earlier about him in WCW against was it DDP? Like
Yeah,
you
Yes.
lose the match, you lose the match, I'm losing the
yeah.
match,
When
you
you
lose.
said that, I believe it because he
Yeah,
was like that with
yeah,
JBL, and
yeah,
that's how JBL owes his career to him.
yeah. A lot of
Because
people owe their careers to Eddie.
Vince, I mean, you know how Vince is. He's a businessman, and Eddie was making him money. So
Yeah,
he wanted Eddie to carry the belt, but Eddie told him, no, I'm not. It's at JBL. I'll keep wrestling JBL for it.
I
Yeah.
think Eddie knew his time was coming somehow. He just never said anything.
Yeah, that's nuts. I would have never. I was probably another night that he pissed me off for winning the match, so I probably phased it out.
Yeah, it was
You
a
know
big
what?
deal when he died. Go
What
ahead,
they
Chris.
said about Eddie, like especially when he was still in SmackDown. They said like he was always in pain because
Yeah,
some of the guys they would have to like I forget who it was like he had like back problems and I think his legs, so they try like I guess
yeah.
like pressing on his back. That way he get out and walk to the ring and do his thing. So
And
that's why
then
he never showed like any pain when he was in the ring.
yeah.
Like when he came back from the ring to the locker room, then he started showing pain again.
Oh
Like
yeah,
his face, like yeah, so like shit, like
sweating
night after
like
night.
crazy.
Yeah,
He had that heart failure too. That heart was just, it was not giving.
yeah.
It was not
Yeah.
giving Freddie. That's what killed him, is heart failure. You know,
Yeah.
that's what
The
that's what killed
years
him.
and years of abuse. He put his body through the ringer with that.
Yeah, I mean, his
Vicky
heart
would talk about him being passed out at home and everything all the time.
it just got weaker
Yeah.
and weaker. But it was a big deal when he died, and I don't even want to imagine what Chris must have, when it happened.
So that was another thing I was saying about Chris Benoit, the CTE,
Oh, no, I
and
meant
I'm
Christian.
pretty sure, dude, he was still suffering from post depression, postpartum depression. I don't think he ever went to site. Dude, you saw how he cried over Eddie. Him and Eddie were close. I'm pretty sure he was still suffering from losing Eddie, and he just kept on burying that shit. You know?
I don't think he ever got over that.
No, it was
Well,
because he kept wrestling. It wasn't a good idea because Eddie was always there. So he would be missing Eddie because Eddie was always there with him doing all that on the road.
And
So,
Chris was always taking chairs to the head too.
oh yeah, classic, right? That
Yeah,
was,
like
yeah,
you could hear those thumps, like, you know,
yeah.
crazy. But
Never mind the headbutts.
he never got over Eddie's death, and I think that's what led to,
No,
yeah.
yeah,
it makes sense looking back.
Mhm.
You were saying, Chris, regarding Eddie or Chris?
Uh, what was I gonna say? No, it's just the impact, just us thinking about that stuff. Like that era, it was through that era where there was like not much talk about like mental awareness, and these guys had to like wrestle through that. Like they had like no real therapy to speak of. In the way Eddie was, Crispin was therapy. If you, as you mentioned, like anytime Chris had a problem, he went to Eddie. And then when he didn't have that source anymore, he wasn't really getting help. Like there was no one that would give him like that type of love and help at the same time. Uh,
Yeah.
the thing about this too, even back then, when people said therapy, that was kind of like a way of saying, "Oh, there's something wrong with you," rather than just saying,
Right.
"Hey, like there's maybe we want to talk about something just to help you out," rather than like,
Yeah,
"Oh, there's something wrong with you.
yeah,
You need fixing," because there's a difference in that language. Like you need fix as if you're broken, rather than like you just need help in terms of, hey, help you get through whatever mental darkness you have right now. So
yeah,
Right.
that was that time frame. I love the
Yeah.
2000s guys, but I know what was not available in that decade. Like for the ups and downs of the 2000s, I love the 2000s, but I recognize what it didn't have during that time.
yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Eddie was special, man, and he still is. It makes sense to have him as number one.
yeah, always.
It wouldn't be you if you didn't have him as number one. I kind of knew going in it was gonna be, but I didn't. I obviously was never gonna say anything because why ruin the surprise, you know?
Yeah, say you guys know why I put him up there. Just everything he's contributed. I'm not sure you guys saw this. Like this is like a few years ago, a couple years ago. They said even to this day, Eddie Guerrero, he's one of the top 10 merch sellers, like his t-shirts, his I guess his wristband, whatever's Eddie
Oh, I
Guerrero
believe it. I
name.
mean,
It's still going. Like I'm just shocked because
Yeah.
like it's hard to even like pull like even older guys from that. Who else can still match up and keep up with today's talent?
yeah,
And yeah, man, it just shows like how much people still love Eddie and how much
yeah.
the good memories are, even though like we think about some of the stuff that happened. It's like, we enjoy the memories that he brought that no one else is able to really fulfill.
Because you don't see guys like Eddie anymore.
No, he's one of a kind,
You don't see him anymore.
or he just think about this, like he just came from an era of family that really loved wrestling, a whole wrestling family,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but like,
Hector Armando,
yeah, Hector Mondo,
Hector Mando. Yeah,
Ori
Gory.
Guerrero,
Yeah.
his father Gory.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
Chavo Jr.
Chavo.
discipline.
Yeah.
You read the
Yeah,
book on Eddie, he said that because he was even confused why he wasn't a star like in the WWE. His father told him straight out, like it's not so much how good you are in wrestling, it's who you are as a person that's going to matter. And he took that lesson with him.
well, he had stiff
Yeah.
competition in the beginning. You know, you had Rock, Kurt Angle, and all the main eventers, right? You had Taker, all in their prime at the same time, mind you. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he stuck around and waited his chance. And good thing he did. When his chance finally came, it was like everyone was behind him. We all wanted to
hmm
see Eddie win. We wanted
Oh,
to see Eddie take that run.
Chris's son said it best. He's like, they should have retired after WrestleMania in 2004. Yeah. After that moment they
After they
had together.
won at 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After the moment they had together with the
Yeah.
belts, they should have retired after that, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. It's just as a wrestler, you still want to like go out, like at least have someone earn taking the belt out from you rather than just handing it over.
That was his love, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he loved to do. So I couldn't.
Yeah.
Otherwise, think about this, like Eddie, because I read his book. He came from wrestling family. Like, what was he supposed to do after wrestling? Like, you can't
Right.
just pick up a career out of the blue. Like, just
He would
go
have been
classified.
miserable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like he wasn't going to become an accountant. That takes schooling and some training for that. So,
yeah.
I mean, I I, I think his worst part. I think he would hate working behind the desk.
I could
That's
never see Eddie working at a desk.
no. He'd be miserable. He's been an action guy, like always on the road, being
No.
physical.
Imagine someone coming in trying to pick a fight. I could see Eddie.
Yeah. It was a job that
Eddie
way.
with the smoke. Deck him in
So,
the face for real.
so I get
Oh yeah.
David Benwell's point was like, but what were they supposed to do afterwards? Like, I get that's wishful thinking, but Chris was doing it to feed him and his family. What was he supposed to do that was going to pay equally? Especially he's got a mansion in Gainesville, Georgia.
Yeah.
If he goes down to uh, a standard bill or a standard job for that salary, how he knows he won't be able to pay those bills anymore.
No, not at all. Not at all.
He was thinking about becoming a producer, but now just when David says retire, what do you mean retire completely from wrestling?
Probably in ring work,
I mean
but
that's fine.
they could have still been trainers and stuff. I think, share their knowledge.
He probably
Yeah,
would have
but
retired eventually. If
yeah,
his heart didn't give in, he
yeah,
probably would have said, "Okay, that's enough. I've done it
yeah,
all." You know.
yeah. But I do wonder, like, what do you do? Like talking about Kevin Thorne, did you know he was a real estate agent? I mean,
Yeah.
as he was doing indie wrestling.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
again, that takes time and training as well.
Yeah.
You don't just apply for a real estate job. You kind of have to build towards that.
Exactly. That's a worthy number one. I mean, I love Eddie,
Definitely.
as you already know. We all do. Even Kenny. Even Kenny, who's probably listening, he loves Eddie too. But
Yeah.
yeah, worthy number one. That brings us to Luis. I know who your number one is. I'm not gonna say it. I kind of know who it is.
Yeah, I got to complete my three amigos of my
Yeah,
number one. My number one is Y2J, Chris Jericho.
yeah,
And I loved when he went back to New Japan, um, and he wrestled Kenny and dedicated that match. If I'm not mistaken, it was Kenny, right, Christian? Because I know he wrestled Naito. I watched that one too, but I
Yeah, he
believe it
was
was his match against
the
Kenny that he dedicated to Eddie and Chris, right?
yeah,
I didn't see the match. He wrestled Omega there.
Yeah. And he dedicated that match to Eddie and Chris because at one point in time they were all in New Japan together. And somebody had the audacity on Twitter to tell him that, oh, you're going to dedicate a match to a murderer? And he went off and told this guy that, listen, I knew more about what was going on than you do. I don't need you to tell me what I'm going to, and it was crazy, but and somebody drew an awesome photo of Eddie, Chris, and Chris Jericho, and it was really cool. But yeah, no, for me it's Chris Jericho. It's really hard. Like I said, my top three I can always flip flop them because of how much they meant to me growing up. Um, I accidentally met Chris actually
yeah,
during one of his Fozzy concerts in 2010, 2011 at Mayhem. It was literally it used to be Ozfest, but it was the first year that Ozzy wasn't doing it, so they called it Mayhem.
yeah,
And yeah, Fozzy was at the smaller stages, and I went to check it out because it sounded familiar. And then I saw Chris on stage singing, and I'm like, "Oh shit, it's Chris Jericho. This is his band." Oh, and then I got their album and I got the whole band assigned, and Chris was adamant about not talking about wrestling because he likes to separate his music world and you know, his singing,
yeah,
his wrestling world. Um, at the time, but I told him, dude, I can't believe you're here. I never got to meet you. And, and I said, I know you said we can't talk about wrestling, but I wanted to ask you one thing about Eddie. And he's like, all right, all right. If it's about Eddie, fine. And he said, in the DVD, Viva la Raza DVD, when they interviewed you, you talked about how you and him used to be on the road together, and sometimes you would get the same hotel rooms, and how Eddie would keep the damn TV on all night, and you were trying to sleep.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Come on, Eddie, I'm trying to go to sleep, man. Turn off the TV." And Eddie would be like, "No, SA, I'm watching my program."
Yeah. Late night
Oh
programs.
man, he's like, "Yeah, man, he really did that."
It's
Oh, shoot.
believable. It sounds
Yeah.
real for sure.
I know it wasn't like a crazy wrestling thing, and he told me he didn't want to talk about wrestling, but I guess at least today, talking to you guys, I can tell you that I got to talk about Eddie Guerrero with one of my favorite wrestlers,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
I loved his match with Sean, and I still remember him beating Jeff at No Way Out in '03, I believe it was, where Jeff goes for the Swanton and he just catches him and puts him in a freaking walls. Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
He is crazy, dude. The
Crazy,
fact that
dude.
he can still do a lion salt at almost 50 is nuts, dude. I mean, he hasn't been on AEW. I think he's touring in a show right now, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
I think he's touring with his band. But, love him or hate him, I think he's the GOAT to me,
Yeah.
the greatest of all time,
He's one of them.
for sure.
He's one of them.
Definitely. You can make
Yeah.
that case. I mean, you probably remember when he beat Stone Cold and The Rock at the same time and the same night, right?
Oh yeah. I was livid.
Man. to be to become the
I,
first undisputed champion.
I was
Uh,
mad. I was mad.
I still remember my bartender. I took my bartender to that same Extreme Rules where I got interviewed for the Punk DVD. I
Hmm.
take him to the thing, and I was like, "Yeah, man, Chris is back, and he's fighting CM Punk." And he's like, "I know you like that guy, Chris. He ain't nothing, man. He got lucky against The Rock and Stone Cold."
That's funny.
Talk about kayfabe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I love
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Well, since we're on the topics of being predictable and all, you guys already know who my number one is. There's only one number one, right? If you know me well enough, you know who my number one is. And it can only be summed up with one image.
I think it. Oh shit.
My number one is
Yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. It always has been, always will be. How many times have you wanted to beat your boss's ass? I think we all have. So the fact that you can do it on TV and get paid for it, sign me up. Sign me up. Sign me up. I remember the King of the Ring 96. I remember the match against Jake Roberts. That's a long time ago, by the way. I'm old. It's the Austin 316 promo was legendary. Saw that on TV. That didn't get it back then. I remember the $1 million championship vaguely. The ringmaster. Wasn't a big fan of it. I remember WrestleMania 13, of course, against Bret Hart. Stone Cold comes in. He's the heel at the time. Bret Hart's the face. Ken Shamrock's a special guest referee. I was dead front row because tickets were so cheap at that time. It's not even funny.
Lucky.
Watching Austin's bloodied face while he's in the sharpshooter, never taps out. This is when he became my favorite. Watching him scream in agony and just pass out in the ring. And then they try to help him back up. I think Ken tries to help him back up. Stone Cold takes his hand and just walks on his own. I'm like, this guy's a
Was this the
badass.
match that they just inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
March 13, 1997. I will never forget the day. I was this tall, maybe, somewhere around there. Insane. Insane. I'll never forget that. The year after, Watching him go up against Michaels at WrestleMania 14. Classic moment. That kickstarted the Attitude Era. That's where it started. You could say the Austin 316 promo, but it was that.
Mhm.
Another year later, he goes up against The Rock. First of 3 WrestleMania matches. It's tough to rank between 15, 17, and 19. 17 is the best because that's my favorite WrestleMania. I would say 19 after. 15. It used to be the other way around. 17, 15, and 19, but 19 is very sentimental because that was Austin's last match.
Yeah.
Nobody knew it. At least I don't think. He just quietly retired. He never said it was his last match. At first, I didn't get why he let The Rock win. I didn't think The Rock was going to win. I thought Austin was going to win that match, mind you. But when The Rock won, hit him with 3 rock bottoms. And then you find out the backstory that Austin was in the hospital the night before for some neck issues. Like he was literally in the hospital the day before. He wasn't supposed to wrestle, but he still went out and did it anyway and put out an amazing match, an all-time classic, in my opinion. Austin and The Rock is my favorite rivalry of all time. Always has been, always will be. Growing up, I was secretly a fan of both. You couldn't be a fan of both. You
Mhm.
had to pick a side, Austin and The Rock. Obviously, I was always an Austin kid, but I also love The Rock. It's very rare to have 2 guys at the top at the same time, duking it out for that spot. It's literally once in a lifetime. He's the biggest draw in history for a reason. We still say what to this day on TV and through the TV. The crowds, the what chants. Austin's my guy, always will be. I've said it time and time again. That hasn't changed. I don't think it'll ever change. We all have our guy, right? Chris has Eddie. You have Jericho. I love both of them. Austin's my guy. And Ric Flair is Kenny's guy.
Yeah.
Ric Flair is Kenny's guy. He also put Sting as number 2, but the Surfer Sting. Early WCW Sting.
Yeah, I
Before
know.
the
I
Crow.
remember him telling me that because
He
you know
hates the
what that
Crow,
was.
which is crazy.
I know.
But
I know. I just love it when coming down the rafters though.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. No, but Austin's my guy, 3-time Royal Rumble winner. I mean, only one to have 3 Royal Rumble wins.
well deserved.
Yeah. Dude Love giving him a hard time too.
Yeah.
Every time Dude Love came out, it's just under Dude Love.
That
Yeah.
was great.
Him going up against Mike Tyson too was a life-changing moment. It was like, of course you knew who Mike Tyson was.
Yeah.
Larger than life. He would kill you if he probably punched you for real. You know? Austin just flipping him off and going at him. It's crazy. Never seen a guy like that. Just explosive, just flipping people off. Didn't care if they were big or small. He would take them on.
Hmm.
Just, yeah, stone cold. There's only one. There can only be one.
Yeah.
That's my number
Just
one.
just the name recognition, just
Yeah,
the influence. Again, another guy that people maybe see his matches here and there, and they know his name afterwards. Household name, a
crazy how
big
his
character.
his run was so short, but the stuff he did and accomplished in that little time is just wild. And I didn't even mention the glass shatter. You know what time it is when that glass shatters.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting turned inside out.
Steve Weisers, man.
Exactly, Steve Weisers. Shout out to the guy throwing them to Steve Weisers from outside the ring. Whoever that is, throw him in the Hall of Fame. because his aim is immaculate.
Oh no.
Name one
Oh.
person who's got accurate aim like that. I don't know anybody, but apparently they exist. So that rounds up all our lists. This was a fun episode. If you made it to the end of this episode, hats off to you. Seriously. And my apologies for making these two gentlemen sit through what feels like hours on end. But I hope to speak for everyone in saying that I had a great time. Hopefully, they had a great time being able to come here and express their favorite wrestlers, why they're their favorites, their connections to their favorite wrestlers, favorite matches, moments, catchphrases, entrances, rivalries, you name it. Hope to do more of these. And a thank you to Kenny, of course, for being on for the first half, for the first part. And a thank you to Chris. Thank you to Louise. And a thank you to everyone for being a part of the episode. Any closing words from each and every one of you?
Yeah, just thank you again for having me on your channel.
Thank you.
Great time some wrestling. I really hope anyone listening to this, your fans, viewers, enjoys sticking this long, just hearing like my piece, why wrestling is very important to me, why even though it's been years since I was there, I can't shake wrestling. All these guys to live with me, just good times, the bad times. It's a very interesting sport, form of entertainment that has somehow just been part of our lives. It's molded us to who we are today, and I'm glad to kind of express why all these guys mean something to me in my life, and hope the same can be said to everyone out there listening to this podcast here.
Thank you for being a part of it, Chris.
Yeah, no, I gotta go exactly with what Chris said. I'm glad. Thank you for having me here. It's always a good time with you guys. I hope we could do more of these. I know
Definitely.
Ken had mentioned our top 10 female wrestlers. That's gonna be fun.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
hope maybe we could even do the next PLE. I gotta get used to saying that after pay-per-view for so many years.
Me
Um,
too.
yeah, the next PLE is SummerSlam. Maybe we could go. We could do that one, right?
Yeah,
See
definitely
how
give
we,
our thoughts for sure.
yeah.
'Cause I sense some big things happening at SummerSlam. Maybe Roman Reigns coming back. Who knows? But yes, stuff coming up. I mean, our favorite female wrestlers is coming up. Who knows when that's gonna happen? But of course, I'll keep everyone posted. And then, yeah, this was a fun episode all around. Good thing I won't have to edit much because we did good on time. Everyone got their thoughts out. Nobody fumbled their words or anything like that. Credit all to you guys because you guys did a great job, I say.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Thanks for
And
saying
again,
that.
big
Good
thank
content
you,
here.
of course. And I thank you guys for being on. Thank you to everyone who listened. We wish you all a great night. Happy 4th of July to all the people celebrating in the USA. Spend some quality time with your loved ones. Keep your pets indoors and watch out for the fireworks. Have a great night, y'all. We'll catch you all on the next time. This is Jose for Chris, for Kenny, for Luis, signing off.